खिलाड़ी को उन्होंने नॉक किया, शुरुआत उन्होंने कर दी, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे, क्या ये कॉल क्लच कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ, उन्होंने 3 प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर दिया। इस बार वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा प्लेयर्स को, और अब एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, डेड प्लेयर। पर अभी तक वो डाउन नहीं हुए, उन्होंने कारनामा करके दिखाया।
बाबा को भी वहाँ पे टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब हो चुके हैं। ये स्प्रे क्लोज हो सकता है, कनेक्शन बना, नॉक बना, सेम तीसरा ये नॉक यहाँ पे निकालने में कामयाब हो गए। Hello and welcome everyone to BGIS 2026, the grind. This is going to be the start of day number 1. A lot of things are going to be very important over here. Every rotation, every fight counts, every mistake is going to be punished. For the newcomers, this is going to be their chance to make their dream come true. And for the veterans, this is where all of their legacies can be rewritten or they're going to be reinforced. My name is Super Johnny. Joining me on the panel today, it's going to be Icy Baby alongside with me. And Icy, it's an exciting journey that we're about to kick off. This grind is going to be one of the most special ones we have ever begun.
You know, truth be told, last year, when it comes to the grind here, we are going to be expecting a lot of uncertainties.
Yeah.
And everybody was like just playing, etc. as well. I feel like this year is a little bit special because not just only the map rotations as well, they do have something to look forward to, and that is going to be preparations for the globals, which is not going to be happening in this season, but still, you know, you need a lot of prep work.
Exactly. There's going to be a lot of prep work required, and of course, we have been doing our prep work as well. I mean, there was a few announcements, few leaks being given yesterday in BGI as the insider that happened. I hope you guys tuned in for that. But a lot of big opportunities coming up for the undergods of BGMI this year.
You know, for all things considered as well, semi-finals onwards, we are going to have LAN all the way through here. That means more game time, more interaction with you guys who's going to be coming out to the LAN event as well. And of course, maybe a chance for you to meet your favorite teams and maybe casters, maybe, you know.
Yeah, we keep saying maybe. I mean, it's we've been saying it for ages now. If you ever make it to the LAN, do drop by and say hi, but that's a story for another time. We'll talk about that later. But for now, we kick off the grind today. 64 invited teams based on their performances from the last year, 2025, which was very intense, to be honest. But now things take a turn, and everything, the pressure, the things on the line, it's been taken up a notch. For everyone watching us online right now, be sure that you pay all your attention to the matches, because these are going to be the teams that you eventually face once you show up for BGIS. But since we're talking about BGIS and the grind, let's have a look at the format.
Now, things are going to be a little bit tricky here. For those of you who are not familiar with BGIS format, things are interesting because of the fact that based on the team's performance, they are divided into 4 different groups, which is Group A, C, B, C, and D. And we are going to be kicking things off here today in day number 1 with week number 1 with both Group C and Group D playing alternatively between the 4 days here on week 1. And then another 4 days is going to be happening on week 2 itself, where the overall performances of both week 1 and week 2, the top 8 teams will be advancing in towards round 2, and the bottom 8 will be advancing in towards round 1 itself. And it's going to be the same here for week 3 and week 4, but instead of Group C and D, it is going to be Group A and B. However, the plot twist is the bottom 8 from those respective groups is going to be starting things off in round 3, and then, of course, the top 8 is going to be advancing in towards round 4 itself.
Yeah, so, I mean, to break things down even in simpler terms, incentive changes based on which group you are in. If you're in Group D, the best possible situation for you is advancing to round 2. Worst possible situation, you drop down to round 1. If you're in Group A, your worst possible scenario is round 4, and best possible is a direct spot in the quarterfinals. And quarterfinal onwards, things become a little bit simpler. You have these 24 teams from the quarterfinals directly moving to the wildcard stages, and of course, they will be joined by the 8 teams that move to the wildcard all the way from round 4. And of course, eventually after the wildcard, we're going to have our semi-finals. My apologies. After the quarterfinals, we have the wildcard and then the semifinals, and of course, then we have the grand finals eventually happening between the top 16 teams. We're still waiting to see where we go this time, which city we take over.
Well, it is going to be a very interesting one, but of course, we are going to be announcing on later starts as well, very, very soon.
Yeah.
But of course, on top of all the invited teams as well, we also have teams coming from the in-game qualifiers. So there is a lot of competition here in BGIS, and of course, when it comes to the prize pool distribution, this is a lot of money on the line here, and of course, it is a total prize pool of 2 lakhs. Yeah,
2 crores.
2 crores. Sorry,
2
2
crores.
crores. 2 crores. I'm trying to understand the currency here. You know, how things like in my defense, this is 200,000. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 20,000.
I think it's 20 million.
20 million.
20 million.
Sorry, 20 million.
For your number system.
Yeah, 20 million.
Yeah, different number system I see comes from a different region where the commas are placed in different spots, basically. Yeah, but 2 crore in prize pool as of now, 60 lakhs for the champion, 30 lakhs for the runner-up, and the second runner-up getting 20 lakh rupees, the other distribution on our screens. But in order to get to that prize pool, you have to make sure that you make it all the way towards the finals. And of course, in order to do that, you need to be consistent in every single game that you play. And for that, we have our favorite thing, the point distribution system, which has been the same since the creation of time itself. Basically, you win the game, you get 10 points. You finish second, you get 6 points. You finish third, you get 5 points for placements. And of course, 1 point for every single finish you secure in-game. But while all these things have remained the same over the last few years, there has been a few key changes made. For the first time, ladies and gentlemen, Rondo is going to be played officially. I mean, yeah, we did see it end during the showdown, but this year, it is going to be part of the competitive circuit through and through.
Exactly, and we also saw Rondo in BMIC as well. So for the Indian teams, not a lot of teams has a lot of experience as well. Arguably, when we talk about the top teams itself, at least they only had about 16, no, not even 16, barely even 10 matches of official data to work with. But of course, you guys are here also to support your favorite teams here. This is going to be Group D itself. We have 2 OP official, we have ES, we have Esport Social, we have Likitha Esports, we have White Walkers, Rivalry Esports, Gravity Esports, Los Hermanos, BotArmyEsports, Team Insane Esports, Mysterious4xNaqsh Esports, Phoenix Esports, GENxFM Esports, Evolution MIZORAM, Meta NINZA, Team Alpha, and also Shadow Blitz coming in from day one itself for Group D.
Yeah, of course, I mean, majority of the names of these teams we have seen in the past. That's the whole point of the grind. These are the teams that did well throughout 2025, and that is why they've been placed above everyone else in the entire circuit. Now, that does not make their life a whole lot easier, right? The challenge is going to be tough, especially since we are going to kick off the journey with Group D. If you finish in the top 8, you advance to round 2. If you finish in the bottom 8, you're going to have to play the teams that come from the in-game qualifiers in round 1.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of it all, it is a longer journey for some of these teams here, but we are looking for the best of the best compete in the grand finals itself. And interesting enough, based on BMSD's performance, the only notable team that has made it all the way towards the end here was Nebula Esports here.
Yeah.
That's why, because of their performance, they're no longer seeded here in the Group D, and they are a little bit higher up now.
Hey man, that run in showdown itself was,
Yeah.
I mean, enough to put them quite further up ahead in the rankings of last year. But that is about the teams and what happened last year. One more thing that happened was the transfer window was open after the showdown was done and dusted, and we saw a lot of roster changes. Man, oh man, Somraj returns again, but this time under the banner of Phoenix Esports. And this just takes me back to the iconic statement that was made in 2025. You can take away everything. You can take away every single player from my team. I'm still going to make it to the LAN finals.
I am perfectly on the same page as you as well. Even on the Casters prediction, we're both the only ones that's going for Phoenix here, whereas the rest went for Meta NINZA. We've got Esport Social coming from round 1 and Ankybot going for Evo M. Ooh, wow, Evolution, MIZORAM. And it seems like the fans are very, very excited to see Evolution MIZORAM perform here itself here.
Yeah.
Thoughts on that?
My thoughts are, I do not know what to expect, to be honest, because it's a completely new roster that is coming for Evolution MIZORAM. But we have heard words that they have been doing quite well in the scrims that they have been playing. So, again, there's going to be a lot of hope, but I wanted to set a few expectations here for day number 1, since Group D is going to be the pace-setting group of the grind of the BGIS 2026. This is going to be the first group to experience that Rondo start, to experience those 3 wrangles back-to-back and ending the day on those Miramars. So they get the first taste of what this year is going to look like. And because of that, it is going to be very difficult for these teams to predict what is actually going to happen and how things are going to work. I think today is going to be extremely chaotic, to be very honest.
Agreed. And on top of it all, the play styles between Indian teams and also the internationals is a little bit different as well when it comes to Rondo as well. Most international teams, they do prioritize in terms of playing safe. But during the MSD, we saw teams got a little bit aggressive in Rondo, and it actually paid off tenfold. Because if you do the math as well, recall towers are in place. So technically, if a single team, they lose 3 players, and you recall them back and you lose all 4 players, that's 7 points per team. If you min-max everything all the way through, a single team can get like 30, 40, maybe even 50 points. But the highest realistically number so far is somewhere around 30 finishes.
Yeah, I mean, if you can grab yourself 25 plus point, it is a good conversion on Rondo. And I think since Sanhok was taken out of play, everyone was saying like, all right, the one chaotic map that allowed teams that were struggling to make a comeback has gone away. No, now that map has turned into Rondo, and it happens at the very start of the day. If you play well in Rondo, you set yourself up for a very successful day because you have the momentum in your control. But it's not just the map changes that have happened in the last few days. I see the meta has also completely shifted. Last few years, we saw the domination of those shotguns causing a lot of nuisance. But this year, the ARs are back. Specifically, the ones that use the 7.62.
Exactly. Even the M4 as well has gotten a little bit of buff as well. So I really like that. It does give them a little bit more flexibility when it comes to CQC. But personally, the biggest change in that meta is that they actually nerf most of the shotguns as well. In terms of damage overall multipliers as well, DBS obviously has 1 pellet damage reduced, which I feel like it's still okay-ish. But I think out of all the shotguns, the biggest changes is gotta be the S12K. Because if you total up the total amount of damage done before, it was like 212 damage. Now you deal with about 190 if you hit every single thing. Yeah. Which, again, it's he does not give you that one-shot combo anymore. But I still think shotgun is still viable.
It is still going to be viable. I mean, as you mentioned, it's 1 pellet damage drop, 1 damage drop per pellet. But again, I mean, it was the fact that you felt that thump every single time you would make that contact with a shotgun, and it would make the opponent panic because almost like 80 to 90% of your HP bar would just disappear. And this is when you were loaded out with level 3 armor and level 3 helmet. Now that might not be the case. You have to make sure that you're careful when engaging in those shotgun duels. But for all of the players that were all about those ARs, I think they are celebrating. I think a few celebrations began quite early. Everyone was practicing on those AKM.
Yep, I agree. AKM has gotten in a situation where even in CQC, it's amazing. Long range is not that great, right? Like recoil is a little bit tough here, but when you come close contact as well, 2 shots in the head, you're pretty much going to be able to knock somebody out. So that's something that I'm looking forward to see as well coming from AKs. But in particular, I want to talk about the wow factors when it comes to Rondo. Like you brought up a statement as well, oh no, it's going to be chaotic. Personally, I feel like Rondo is going to be a 50-50 coin flip. It's either it's going to be so safe, or it's going to be so aggressive in the sense where it is high risk, high reward scenarios as well. So it could happen in 2 scenarios when it comes to watching Rondo. It's going to be extremely boring and slow paced. Or it's going to be like non-stop fights over fights, recalls across the board. 1 minute you see this guy getting knocked. 1 minute you see how is he back alive again. So it is a little bit confusing for those of you watching as well. So to give you guys a little bit of updates on how Rondo works as well, is that Rondo 8x8 map, very, very huge. However, there is a plot twist. That is going to be recall towers in place. So that means as long as there's a single player alive in that team, hits a recall tower, they will recall back everybody from the original who's died and then get back into the game. That's number 1. Number 2, EMP zones in the game can affect the play zone itself. It's not just one circle. Let's say an EMP zone suddenly decides to shift directly hard north. You have a good solid about 1 minute to 2 minutes where people are not going to be in that vicinity. So that means more congestion, more early fights, maybe in circle 2, circle 3.
Yeah, I mean, EMP makes fighting a whole lot more intense because when you ADS, you don't have that reticle anymore. You can't really aim with precision, so you have to just spray and pray. Basically, that is when the spray and pray mechanic kind of comes in play. Apart from that, destructible terrain makes for very interesting movements during team fights as well. So hiding in the open actually sometimes now becomes a viable option if you can make a cover for yourself out of nowhere. Just create a dip, lie down, stay safe for a few extra seconds. So again, strategy-wise, a lot of options open up, but I agree with one thing that you said, that it is a high-risk, high-reward situation on Rondo. And it is going to be interesting this year specifically with how this grind is going to kick off. Because last year when Rondo was introduced, everyone was kind of experimenting, seeing what the meta for Rondo needs to be. Then we had a few teams go to the international circuits, to the GC. They played against the international teams, gained the experience of how the map works over there, what the teams at the top of their game are doing. And now, since those learnings have been passed on to almost the entirety of the BGMI community, I'm pretty sure over the last few months, everyone has put in a lot of work making sure that their strategies for Rondo are extremely polished. So what we see during this grind, I think, is going to be how Rondo is going to be played for the rest of the year, unless another meta change happens or someone else figures out some meta-defining tactic that just puts them way further ahead of everyone else.
I agree. And of course, when it comes to the meta itself, and also when it comes to the map as well, I have to bring up a specific team, and that is going to be the team to watch out for.
Oh yeah.
Because when we talk about teams to watch out for as well, is that, yes, I was very surprised that none of us actually predicted this team. It was actually Los Hermanos. So if you guys do recall back from 2025 and the entire journey, Los Hermanos has always been placed somewhere in the top 6 under the radar. And over time, when BMSD came, we were wondering, how did this team actually made it all the way here? And we started paying attention to them and realized that this team is actually very, very aggressive. And if you compare them towards all their results from their previous teams, Los Hermanos is the only team that has somehow figured out a way to play all these random skirmishes and make it to the grand finals, but however, kind of drops the ball in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think for last year, 2025, it was the lack of experience for Los Hermanos that kind of forced them to bite the ball and not really do well during the grand finals. As you mentioned, during the league stages, even during the few lands we saw them in, well-controlled lands we saw them in, they were doing quite well for themselves, all thanks to the aggression that they had, the confidence they would have in those team fights. But then the pressure of the finals, the fact that when you are new in the circuit, when you're playing such a high-stakes situation, somewhere in the back of the head, the thought is going to click. It's make it or break it for me right now. And that is when they fell.
Here's the twist.
Yeah.
That was when they had Kalan in the picture. Now with Kalan not in Los Hermanos, what are your thoughts on this roster?
I mean, Kalan was a key player for this team as well. He was the star performer majority of the times for the side of Los Hermanos. So I do not know what the exact impact is going to be because, I mean, they have Shogun, they have Altu, they have Dope, they have Phantom. These are all veterans in their own rights. We have seen these players in officials time and time again. Yes, they might not have lifted the trophy yet, but still their performances have made them memorable. So the opportunity is still going to be there. And again, everyone's roster has been reworked, man. For crying out loud, look at the roster for White Walkers. That's a complete wildcard right there.
Fair enough. But of course, let's do a little bit recap on last year's BGIS, if you guys were watching as well. Last year's BGIS, it was a fight between 3 teams in particular. It was 8-bit at that time, which was led by Soundrush. They won the championship. Second place for Hero Extreme Godlike. Third, I was Reckoning Esports. So these are the 3 teams that had one of the biggest blunders after last year's BGIS. We had a lot of expectations coming into them. We saw them qualify, not qualify. BMPS was a complete flop for the 3 of these teams. And this time, we do have a little bit of a bring back here. For those of you who are Reckoning Esports fans here, they had Shift. They have actually went in towards Gravity Esports because we have Shoop OG in the play as well. So we knew he was one of the youngest players coming into his BGIS last year from Reckoning. There was a lot of expectations to him here. He's looking for experience, but seems like nothing went well for them. So what are your thoughts on Shoop from Gravity?
I mean, Shoop has a lot of talent. I mean, as you mentioned, last year as well, we saw a few moments of brilliance for him, but then again, very young in the circuit. I think he was playing on a stage that big for the first time officially, and at that time, of course, for Shob, I think my words are going to be different. It's not the panic that sets in, it's just the overconfidence because he's just that good. And when you are young, when you are in your formative years, there is a tendency of getting a little too overconfident sometimes. That was what was happening with Shoop because we saw him overextend in a few of those team fights, would get the first opening knock, would find his team in a preferable situation, but as soon as he would overextend, he would get taken out and then his team would be forced to reset. This time, hopefully, a little bit more controlled aggression from him, and I think his team can do well. This player is a mechanical genius.
Fair enough. But now I also want to talk about 2 particular teams that has a very, very decent record, and that is actually GENxFM and also White Walkers, because these are 2, arguably we put them as undergods last year, but based on track records here, they are veterans that have somehow stuck their way in the grand finals, stuck their way in semi-finals here, but always dropped the ball. Do you think they are going to be able to revamp from this?
Maybe, man, but before that, let's have a look at this.
Oh, it's a video. I thought it's a...
We keep talking about new things, new updates coming inside of BGMI. So make sure you are keeping your game updated so you can experience all of the amazing content that's being added to this amazing game that we all enjoy. Of course, recently my favorite bike brand has made a collaboration with BGMI. That is what I'm looking forward to the most. But going back to the conversation of the competitive environment and of course the changes that have happened in the teams, we were talking about White Walkers. They have Aditya in their roster, man. Aditya is one of the most volatile players. It's going to be a hit or a miss. And if this man hits, he's going to hit you so hard that no one gets up again.
Fair enough. Based on his experiences as well, unfortunately to say, as much as I want to support your statement here, last year Aditya was a complete, utter disappointment. I'm sorry to say. It was just, I was a lot of expectations, but he did not deliver last year based on his track record, which is very, very unfortunate for me. But bringing back to what your favorite here, personally, my favorite is going to be part of my all-time favorite series, the Peaky Blinders collab.
Oh yeah, that's good.
That's nice.
I forgot to bring my cap.
Yeah, me too. That's the thing. I have a cap.
The cap and the trench coat. We could have done a Peaky Blinders cosplay when that sort of.
You know what? We should do that for grand finals.
Oh yeah, maybe.
You gotta dress it up.
It's gonna be fun. I mean, for sure. So again, I mean, a lot of exciting things happening around BGMI, and of course, for everyone who just loves to enjoy the game, and for the competitive players, well, we are in the most exciting thing we bring you every single year, which is the BGIS. And again, we've been talking about White Walkers. You also mentioned a few other names, Gravity Esports, Likitha Esports. Let's talk about them for a minute.
Okay.
Because IGL, Ranveer OG, last year a very interesting moment happened where for the first time we saw an IGL being benched mid-tournament.
Oh, okay, so
and
is this the Ranveer from Troy Tamil Esports?
Yeah.
It's the same Ranveer, right?
It's the same guy. And after he got benched, his team started to do well.
Okay,
I don't know how that happened.
Fair enough, but we also have a little bit of an interesting roster change as well because they brought in Jaslyn from Mysterious4xNaqsh Esports back then when he was playing with Hector. So she made a debut, and guess what? They won their chicken dinner. I was like, okay, maybe Jaslyn can add something a little bit different here for Likitha Esports.
Yeah, but I would not want Ranveer to get benched again, man. This time he's showing up with a new roster, hoping to prove to his former teammates that he was not the one at fault at that time. But ladies and gentlemen, you see the counter counting down. We're down to 8 seconds, and this is going to be the start of it all. The first game of BGIS 2026, the grind. Here we go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the official first match of the BGIS 2026 has officially begun. And you guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and it is currently on Group D itself here. Match 1, Rondo right on his way, and we do have a cross path of a flight path right from the get-go here.
Well, the cross flight path, 2 flight paths, I mean, it is always interesting to see who is going in which plane, and of course, what drop options they have available to them. But right off the bat, I mean, we were talking about those recall towers coming into play as well. And of course, one of my favorite drop spots, because we talked about Rondo, you have the ability to secure a behemoth of an amount of finishes on this map. Test track is where we see a lot of conflicts happen. And of course, right at the bat, we do see 3 teams heading over there. I wonder if they're going to take that fight early.
Yep, Neo Labs and also Test Track is just one of the hot spots as well. And coincidentally, it does intersect with each other as well. But right from the get-go, we do hear Meta NINZA going up against Mysterious4. It seems like Meta NINZA, they do have the high ground. They do have a couple of wins in. White Tiger is pretty much down right now. And they are going to try and resurrect him. Goku from M4 is going to be left all by himself. But we do have a little bit of third parties from afar. And that is going to be DVT going to be joining the play.
I mean, I saw a few interesting names over there. There was Mysterious4 fighting the side of Meta NINZA, Gravity Esports trying to take on a third party. And of course, BotArmyEsports, I believe, have been able to secure a finish here and there as well for themselves. So I wonder what the situation is going to turn out in the end. But Shadow Blitz against Team Alpha. Mortis gets taken out. And, well, Nanu, is he knocked out? Yes, he is knocked out. Where's the rest of his team? Explosive. He's hiding in a corner. Catalyst, he's going to try to get himself to a watchtower to try and recall the rest of the team. But Phoenix Esports also taking a beating at the hands of Team Alpha as well. Team Alpha turning out to be the true Alpha in the lobby right now, but BotArmyEsports on our screens going up against Esport Social. Chris OP knocked out. That's the second man down from the side of Esport Social. Fragger in the back lines has a nade. Cooking it up. Yashu with the S12K wants to make that pounce. Ernie is there to help him out as well. But Fragger, he needs to drop these 2 frags in order to rescue his team.
Oh my god. BotArmyEsports, they are going to be looking for the hunt here. Fragger, he's going to get surrounded, but shotguns goes through, and the sprays are there. Nope, it's actually going to be Tommy gun here coming from Ernie. Looks like a shotty, but at the same time, that is going to be BotArmyEsports getting themselves 4 finishes. And right from the get-go, Mysterious4x just does not have the greatest luck at all. But now, here comes another encounter once more. And that's going to be Evo versus Rivalry. And this is where things get a little bit weirded out. Because Rivalry, they are going to be playing a little bit of urban warfare. They're still somewhat inside the zone. Well, actually not. And let me take that back. They're so far away from the zone.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised they're actually going to be engaging against each other.
I think majority of the teams have gone for that standard strat on Rondo, the 3-1 split, where one of the players is going to be sent and he's just going to stay and camp at a recall tower while the other 3 players are just going to go hunting down for frag. The one team that did not use that strategy has been eliminated from the game. That was Mysterious4. But Evolution MIZORAM going up against Rivalry. They have a knock secured. And, well, that's going to be the second one coming in for Orion as the nade makes contact. So, Evolution MIZORAM over here do end up getting those 3 frags. But again, Rivalry Esports, they have their IGL, Arklin, all the way towards Rinjang. So, that's going to be an easy revive for them. But Evolution MIZORAM, they don't get time to reset. As Los Hermanos, they show up knocking on their door.
Yeah, but seems like the Los Hermanos heard all these commotions. They are going to try and third-party this as well here. But like you said, Rivalry, they have been taken out, but they are recalled back into the game in Rinjiang. So it's a little bit of a reset for them. But still, Evo, they do have their points in the bag. But the question here is, will Los Hermanos actually clean this up? However, let's take a look a little bit more on towards a different side of the map. Well, actually it's the same particular, but a different perspective. That's going to be Los Hermanos here. Alto looking to get a jump on them on the high ground, and they are actually on the cornerstones of the zone itself. So they have all the time in the world. So it's nothing super crazy yet. That is going to be put on hold for now. While White Walkers, they are going to try and make an entry split off, because it seems like White Walkers, they split off 2-2.
Oh, but look at this. NINZA, they could be in trouble. GENxFM, they are finding those frags. NINZA, by the way, a new roster. We have Shadow, the same man that won those back-to-back officials in 2024 and took a massive fall in 2025, returns this time with a new set of players, all of them looking to redeem themselves. And, well, they have to redeem themselves in this game itself because 3 players got taken out. Apollo was close to a recall tower all the way towards the western edge of the map. He did manage to get the remaining roster back. But BotArmyEsports now on our screens, I believe recalls have been made and they have a little bit of run-in with the White Walkers. They're looking for that opening. It is going to be a little bit difficult for them to find it. But this nade, it can make it work now. It's lobbed indoors. And Murnox and Vegito, they do manage to survive. Yashu, he's in a very tricky position now.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky situation as well, because White Walkers, they are kind of split off from the rest of the pack as well. Considering that they do have 3 in the vicinity, but again, like you said as well, there's still 1 on the outskirts looking for a recall, but they have to win this engagement. And Vegito gets the first knock in. That's going to be huge for Vegito, but there is cover fire from the rest of BotArmyEsports. Haven't really gotten the confirmations, but looks like they will go for the flank here, as Murnox was able to help the team secure that. But BotArmyEsports, they're still kind of spread off. It seems like Ernie wants to actually try and challenge this here. It's going to be a very tricky situation for him, considering that if he gets knocked, it's so difficult for his teammates to actually pick him back up.
Oh, for sure. For sure, it's going to be extremely difficult. But talking about difficulties, I think GENxFM are finding them in a little bit of a precarious position. A very defensive play, taking on the players of Shadow Blitz, a few trades made here and there. But coming back to White Walkers, I like the fact that this is one of those teams that took their sweet time in engaging into the action. Because everyone else has been fighting right off the bat since their feet touched grass. But White Walkers, now they have the numbers in play. They are building up that pressure on the players of BotArmyEsports. And talk about building pressure. Well, all the way in stadium. Explosive from Shadow Blitz. He has been cornered by the side of GENxFM.
Yeah, unfortunately for GENxFM, they've only got 2 players as well. I don't think they have recalls yet, so this is going to be a very tricky situation considering that they're not exactly inside the zone. They're still somewhat in the stadium vicinity, which is the zone. With the zone closing in is going to force them out. But the problem is, right now, the recall is right in the middle of the open of everything else. So if they decide to go for the recall, Shadow Blitz is going to take jabs. And in this case, the only way they can actually get the numbers here is literally just by taking each other out. And as you can see, Zaref doesn't arrive idle, but ooh, nice nades here coming from Exploser. Gets him down low, but I don't think that's going to be the knock coming in for him.
Yeah, that was quite close, though. I think maybe the second one is going to get the job done. No, the first aid kicks in at the right time. And Zaref now, he's also stuck on this roof, by the way. No escape for him unless his teammates show up to rescue him from here. Yep. Exploser, in the meanwhile, uses the opportunity to just get a little bit of breathing room for himself, because Shadow Blitz, they need to get themselves, or at least Exploser needs to get to that recall tower to bring the rest of the team back. And there he is, trying to make the great escape, but can't really go anywhere with Zaref just right on top of his head.
This is interesting as well, because actually GENxFM, they actually split 2 players in a different vicinity. Zaref is caught here, but the other guy actually picked him out on another side as well. So the entire roster is slowly coming in. But right now, Zaref's job is trying to stall for Exploser so that his teammates is going to come here and rob him. And unfortunately to say, you know, there's no better way to put this. They are here to rob his loots. They need to stock up as well before they push the next phase zone. Meanwhile, White Walkers in a little bit of a scuffle here as they collide against NINZA in a car collision here. And Shadow, this is going to be dropped down pretty low there, but 2 players from White Walkers getting chipped away from afar as BotArmyEsports also chimes in to get a couple of shots in. So that is going to be a free-for-all out in the open here in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, BotArmyEsports, by the way, brilliant reset coming through for them, because we saw them put under pressure by White Walkers a few moments ago. They were able to get a little bit of distance, and now they have the numbers to work with. Unfortunately for them, though, they are going to run in with NINZA for the second time, by the way. This fight did happen at the start of the game where Rivalry Esports was also involved. NINZA was there. BotArmyEsports was there. There was another team in the mix. It was GENxFM, but not a complete conflict between the 4 sides. NINZA did take a big brunt of that force on their faces. But they did walk away with like 5 eliminations from that, so good for them. But we have the second team in this game eliminated. That is going to be Team Alpha, ending the game with just 5 eliminations. But BotArmyEsports on the other side, they grab themselves the number 6th. And also with that, the 6th finish point for this game.
Well, this is going to be a lot of aggression coming in, but they're still not exactly inside the zone. Fortunately for them, it's only stage 2, so it's not the end of the world for them. If you guys catch a glimpse onto the EMP zone as well, it's very, very far towards southeast, and I don't think there's going to be a lot of context there, so it's not going to be a major hindrance for some of these teams actually rotating in. Fortunately for White Walkers, they are going to push in, and nope, the EMP zone is gone. But let's talk about NINZA here. I'm surprised they're actually going to be continuing their chase here to make sure that Aditya gets taken out. They know it's a solo. Aditya goes for the swap seat there, goes for a couple of trade backs, but he's dropping down low, and he's going to get chipped away down to his last HP. So NINZA, they will get those confirmations as NINZA gets another finish points. Yeah,
and as soon as Aditya drops, by the way, this is what I wanted to talk about, because Aditya was very far away from his team. The remainder of his team is taking on Rivalry Esports in tandem. So this is going to be a tricky situation for White Walkers. They've already lost 1 player, and if they get taken out at the hands of Rivalry, it's going to be a very unfortunate early exit for this roster.
It's really unfortunate as well that Guru has been sitting here the entire time, and the moment he popped his recall, it did not pick Aditya up because he was finished off later on. But his engagement here, Guru, he's going to be the ones that get knocked in. Rivalry goes in for the flank and goes in for the push, and he is pretty much done for as well. Vegito provides a little bit of cover fire, has an open angle, scouts out too, saves the day, but time is not of the essence here. He needs to wrap things up. And fortunately for them, they were able to stock up a little bit despite getting picked off early on. Very, very great start for them. But the zone is slowly taken away, and that's going to be 2 points in the back for White Walkers.
Yeah, White Walkers, I mean, that cover from Vegito just punishing the players from Rivalry Esports for over-aggression, brilliantly done. A few extra finishes secured, but look at that, the cluster in the zone. Phoenix Esports, they are still there. 2 OP official as well, a decent spot to work with, but survival now in that particular position, it's going to be very tricky. NINZA, they're trying to find a safe haven to work with, trying to find some cover. I believe they are going to have to make or at least settle for an open position inside of the game. No buildings available for them since they are the last ones to enter the circle. One of the last few teams to enter.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting spot to be in as well because a lot of people are late as well. Not a lot of covers to work with. This is where having those vehicles is going to be extremely important. And fortunately for Los Hermanos, they had one of the early entries into this. They actually disengaged in a fight prior towards against Shadow Blitz and I think it was Evo as well. And they just pushed through. But interesting enough, we do see shots fired as well. So Phoenix also making their mark here. We do see Viper picking up players alongside Stormrush from across. And it seems like their strategy is literally getting center control and then start picking people off. So don't get caught up out in the open in any kind of early aggressions for better positions for the end game.
Yeah, Esport Social, they got to play for the end game now. Anyways, I mean, none of the fights they've taken so far have worked out in their favor. No finishes on the board yet, and Kalyug, oh no, Gravity Esports, they were able to scout him out. They are able to drop him down to the ground successfully. And with that, I think it's a beatdown being handed to the players of Esport Social. Gravity Esports just manipulating them, keeping them at bay. But they have to be cautious as well. Look at the radar. GENxFM not too far away. I'm sure GENxFM heard all of those gunshots and are looking to scout out these buildings, looking to move in. Oh no, that nade, it's just a bit off, but a few more follow-up nades coming through from Los Hermanos. And this is just going to make sure that Esport Social, well, they get social on the social media now. That's an early exit on the 14th position in the game.
Well, completely engulfed here in their first ever Rondo map. Unfortunately for them, Esport Social, they're not exactly out yet, you know, considering the fact that bottom 8 just goes down to round 2, top 8 goes and towards bottom 8 plays to round 2, top 8 goes to round 3.
Not eliminated from the tournament, but in a map where every single team does walk away with a few finishes, Esport Social went out with 0. So that's not the way you would want to start your journey for the grind, but TOP official Botfire, he's been impressive over the last few years. Again, with the S12K, looking to take on the players of White Walkers. A few knocks coming through. White Walkers, they are getting a little bit of an unpleasant surprise over here. Now that's 3 players that have hit the floor. One more man hiding in the corner. That's going to be the last man alive for White Walkers. Will he be the savior? Looking to go for a revive, but 2OP official, they build up the pressure. And as soon as the players of 2OP official start to charge forward, they are getting traded out. Still, though, White Walkers not really in a position to make things work, as the last man is going to be eliminated from the game as well. And White Walkers themselves are going to be wiped out from this map of Rondo.
Yep, well done here coming from EVEX 2OP officials there. They actually held down the fort there. But interesting enough, we scored a little bit skirmish. S12K, was it nerfed? Doesn't feel like it. But meanwhile, Los Hermanos is going to be having a little bit of engagement in Genesis and instantly goes in for the hit and run. And it seems like GENxFM, they weren't prepared for this at all. They've lost one player. Only Zaref and Ghost remains. And Los Hermanos, they are able to equalize this and actually build up a formation, try and gatekeep this, considering that they have to push in towards Los Hermanos now. White Walkers eliminated off the team, but look at this, GENxFM. They're finally going for the push. They're going for the 2-man rush. Zero getting dropped down pretty low. They do find one player, but Los Hermanos, they themselves were caught slacking here. Zarex now also getting a shot as well. Misses his connection. Gets taken out. What is this push from GENxFM?
Oh, and I love the confidence that GENxFM have put on display, especially when the recall towers are out of play in this game. You don't get to come back anymore. And that is when GENxFM, they put their pedal to the metal. And of course, 9 finishes on the board already. Just 1 player lost, 3 left standing. It is going to be a very comfortable revive for them.
And at the same time as well, I'm really surprised that Los Hermanos actually got eliminated like that, considering that they had full upper control towards GENxFM. They could have just cleaned them out, but instead got pushed by 2 players. Instead of defending this, they actually scattered and got picked apart. So that's really, really unfortunate here for Los Hermanos. Meanwhile, BotArmyEsports, however, Yashu does pick up a couple stragglers. Shadow Blitz pretty much driving out in the open, gets sprayed down. And that's really be very, very unfortunate for them. But BotArmyEsports, look at this. Their vehicles are pretty much exposed. They do find themselves a nice little corner to work with right at the edge of the zone. But it's not going to do him any good because TOP official hurt his shots, looks towards this direction, gets the knock in as well. So that's going to be a lot of meds being bled out from them.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But To OP official, I don't think the job is done yet because look at the radar. BotArmyEsports, they have them surrounded. There's Likitha Esports down south as well, and it's an open field, so there's going to be a clear line of fire for Likitha Esports. And of course, even that isolated player from the side of Meta NINZA can cause a lot of trouble for them. But Likitha Esports, for them, there's a little bit of distraction. Not anymore. They're dealing with the players of Shadow Blitz. Mortis is the last man left alive. He drops Ranveer to the floor, but it's still a 1v3 situation. And Likitha Esports, oh no, I see. I think this is a big mistake. Ray, he charges forward in the open fields, loses a big chunk of his HP. There's follow-up coming through from the backlines as Sakuna moves in as well. But these nades, they are going to start to drop the bodies of the players of Likitha Esports. In the meanwhile, Shadow Blitz, they are going to get kicked out from this game.
Perfect decisions here coming from 2OP official.
Yeah.
We knew they were good, but this is just a newly defined 2OP official. It seems like they've got full control of the situation. And now BotArmyEsports, they are going to be chiming in as well to try and jab on those Likitha Esports. Ernie, oh my goodness. He got the knock, but the instant trades instead from a lone boy to take him out. Trying to go for the reset here. Instantly stops the aggression on BotArmyEsports.
I mean, they had to do it. Otherwise, BotArmyEsports was starting to suffocate Likitha Esports. They're already down in numbers. The pressure from 2OP official itself is a little too much to deal with. They have those mobile covers available to them, so they can utilize them, but that's not a lot of space to work with, to be honest, especially with the team right on the flank.
My goodness, they have to push through. BotArmyEsports, they have to make some sort of play. Like, their play was literally getting knocked and going in, but the instant refrags coming in from Likitha Esports was on point. And because of this, they may have missed the timing window to push through. Seems like BotArmyEsports, they are going to try and push through from the west side instead. And fortunately for them, there's only one player from Meta NINZA, and that's going to be a little bit of rat. And I don't think Yashu actually noticed this, and now he's going to get shot instead. Now, Clutchmeister Apollos pulls things through, takes two out, but all the finishes, they were stolen away by Phoenix. Oh, Apollo, you are an absolute madman. You are the reason why BotArmyEsports are getting crumbling here. They get dismantled. They lose 3 for absolutely nothing.
Hey man,
what a spoiler. And now Henry's going to push through. Apollo sees him, but he was holding the nades. He finally gets flushed out, but BotArmyEsports, that is such an unfortunate demise there.
An early exit for BotArmyEsports. I believe they have a decent number of eliminations to work with, but look at what is happening to Evolution MIZORAM now. Phoenix Esports, just a few seconds ago, we saw all 4 players from Evolution MIZORAM. Well, guess what? They're not there anymore. Eliminated from the game. No placement points for this one, but Phoenix Esports, man oh man, 12 eliminations secured. A decent spot to work with as well. They have control of the northwestern edge of the zone. And I believe it should be an easy top 3, top 4 for the players of Phoenix Esports. In the meanwhile, 2OP official, another team that has been on fire since the start of this match till now. Still building up pressure on the players of Likitha Esports. Ranveer OG, the IGL of Likitha Esports, has been knocked out. And that just leaves the lone boy all alone. And his position has been compromised. The only saving grace for him is the fact that he is a few meters inside of the play zone right now.
Yeah, I want to pay attention towards a lone boy as well, because his reflex has been so precise as well with the AUGs. And considering the buffs on ARs, I'm really surprised. But I'm curious to see how, if they are going to be able to do more. But speaking of which here, Phoenix Esports, they have pretty much made their mark. They've got high finishers here. They've just been waiting for the longest time. And guess what? Stolen a lot of finishers in the regards here. But with the zone going to be in play here, how will Phoenix play this is going to be the question. It seems like they do need to push out. And it seems like they do have an opportunity to gatekeep the teams coming from the north side before pushing in. It's free entries here coming from Phoenix Esports.
Yeah, I mean, especially since you see the POV of Gravity Esports, I mean, you know there's a dip that actually plays out in the favor of Phoenix Esports to gatekeep both the last remaining man from GENxFM and the side of Gravity Esports. The only player or the only variable that Phoenix Esports might find a little bit too difficult to control, it's going to be Harry from BotArmyEsports. But Osiris, he was going for a revive. Needs to bring his teammate back, but oh, Dip OP around the corner he goes. Osiris almost taking him out, and well, The shot on the other side of the window, it finally connects. Rivalry Esports still alive, but Osiris has been forced to give up on that revive, and now he's going to just move forward as a lone survivor.
Oh no, speaking of lone survivors here, Henry, he's getting spotted out by Phoenix. Viper gets a couple jabs in, but no connection so far. And the deployable covers is providing him the cover to actually buy a little bit more time. However, GENxFM, they got taken out just now, so it's a little bit unfortunate. But considering that because of the shotgun nerves, that's why that guy was able to survive outside the zone with a nick of health to come in.
Also, it's Harry.
Yeah.
He's a wizard.
Oh yeah, it's Harry. I thought it's Henry.
No.
Okay. Well,
Henry's there. I mean, he's in a different team. We're going to see him in the later stages. I mean,
fair enough.
We all know, ladies and gentlemen, Team Aryan, we are waiting for them. But anyways, we're down to the top 6 of this game. 14 players still alive. 2 OP official. Absolutely incredible start to their journey. Not just of this game, but of the grind as well. I mean, color me already impressed. Phoenix Esports as well. They've done quite well for themselves. I want to see what the total number of finishes will be for Phoenix and 2 OP official at the end of the game. Because one of these 2 teams is going to walk away with the chicken dinner. For sure.
Agreed. But speaking of which here, neat trades coming from Rivalry. And oh no, insane, they get picked apart from afar. As Rivalry was able to clean them up. That's going to be a point in the bag. But unfortunately, one of it was actually stolen away from afar. And that's going to be... I think it was Phoenix that actually took shots in as well. Again, Phoenix Esports, they've just been racking up some serious points.
Yeah, I mean, they've been causing trouble for almost everyone inside this lobby so far. And I think they are going to go on causing trouble for a few more moments, because look at the setup right now. There's this slight dip across the field. You have 2 OP official. Then you have Harry towards the right-hand side. He's an isolated player. Can't really do much. Towards the left, there is Rivalry surviving with 2, and Likitha Esports, a lone boy. Also the solo player from his side. So Phoenix Esports, they have the numbers to work with. They have everything under control. All they need to do is don't panic now.
Exactly. And currently in this roster as well, in this circle here, we're down towards the final 5 team, and only 2 teams has a 4-man roster right now in this final few zones. And that's going to be Phoenix Esports and Eve X2 OP official. And they are the reasons why every single team has been shot out and open. But Phoenix Esports, they know for a fact that BotArmyEsports, Harry is still alive there. So they are going to try and pick him apart before they make their next move. Meanwhile, EveX, they've just been sitting in the compound. They know where Likitha is as well. And they were the first team that they were kind of engaged in combat here, forcing Likitha Esports to not being able to push out. And that's the reason why he's pretty much out and open. And with zone still somewhat favoring EveX to OP official, they can finish off Likitha first before they go through. But
yeah,
unfortunately, not going to be able to do so because Rivalry is the one that picks up that point.
I mean, at this point, as you mentioned, 2 OP official, they just need to clean house. They need to get as many points as they can before they move to the next play zone. Because, well, Phoenix Esports, I guess with the shift of the circle, this game has been handed over to them on a silver platter. It's an open dip. Phoenix Esports, they can take those shots towards 2 OP official for days. All they have to do is just time that assault to perfection. Well, the Doritos drop on the ground from the heavens above. And 2 OP official, they're going to have at least some cover to work with. They are making that bounce as well, and they make it through. They are at the edge of the circle now.
Oh, Harry also getting scouted out by Viper as well. Phoenix Esports, just their gun game is on a different level as of yet. They're still having centers to control, and they know perfectly well where Rivalry is and the rest of the world is as well. It is going to be a 4v4v2 situation, and Rivalry, they're getting pinned by both big teams. And speaking of big teams here, Viper, again, they find a confirmation on INF God, so it's going to be 4v3v2 now.
Well, it's a situation that Phoenix can control for days. Rivalry Esports, the HP bars fading away, Arclin and Artifacts still fighting for their lives, fighting for the chicken dinner. But as we mentioned, 2 OP official now, the numbers are being lost. They have a lot of cover, a lot of smokes being lobbed out to create a soft cover, a little bit of a breathing room for them to work with. But Phoenix Esports, now are they choosing to go for a spread? No, they want to close the distance against the players of 2 OP official, and the pounce comes through. They are in that nade parade range, and Somraj, I think he's going to kick things off. Utkarsh, he needs to be careful. That is a lot of damage. 2 OP official under a lot of pressure right now. Botfire gets taken out. Smoker, well, might as well change his name to a nader with that accuracy. That was incredible.
Okay, now they continue on as well, looking for a couple of picks, looking for confirmations here. Smoker, he's going to try and chip away, but instantly gets sprayed down there. Made a small little mistake, but Sim was able to find artifacts on the sides as well. Phoenix, they are taking fights on different fronts at the same time. And now Somraj is going to try and pick up Smoker as well. The nade barely clips him. But the UXOP official, ooh, Somraj almost getting clipped there. But fortunately for him, he is going to be fine here as Utkarsh does miss the mark. So that's going to be the reset coming through as well as they try to equalize the fight here. If Utkarsh hasn't been able to pick up his team, but fortunately it is able to buy enough time from Phoenix Esports to actually not push through. So it is going to be resets once more. But at the same time, Zone now not favoring any of these teams except for Rivalry, who is currently right at the edge of the inner zone. So Phoenix Esports now, it's on them to push out.
Yeah, and I think Phoenix Esports, they really need to focus their attention on one play rather than two at the same time, because we saw what the impact was, losing out on Smoker, almost losing out on Smoker and Somraj at the same time. This has to be their chicken dinner, but if they go divided, they are going to fall. And Rivalry Esports, they have been patient all this time. I'm loving this performance coming through from Rivalry Esports. Also, by the way, a few moments ago, I was almost about to say that 2 OP official are done, but no. The revive comes through, Botfire is back, and 2 OP official back again in a fighting position.
Yeah, Phoenix now still taking the 2-2 split there, just because they want to gather up all these points, but making sure that you have cover fires is going to be precise. But Arklin spots a small little pixel though. Botfire has to be extremely careful here. But Utkarsh gets flushed out. Smoker with the Molotovs in. Gets the knock in. Now they do have an advantage, but look at this. Smoker, he's a little bit afraid there. But Sim gets another knock on 2 OP official. Instantly allows him to push through to the next phase of zone.
Yeah, now this is going to be the end game for sure, as even the players from Rivalry official are going to start to fall. Phoenix Esports, they bring this match, they bring this conclusion to a 4 versus 1 situation. Shady, he's fighting for his life. Somraj is going to get knocked out. But now the nades come through, and this one should be the closer. No, it falls on the other side of the rock, and that will allow the players of 2 OP official to bring the revive to fruition. On the other side, the Rivalry also bringing their player back. Phoenix Esports, what are they doing? They're struggling to close out this match. Well, a helping hand being lent by the players of 2 OP official as Rivalry is going to be eliminated. Now we are down to a 2 versus 4. Somraj knocked out. Smoker went for a revive, gets traded out. Botfire, he's the last man left alive. And we are down to a... Is it a 1 versus 1 now? It's Smoker versus Botfire. HP close to equal. It is down to the gunfight between the 2 lads, and finally, barely by the skin of their teeth, Phoenix Esports do manage to secure the very first winner chicken dinner of BGIS 2026, the Grind.
Holy moly, ladies and gentlemen. Rising from the ashes here, Phoenix Esports has perfectly just defined what is a Phoenix, because it felt like they will almost drop the ball, but it's understandable why they had to go for 2-2 splits. They were greedy, yeah, sure. But Viper was doing really well individually. Sim was providing good cover fire. But what really stood out in that final moment was Smoker hitting some insane nades and crucial knocks multiple times.
I mean, yeah, they played well. And as you said, I mean, it was an incredible performance from these individuals. But I have to say, I'm going to be critical of this win. This should have been much cleaner. They had the numbers in their favor. They had the circle in their control. But... I mean, yeah, they won the game. They have like 15, 16 eliminations, so congratulations, I guess.
Fair enough. But all things considered here, let's take a little bit towards the final moments as well. Because again, if you pay attention to the map as well, you can see both of them, they actually split for 2-2 split, where 2 of them was focusing on Rivalry and 2 of them was putting pressure on towards 2 OP official. But the problem was that Artifacts got a huge knock here, which pretty much denied the left flank all the way through, which again, Rival needed that knock in order to push in. Unfortunately, 2 OP official was marking them as well. So it was a 3-way deadlock where all 3 teams are aware of each other.
Exactly, and also while we are praising Phoenix Esports a lot right now, I also have to say, I mean, kudos to 2 OP official, man. That was an amazing run. till the very end. In fact, BotArmyEsports Esports, I want to see what this man is going to do throughout the entire year, because that was immaculate, the way he was able to control the last few fights, picking on the players of Rivalry as well, making sure they were eliminated from the game, and also supporting his own team through the entirety of the conflict against Phoenix Esports in the end game.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see how all things will unfold as well. But we made our predictions here, and so far, high five.
Hey, let's go. Phoenix off to a great start. But that was just game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a lot more action remaining for you to enjoy, but all of that is going to happen after a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We will be back after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2026. The grind has finally kicked off. We just witnessed game number 1 from the teams of Group D. And of course, Phoenix Esports, they have already started to set this stage on fire. But the question is, does this run of theirs, does this momentum continue in the upcoming matches? My name is Super Johnny. Joining me right now, it's going to be none other than Salty. And he's finally put on a shirt after the awards.
I mean, I needed to, because it's pretty chilly inside of the studio, to be honest. But apart from that, I'm actually heated up after that first game, because what a game did we have. Honestly speaking, Johnny, skill sets that we had seen in 2025 inside of BGIS, I think that has crossed by miles this time. We saw the sprays coming in through the vehicles as well. We got to see players switching in from the driver's seat, going on to the passenger seat, shooting people down as well. We saw 1v2s happen, we saw 1v3s happen, so many things over there. And of course, Botfire, I think one very interesting fact, it's actually his birthday today, and he performed insanely well in that match.
Hey man, it's not just the age that has taken an upgrade, I guess. It's the man's skill set and his performance as well. What a way to celebrate the birthday, right? I mean, it would have been nice to enjoy a chicken dinner, but the opportunity is still going to be there. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity for you to grab a few exciting skins for yourself inside of BGM. Of course, the Peaky Blinders set is going to be out, so do make sure to grab yourselves a few exciting skins. If you guys get something like that cap, do make sure to share the happiness with us.
You know, this is going to be my outfit in the next awards. I'm going to prepare a long list, a long winning speech as well, and I'm going to be wearing this outfit coming. Hey, how are you guys doing? I can't pull off that accent. I think Necro can actually do it better than me. But nonetheless, coming back to the topic itself, Rondo was a great start, Johnny. Phoenix Esports, some people expected that this team is going to explode, but what a way to actually blow into the scene. I think they are leading the charge by miles.
I mean, see, you being here, I think this is the perfect setup for me, because before the show started, all of us had our individual expectations, and while me and I see grateful as always for the opportunity to open the show, we're able to talk about our expectations of the team, and of course I'm going to talk about what happened, but I want to know what were your expectations before that match kicked off, and did the names that you expected, a few great things from, actually live up to those?
So my pick actually for the day was Meta NINZA, and I feel like I saw Meta NINZA do what they actually do best, and that is to go in aggressive. We saw Apollo pull off a 1v3 at the end while he was surviving all by himself. We saw Fierce do some very good technical things like create some angles for his teammates as well, providing support. Yeah. But the player who actually stood out the most for me from Meta NINZA has to be Shadow, because that man has improved by leaps and bounds. Initially, he used to be that calm and composed IGL who would take your team to the final circle. Now he's the fragger as well.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make sure that when Rondo, a map that allows you to basically get recalled into the game, gives you a second opportunity to fight for your 11, fight for those points, is there. You use it to the best of the advantage. And as you mentioned, Shadow getting aggressive means you have another man that can frag out of his minds. But, ladies and gentlemen, that was the conversation about what we expected, but let's now start talking about what actually happened. So we are going to have the MVP of the game on our screen. This is going to be Viper from Mysterious4x Esports. 7 finishes. And this team just went ham inside of this match, because after 7 finishes, he only gets 39% finish contribution for the team.
I have stopped count on how many finishes did Phoenix actually pull off from that game itself. It was in double digits. It was massive. But just like you mentioned, I think the finish contribution is the most surprising factor, because Somraj was over there. Somraj did a perfectly brilliant job. Viper, of course, a new name in the picture, him doing really well as well. And I think Simp and the rest of his comrades as well kind of did pretty well. So Phoenix, they are in for a start. But look at the top players. Majority of them from Phoenix. Look at that. Smoker with 5 finishes. Shubh OG, by the way. I was sitting with the boys in the Hindi desk and they were talking about how Shubh is possibly the youngest IGL inside of BGIS that grind, but look at his performance here.
Hey, me and Icy were having the same conversation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the youngest lad. I mean, we got to see him. I think for the first time we saw him on camera was the showdown, right?
Yeah.
Who took that interview?
I think it was Rohit.
Yeah, I guess so. The youngest lad inside of the community right now, and an incredible start for him to his day as well. But we are going to move forward to the point rankings right now. Phoenix official finishing with 28 total points from this game. 2 OP with 16. Now, this is why that chicken dinner and those finishes become important, because you see that difference right there, 12 points between the first and the second.
Absolutely. And majority of the teams who were trying to go in aggressive initially inside of the map of Rondo, I think they did get some eliminations. Look at White Walkers. Their strategy was plain and simple, just to slam in on every team, every compound they find. They only could get 4 points over there. Meta NINZA with 7, Gravity with 7. Rivalry was one interesting team as well, because I did not have a lot of expectations from this lineup, but I think Arklin and the rest of the boys also did a very decent job.
I really wanted to talk about Arklin. I mean, he has been there for big rosters for the last 2 years, but never really got the amount of playtime that he deserved. This is his opportunity to prove that, yes, he deserves to be the IGL. He deserves to be in the playing for a recognizable name like Rivalry Esports, because Rivalry Esports, personally for me, this is a legacy name. They have been in the circuit, a part of the community for a very long time. And of course, the redemption story for Arklin, for Rivalry, it's kind of lining up. If they continue the same momentum as they did on Rondo, if this performance, it's just one game, I know, I need to check myself with my expectations. But hopefully they keep this going for the rest of the day, and by the end of the day, they can finish in the top 4, top 3.
I mean, you're not wrong, man. This is the only data set that we have inside of 2026, right? Just one game, one official competitive game inside of this year. So we do not have a lot to talk about, but I think Arklin, one thing that the players around him have always vouched is that he can groom young talents really well. And I think Rivalry, if Arklin does his job perfectly, this is going to be a team to look out for, watch out for throughout. But now Rondo is done and dusted. Next up, we have got 3 straight up Erangels, and I think this is where consistency will matter the most.
Exactly. I mean, this is the home ground for everyone. This is the map that everyone waits for when Rondo goes bad for you. You're like, all right, we ended bad on Rondo. Now let's recover on the Erangels and on the Miramars. And of course, talking about teams that did not do well on Rondo, one of those names is Mysterious4. I expected the start to be a decent one, involved in a heavy fight. There was Meta NINZA, there was Gravity, there was GENxFM. Out of all of them, Mysterious4 just all of a sudden just got 2 finishes, lost all of their 3 players. The recalls came through, and then they just ran to the same fight again and got wiped out. I don't know how that happened.
I think it's still very early stages of Rondo in the competitive circuit. Majority of the teams, they're still trying to figure out how the dynamic works, whether to actually station 1 player at the recall tower, 3 players go in aggressive, or to kind of go in for different splits. Because especially when you try and attack with 3 players, if there's a third party, you've got no chance.
That is true, but I think that 1-3 split strategy, you can't, the 3 players that are there on the assault duty, on the frag duty, they can't doubt themselves. Commit means commit. You run towards one fight face first, do not care about the third parties, because whatever points you get at that point are the only ones that will matter. Once you get recalled, it turns into a standard game. You don't have any more recalls available. You get recalled only once per player. And after that, you just got to play passive. So that option of being aggressive or over-aggressive, it just get completely taken away off the board. So again, 1-3 split strategy, it is good, it is viable, but you have to make sure that there are no second thoughts about taking fights.
Absolutely. But I guess it is done and dusted with Rondo itself, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come back to Rondo tomorrow. But now it is going to be the time of Erangel, and this is one of my favorite maps. Majority of the teams know how to play it as well. This is going to be the home grounds. Come back to match number 2 of BGIS The Grind 2026.
Alright, here we go. As we mentioned, the home ground for every single BGMI athlete in this country. Erangel begins, ladies and gentlemen. The first Erangel of BGIS 2026, the Grind Group D. Of course, the ones kicking things off. And we start off with a very interesting flight path as well. It starts off from the western edge of Hospital and goes towards the southeastern edge of that military island between Novorepnoi and the military base. So it's not one of the longer flight paths. It's quite a short one, and of course leaning heavily towards the southwestern quadrant of the map.
Absolutely. If you want to go towards Puchinki, Primorsk, Feripia, even the military base in Novorupnoi, this flight path is going to be a boon for you. But again, if you are somebody who likes to move towards the northern parts of the map, potentially towards Yasnaya, Shooting Range, Severny, I think those places are completely out of range. And that brings us to the drop clashes, which might potentially happen. One team, of course, you did mention about them. I think EVEX2 OP, this team does have a very solid base. 16 points from the first game, I think. Dropping at Georgopol, no teams around them. This should be a good start.
It should be a good start for sure for 2OP official. Having that safety cushion allows you to luxury of being a little aggressive in an unnecessary situation. But what am I watching? Salty, Team Insane, they have gone insane, and Likitha Esports eliminated within the first few seconds of this game. What just happened? A drop clash for that vehicle spawn, and Likitha Esports, they bite the dust.
Daggers, machetes, pistols. Those were the 3 weapons that were used in the entirety of the fight, and Likitha Esports could not tackle that. And what was that drop collision? I mean, it was in the middle of nowhere. It's not even a drop spot as well, but 2 teams dropping in just for a vehicle, and that is exactly what I talked about.
Yeah, hey man, I'm a weeb. I watch a lot of anime, and there's this one move, Death by 1,000 Cuts. That is what we just witnessed over there. It's just slash and dash everywhere, right, left, and center. But with the situation developing with Shadow Blitz, I don't think that's going to be the only early exit we might see. Esport Social, they ended Rondo with 0 points. Let's not forget that. If they aren't able to convert Erangel, boy, oh boy, that is going to be one of the worst starts we have ever seen in the grind.
You know, one important thing which we do have to mention is last season when the grind came around, you were supposed to be playing 3 matches on the first day. You come back on the next day with a fresh mindset, with a new strategy. This time, you do not get the option altogether. You have to play your 6 matches back-to-back, which means momentum is going to be the key. And if you do not pick it up in the first 2 games, it will be an extremely difficult job for you. But one team who definitely has that momentum will be Meta NINZA. Apollo. It's been a long time we've actually seen Apollo dominate in a top-tier competition at the highest level of it all. But watching that guy clutch out that 1v3 situation last game really raised my hopes.
That is true. I mean, that was impressive. Felt like we were witnessing prime Apollo again. And I mean, of course, if you are named after the god of the sun, you have to shine bright and make sure everyone sees the light. But talk about seeing the light, I think Team Insane, they are going to see the light at the end of the tunnel if they start fighting the players of White Walkers right now. Because there was not a lot of HP on those 2 men that were traversing those open fields.
And White Walkers, I think, is going to be the dark horses of this entire lobby. We saw the strategies inside of Rondo. We saw how they were stationing themselves. But we'll hold on to that conversation. Look at this. I mean, Insane esports. That is one insane piece of luck to have a pistol when two players are chasing you with a machete.
Oh man, I take my words back. That wasn't a death by 1,000 cuts. That was just pistols in play. They got lucky. They found the pistols. And of course, the spray down on those two players at point blank range. Feel bad for Likitha Esports now, but it's okay, lads. This was just one angle. You get two more after this.
Again, it was a flight path. The gods of BGMI just not really blessing the lads of Likitha Esports. Could not go to their northern drop locations, but at least now we still have a little bit of peace. Teams are in their designated drop spots. NINZA still making that rotation, but they are very far away, and quite close to them will be the lads of BotArmyEsports. Now, Ernie is in a fantastic position. He actually can see these players as well, but no shots taken as of yet. Johnny, do you think him as a threat?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, because information is what sets everything up, and if Ernie is able to spot out all four players from the side of BotArmyEsports, I mean, his teammates can make sure they pin them down, because this fight is, by the way, happening in a very awkward position. It's in the middle of nowhere between the military base and the observatory that's close to Novorepnoy. These two teams are quite close to the southern shorelines of this military island. So, BotArmyEsports, they have the option of just surrounding NINZA and just making sure that they pin them down, build up the pressure, but only one problem. Not a lot of loot on either of these two teams to basically commit into the fight for longer than they need to. I think they just take the information and walk away, and BotArmyEsports, they are doing exactly that. NINZA, though, now that is a very tricky team to predict. In certain awkward situations, they might just run after BotArmyEsports looking to hunt them down.
We also saw the loot truck over there, and
Yeah.
I would have loved had BotArmyEsports gone after that, because that would have replenished majority of their stuff. But look at this. GENxFM against Shadow Blitz in the middle of nowhere once again. And Johnny, I have been witnessing this pattern, especially in this first Erangel of 2026, that teams are starting to avoid bigger regions, bigger compounds. They're going in for those isolated houses, buildings and compounds where they can find those deserted loots. But is that going to be working out for them? Because GENxFM right now, I don't really think they've got the perfect loot set. A 2v2 inside of these compounds, nades being cooked already. Shadow Blitz yet to inflict first strike.
Both the teams struggling right now to find the opportunity to engage, but that nade, Nanu, oh, I thought that was going to be the one that creates the opening for GENxFM. Well, they're going to find one nonetheless as the pressure keeps on building up, and Shadow Blitz, the first man, is going to get knocked out. Jump shot coming through from Damu, and he finds the second knock for his team, but GENxFM, a few individuals getting traded out. Shadow Blitz down to the last man, and well, Nanu, he almost takes out Damu as well, but well, can't really do much, can't survive for long enough. GENxFM, they do get those 4 points. Shadow Blitz eliminated from this game, and GENxFM now have the opportunity to reset.
Brilliant execution coming in from GENxFM, especially the way they wrapped around Shadow Blitz, isolated them in a 2v2 fight and forced them to throw bodies right at the crosshairs of GENxFM Esports. I think that was brilliant execution, but this is just the start. 4 finishes right off the bat, but you need to build on that as of yet, because GENxFM, the last game, Johnny, wasn't really up to the mark.
Yeah, I mean, we expected a lot more from GENxFM, but I've been saying since last year, that I think all of the hope we have from GENxFM is from the initial roster that played in 2023 for this team. I might have forgotten the names of the players that were there, but I will never forget the level of aggression they brought in for this roster, the true fearless Marathas that used to play for this lineup. Since then, I mean, they've gone through a lot of changes, by the way. Every single tournament, we've been seeing a different roster for GENxFM. But this time again, I mean, it gives me a lot of hope. That was a pretty clean fight, by the way.
Do you remember we used to...
You get a squad wipe. That's
yeah.
it.
But do you remember we used to talk about how GENxFM might actually have one of the best scouting programs in the industry, because every season they used to come up with a new squad, but that squad used to show us a lot of promise. Yes, they did not make it to the grand finals, to the biggest stage of majority of those competitions, but they still left a mark. And just like you were mentioning, right, you don't remember the names of the players, but we all have those memories. We all remember those fights and the way they took those fights. So I think that is what matters. But look at this right now, Johnny. Very interesting circle on the northern edge of the map, centering on around Severny. How do you tackle this? Because so many teams migrating from the south, this is going to create so much ruckus.
It is definitely going to create a lot of ruckus, and in fact, Phoenix Esports are the ones that are trying to stop a lot of these teams from crossing over, starting off with Gravity Esports, by the way. Samraj got knocked out, but it is going to be an easy revive coming through for Phoenix Esports. And while we were looking at that circle, I want to say this, Mysterious4, this is their story of redemption, because the last game on Rondo, they only got 2 points. This time on Erangel, they have the zone. They are the only team controlling the center of the circle. They have to get those points. 2 OP official, though, put under pressure as Team Alpha, they come knocking on the door. Botfire, stuck in an awkward position, denies the molly to the players of Team Alpha. The other lads from the side of 2 OP official are starting to circle this building as well. You see them in the distance, but it is going to be Team Alpha that kick things off. Botfire, he has been knocked down.
Brilliantly positioned nade, kind of predicted the movement of the player, forced him to go onto the upper floor and laid him up with those nades. Brilliant stuff coming in from Team Alpha. They get their first finish off the board and they get off the mark. But the question remains, where are the rest of the players of EVE X2 OP and why were they not there to support Botfire? I think it was a little bit of a split.
Yeah, it was a split. I think they were playing a 2-2 split over there. And Botfire was just unfortunate enough to get spotted out by the players of Team Alpha. The remaining players had already gone up front, crossed the river to the other side. But 3 players still in play. 2 OP official can still make it work. On the other side of things, Evolution, MIZORAM, we saw them on our screens as well, close to the center of the circle, so they are going to be safe. On the other side of things, BotArmyEsports, Meta NINZA still tackling each other towards the No Repnoi bridge. That is extremely late for both these two sides. This does not work out for either one of these teams.
This is a suicide mission, Johnny. And I think
Pretty
BotArmyEsports, they kind of realized that and they were like, all right, boys, we do not have a lot of time. This is already stage 2, stage 3 coming up as well. We've got more than 2,500 meters to traverse. Let's just head out. Meta NINZA as well. They're going to be having a sigh of relief at this point because I think Bot Army and Meta NINZA had each other at a deadlock and there was no way to actually break it open without losing bodies. Having said that, the deadlock has been broken. BotArmyEsports on their way, and I guess Meta NINZA also will find a way inside of the circle. Talking about the circle, Rivalry Esports just about to enter, but they have a couple of outliers who are looking to gatekeep. One will obviously be Team Alpha, and the second one will be EVE X2 OP. But look at the circle. What on earth is happening, Johnny?
Yeah, it's just moving up north towards the shoreline. I think the zone this time is... well, it wanted to favor Mysterious4, but Mysterious4 a little bit hesitant in moving out from behind their cover are going to get punished now because majority of the teams have moved up and Mysterious4 are pushed towards the edge of the circle. I just want to say this, that I don't think Meta NINZA and BotArmyEsports make it to the play zone, by the way. I think they're just going to get taken out. There's so many teams they have to get past from, and it's not going to be easy. They're going to get third-party. That timing of the rotation, they should have moved out extremely early. The moment they realized it was a circle for Severny, they should have moved out from that military island.
They're pretty much lacking way behind the rest of the pack at this point. But look at Severny. 3 teams already. You've got Gravity, you've got Evolution, MIZORAM, as well as you've got Team EVE X2 OP. Now, I'm really excited to see what can Evolution, MIZORAM bring on the table because we've seen good placements coming in from them. We've seen good rotations coming in from them. But can they handle the amount of firepower that we see inside of BGIS, the Grind 2026? It's gone up a notch. Look at this. Utkarsh spotting out artifacts and beautiful spray down. Connection on towards the head, breaks open his skull, gets the knock. EVE X2 OP, they have first blood.
Well, 2 OP, they have the opening that they need because they are already down a player. Let's not forget, Botfire getting eliminated early on. And Rivalry Esports have one shot. He's trying to see if he can get his teammate back into play. Artifacts stuck on that shoreline. And look at that, Meta NINZA already losing bodies mid-rotation. GENxFM, they find themselves up against Team Insane as well. Rivalry on the other side, well, on the shoreline, on the northern shoreline. It's not going to be an easy revive. One shot still making his way towards artifacts. Alright, he should be able to bring him back inside of the game. Utkarsh can't really do much apart from just take that vehicle out.
Exactly, man. I think it's an extremely risky move coming in from one shot because he did have the option to just stay alive, potentially playing for those position points. But now look at this. Since he had actually gone in for the revive, potentially he's compromising his vehicle and he's no way to move out of that shoreline of the sea. So I'm not sure what the game plan is going to be from this point out because EVEX2OP have got Severny under lockdown. The entirety of the Northern Territory, I think, is under their control.
Yeah, pretty much. But the only problem I see, and it's not going to happen right now, it's going to happen in a few moments, is they are going to start to run out of ammunition because you can't really move around much once you're stuck inside of these compounds. And if you keep taking those shots willy-nilly on anyone you see, you are going to run out of bullets soon. There's still 14 teams, 48 players alive. We are going to move towards stage 4, and it's again towards the shoreline. Man, either Los Hermanos or Rivalry need to take advantage of this game because there is just 3 teams inside the circle and Team Insane, well, they are going to have to deal with a lot of teams moving through that cluster.
Absolutely, Johnny. But you know what? On the other side of the spectrum, I'm really excited to find out how can White Walkers make their way inside because there's still 4 men alive. They're still making their way in. This is a very long rotation and they are potentially using up their meds as well in doing so. But as soon as they go past that blue zone, I think there are going to be multiple teams lined up. Mysterious4xNaqsh, GENxFM Esport Social as well. All of these teams, they're waiting with open arms. Is that fight going to go in the favor of White Walkers? That is a big question.
Look at that. Fierce from NINZA somehow does manage to find a spot inside of the circle. He's the last man left alive for his team. And just like in the previous game, NINZA in a very awkward position. But White Walkers, they're scouting on the other side of the ridge. Want some info. I believe the sounds of the players of GENxFM have been heard. But a little bit of hesitation from White Walkers in picking up those fight. And that might have been the right call. Because as soon as they commit, they see that hovercraft on the other side. I love this vehicle, to be honest. A mobile tank with a lot of HP, but GENxFM, it's not even going to matter. White Walkers, they kick things off in a brilliant manner. 2 knocks secured. The trades haven't come through yet for the players of GENxFM. They are going to find one. Aditya is going to be the first man hitting the floor. And as he lobs out the nade, his teammates, they need to make sure that they do not let GENxFM find that free frag. And the cover fire comes through as well. GENxFM down to the last man. He goes for the fight and he gets taken out. White Walkers getting those 2 elimination points because a few have been stolen, by the way.
Yeah, brilliant recovery from White Walkers, but will they go out of this situation will be the main question. Aditya being knocked out in the middle of nowhere and now has been cleaned up as well by Shogun. So now White Walkers are left with the 2-man outfit. Not really inside the zone, but they do have a little bit of the edge. But they don't really have complete control because Los Hermanos, they are lingering all around that region. Have a look at this. Team Alpha. Beautiful connection coming in from Adonis. Evolution, MIZORAM. A lot of pressure on them. And this time, they succumb under it.
Well, Team Alpha doing quite well, I have to say. I take my words back. I'm not going to praise anyone from now because the moment I say Team Alpha is doing well, look at the amount of utility thrown in their face by Phoenix Esports. And that is a slam dunk. Coffin knocked out. Adonis, he is the last man surviving for the side of Team Alpha and Phoenix Esports. They have built an incredible amount of pressure on Team Alpha. Look at the freedom they have in terms of movement. They just run out into the open, still lobbing those nades to try and pick off these players, to try and go for the cleanup. But since the finish points haven't come through yet, Phoenix know that Team Alpha, they're still intact.
And I think they have to be wary of Mysterious4 because the way they are rotating, that is a big threat for Phoenix and the rest of the players as well. 5 frags in their bag. I guess they know that they have to play in for those position points. But now let's shift focus on towards the southern circle. Mysterious4, they've actually found Esport Social and napping. And a couple of those players have been knocked out. This is brilliant stuff coming in from this team because Rondo did not go in their favor. This time, they're trying to make amends.
Yeah, and still, I mean, they're trying to make amends. But this could have been a better game for Mysterious4 because let's not forget, Stage 1, they were the only team inside the play zone.
True.
After the Stage 1, Stage 2 transition. So they had the control of the circle from the start of the match. Now I think it's a desperate moment for Mysterious4. That's just my take, that now they are going to be forced to go for those fights because they are outside the play zone. But Team Alpha, I guess surviving Phoenix wasn't enough because the moment they survive Phoenix for a few moments, they run into 2OP official and 2OP, they pick off a few. Phoenix shows up for the cleanup and that's the elimination for Team Alpha, I believe. Are they out of the game or do they still have 1 player left?
I guess they are out of the game. There is no player from Team Alpha left, but Phoenix Esports, they certainly are thriving. Next up on the target list, on the hit list, by the way, is actually going to be EVX2OP Official. They've got a one-player knockdown. Viper constantly on the prowl, looking for those manhunts, looking for those scouts, and I think he's spotted the rest of the players as well. But is he going to engage? Big question.
Oh, I think considering that Phoenix Esports have the luxury of all of those points from Rondo, they are going to engage, but none like this. Sketch pushes for the White Walkers like he was sent on a mission from the Lannisters and just cleans things up. Mysterious4, well, they do get those 2 points in the bag, but Sketch is going to lose his life for that. And, well, Mysterious4 now down to, I believe, their last player. It is going to be Goku, and he needs to go Super Saiyan to take on the brothers of Los Hermanos.
Absolutely. I think this is time for him to actually do the damage control. Can play for this position point, but as soon as I say that, wow, what a nade coming in from Altu. Cleans him up. Los Hermanos, they are well set for the end game now. 2OP Official as well, losing out on their life. From the distance, it was Rivalry Esports. And look at this. Ayush Oji, we saw this team getting absolutely pincered in the northern parts of the circle, but still, from in the middle of nowhere, they've gotten themselves 5 finishes.
Yeah. I mean, it has been incredible. Rivalry, they are doing an amazing job. And of course, it might just be one player getting all of those finishes, but hey, if the team does well, if it's the team that does well. Phoenix Esports on the other side of things, though, taking on Team Insane. And, well, getting a little too over-aggressive. They need to watch their back as well, because Los Hermanos, they might have a line of fire available to take on at least a few individuals from the side of Phoenix. Look at that. Insane. They are finding those trade, and this is what I was talking about. Xerx from the side of Los Hermanos picks off another man. Somraj, he might be the last player surviving for the side of Phoenix Esports. And Xerx knows exactly where he is. He has his teammate right next to him. They can make things work. Phoenix Esports biting a little bit more than they can chew, but they are in the top 4, and they get eliminated on the 4th position. We're down to the top 3 of this game. Los Hermanos, they're there with 7 eliminations. Team Insane is going to be there with a decent number of eliminations as well. A team that kicked off the game, but they were the first ones to get a squad wipe. Are they going to be there getting the last squad wipe as well?
Potentially, that can be a storyline for us. Initially, they did not have weapons, but now they have loot, they've got control, they've got a compound as well. They've got everything to work with. But now, all that depends is whether or not can they close this game out. LHS, though, look at that split, by the way. 3 players in 3 absolutely different locations. It's almost like a Bermuda Triangle in the middle of nowhere. Not a lot of covers to work with, but it's the angles that they're trying to play in with.
I love this position and this position play from Los Hermanos. 2 players in the city to provide the cover fire. Shogun on the shoreline to just keep the players moving in from those shores at bay. And then Xerx outside the play zone to create that extra bit of added pressure. But Rivalry Esports, man oh man, what a great start to their first day of the grind. 2 games in a row, top 3.
Absolutely, and Ayush Oji, of course, kudos to this lad. 5 eliminations all by himself, still sticking around, still trying to make it inside of the top 2 as well, going in for those position points. It deserves a lot of credit. But the question still remains, can Los Hermanos deal with Insane Esports? Because now Team Insane, they're actually outside the circle. They will have to leave their compounds, their safe havens, move out in the open, and that is exactly where I guess LHS are looking to pounce.
Well, let's see though. Los Hermanos, as you mentioned, I don't think, I only disagree with one thing you said, Salty. They don't need to pounce. They need to hold their ground. And everyone else needs to move out into the open. And Los Hermanos, they are playing that patience game to perfection, but Altu needs a little bit of ammunition. Dope as well. They're running out of bullets, Los Hermanos.
Does work that way, especially with those 5.56. You tend to use it for your long-range encounters. We'll talk about that, but another team who bites the dust, it will be Rivalry Esports, left with just a 2-man team right now. One shot and Ayush Oji still holding their ground, but how will they leave their covers and try and push forward toward the circle? Because one shot OP has got nothing to breed with.
Well, he's stuck in the blue as well. The moment he steps out, it's just a question of whether you give the opponents your point or do you just bite the bullet, and in this case, well, get taken out by the blue zone. Oh, it's a precise peek, but Clutcher still finds the knock. Rivalry Esports, I think this is the end game for them, and there it is. The last man also getting eliminated. Ayush Oji gets picked off, and now we have it. Los Hermanos, Team Insane, a 4v4 for the endgame. Clutcher steps out into the open, barely stays alive for a few extra seconds, but finally gets knocked out at the hands of Shogun. And Team Insane, they are going to be the first team to lose a player. Now, not enough numbers, not the angles, not the map control for them to secure this chicken dinner. And this is going to be Los Hermanos just racking up those finish points for the end game and securing a massive winner chicken dinner for themselves on Erangel.
Wow, what a game it was. LHS, it was potentially perfect on all fronts, to be honest. Their positioning, their timings, their teamwork, their coordination, their synergies, everything was brilliant. You can actually see the same for Team Insane as well. Apart from that last bit, I think when the circle moved out, they had no options altogether.
I think for Team Insane, at least we can say that they just got unlucky towards the end. That they were stuck in that cover position for a long time and they grabbed a lot of attention, so they could not really move out. And Phoenix Esports also, let's not forget, showed up to just keep them outside of that play zone. And Los Hermanos got control of that circle early because of that. But Insane was the team that kicked things off in this match. Match begins when the first 30 seconds they get the first squad wipe of this game. And from there, finishing in the top 2, it was a nice performance from Team Insane.
I absolutely love that, and I think this makes the competition even more, I would say, brutal, because now there are majority of the teams, apart from Phoenix Esports, who are in that top 4, top 5 regions with no points difference altogether. You've got LHS rising up. You've got Team Insane rising up as well. And Rivalry, you've got to give it to these lads as well. They did not give us a very flashy performance in either of those games, but to actually stick around till the top 3, get a decent number of elimination points in both the games, I think that deserves a lot of credit, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does. Be it Rivalry, be it Insane, be it Phoenix Esports, because Phoenix was just using that advantage from Rondo in this Erangel to perfection. They just went aggressive again. They're like, all right, we have that safety net. Let's use it. Let's just go for the aggression. Let's just go for those finish points and see what happens. And things kind of worked out. Top 4 again, I believe, with 6 or 7 eliminations. So, impressive run.
I think it is the system for Somraj more than the players. He can just actually work it with anyone. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about the stats. But before that, we'll go on a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BGIS The Grind 2026. Once again, we just finished an amazing match of Erangel, and to discuss about it, I've kind of replaced Johnny with my best friend currently right now. It's gonna be Icy, baby. What's up? This man has been, taking me out to shopping and stuff as well. He's been taking care of me, but now you've got to take care of the desk and talk us through how was that game for you and what do you think of the performances?
Personally, I had very, very low expectations coming to the grind here, but after seeing game 1 and game 2, you know what? I wasn't expecting such an explosive round here. We had a melee fight right from the get-go. what? Huh? That's a full squad wipe with just melees all the way through. That was pretty interesting. And we also see Phoenix also making a redemption game number 1. So I'm really, really excited about that. Unfortunately, you know what I'm really, really disappointed? Is that I do not have a setup. And that is going to be the Peaky Blinders setup right now on screen here. You can spin to get... They've got 2 sets of Thomas Shelby's set costume and also Arthur Shelby. And if you guys love this Emmy Award-winning TV series, you gotta watch it. This is amazing.
I mean, you gotta watch it, you gotta actually wear it inside of the game as well to kind of get the feel of it. And I think I love the persona, I love the attitude as well of these boys. So, might as well take it forward inside of the game. Think of it, wearing Peaky Blinders outfit, just blind rushing onto every team that you find is not that the best way to play BGMI.
It's such a gentlemanly movie with a little bit of a... I don't know how to describe the movie.
We'll come back to that. I think we'll have this conversation later on. But, you know, coming back to Erangel, this was the first Erangel that I had witnessed. Now, the first Erangel of 2026 competitive circuit, we had a twisted flight path, which was towards the southern side. We had a circle, which is extremely towards the north, moving towards the shorelines. I think teams are now starting to figure out that this time, the game is not going to give them any help.
The perfect summary on how do I describe game number 2 is that scam circle, bro. That was literally a scam straight up, right from the bottom all the way to the top. It's like, dude, that's how do you play that, to be honest?
But well, look at this. LHS, they actually did pretty well. And our MVP, of course, will be dope from that matchup. 6 eliminations, 43% finish contribution. And LHS themselves, I think, had double-digit finish numbers, somewhere around 13 or 14. But more than the finish numbers I see, I love the way they played their circles out, their splits, their coordination, and the way they communicated with each other. We'll talk about the top 5 players. Of course, you've got Ayush Shoji from Rivalry, who had 5 finishes and 100% finish contribution. Isn't that insane?
Yeah, it is truly indeed as well. I think out of all the 3 teams that, 2 teams that were consistent in both games here is Phoenix and also Rivalry. They have made a lot of consistency things.
Very true.
But Los Hermanos making a little bit of bounce back in game number 2. I had a lot of expectations coming towards this team. They are, I would arguably, the stompers of when it comes to qualifying for those main events here. Every single official, especially from last year, they've done really well, especially from the early stages until the end stage. So for them to see them make a little bit bounce back in game number 2, okay, sure, it's to be expected. And I'm glad they bounced back off a very annoying start here, considering that Rondo, it's a free-for-all for everybody.
True. But, you know, moving on, I think more than LHS, I'm also impressed with the way Team Insane handled this entire game, because it's not easy to actually drop down, go in on a drop fight where people are chasing you with machetes and knives, but you still have to deal with pistols. And from that point on to actually reach the ending stages of the game, they did lose out on that last fight, but I think the rest of the game, they were absolutely fabulous.
I don't know how to describe Likitha Esports in that game number 2 itself, right? Think about this, right?
Neither do I.
Getting pan is one of the biggest humiliation in the game so far in BGMI, but getting squad wiped by melee all the way through, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know, man.
Well, I think that is something which they will have to take with a pinch of salt, but, well, talking about salt, we do have the overall standings and a lot of salt from Phoenix and LHS to the rest of the teams inside the lobby. Surprising entrances, of course. Nobody expected EVEX 2OP to actually do this well. 24 points after the first 2 games. I think this is a very decent start.
Yeah, I really like how 2OP official has been playing from the past 2 games, right? Like, we know for a fact that especially there were allegations from last year as well, etc. They have been somewhat consistent. Obviously, the pressure got towards them in the grand finals as well. Now they are going to try and redeem themselves, but it's a completely different roster. Botfire is in action, but he didn't do too well in game number 2. Game 1, he was there. He was one of the solid players coming from 2OP official, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing. They still have that somewhat foundation of like, okay, you know what, let's play compound, secure it, and then go from there, which is a very different play styles towards how the international teams did play during BMIC as well. They like playing out and open, so that's one of the first biggest differences between the international and the Indian teams. Compound first, play safe, and then push out from the zone, or if the zone favors us, great, that's a little bit of a different approach. But based on just now circle, you can see it actually tests teams on how they want to rotate outside, how do they want to approach out in the open, awkward situations, and then progress from there. So that's where the real skill comes to play. That's why having so many maps, so many games in every single round kind of reduces the inconsistency of teams, and it actually shows who is capable or prepared and who's not.
I absolutely agree with you over there. But one thing which I do want to give credit to OP for, I think, is they're not just copy-pasting templates from the international teams. They are trying to bring something of their own. They're trying to do their basics first and then potentially moving on. And in my opinion, 24 points from the first 2 games, they've done their basics, right?
Correct.
Plus, I just want to go easy on bot5 because it is the man's birthday today. So I do not really want to go very ham on him. I feel like EVX 2 OP, nobody expected inside of the top 3. But there is one very important team that we have to talk about. Could not really perform to the best of their
Likitha Esports?
Not Likitha Esports. I'm talking about Evolution MIZORAM. What do you have to say about that? Amazing positioning, always finding themselves in the center of the circle, but somehow in the ending stages, they lose that foundation. What do you think is going on?
I think it comes down to the goal of what you want to be in every single group stages or round stages in particular, right? So the goal here is, do you want to finish first or do you want to be the top 8? Because eventually top 1 and top 8 has no difference. Eventually it just comes down to just stay top 8, be consistent, and then qualify for the next round. That's all you ask for. And MIZORAM, I would say first game, they got 7 points-ish. Not too bad. 7 points per game pretty much gets you in towards a top 8 position, I would say, arguably.
Currently they're in the bottom 3. Now that is where I'm
well,
not
it's
really
only 2 games, so it's still a hit or miss,
yeah.
right?
I mean, honestly, they do have options. I mean, they've got 4 more games left. They've got 2 Irangles, which is going to be brilliant. And then we'll have to find out how do they tackle the aggression of Miramar, because that is a completely different ball game altogether. But apart from that, I think Evolution MIZORAM, one thing which they will have to work on, which I think, in my opinion, is going to be their firepower. I think when it comes to their 4v4 fights, there are certain chinks in the armor because they aren't really that well coordinated, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would say, okay, so if you give me enough data, I can give you a rough summary on how the team is. But considering how bad of a circle that was from a player's perspective,
Yeah.
it's anyone's game. It's still FFA. Like, you can't count them out yet just because if you were playing the game, oh, I just spawned in south side. Great. You know, we're far away from our drop spots. Oh, there's a lot of teams looking for cars, blah, blah, blah. And then 1 minute, oh, the circle is all the way to north. How do I get... So if my drop spot is there, great, sure. But if my drop spot is all the way here, and then, you know, by the time I reach here, I loot here, I go up, I'm caught in middle of crossfires all the way through, I'm under-looted, etc. So I wouldn't put them in a situation where I can gauge them completely, because again, all these teams, they're going to be playing a total of 16 matches.
Yeah.
So it's still too early to say they're out yet. You can't really count them out yet.
Honestly speaking, yeah, but then the kind of situation which you were describing, I felt like it was kind of meta NINZA and the bot army deadlock, because everyone was inside the circle, but those 2 lads, they were in no military base, and I think that was something which was lacking way behind. But I think, ladies and gentlemen, the second Erangel being done and dusted, we are setting ourselves up for the next game, which is going to be the 3rd map of the day, I see. Are you ready?
Well, I am ready. Are you guys ready? Without further ado, let's jump into game.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is BGIS, the Grind 2026, match number 3, the map of Erangel. And we do have the big bird flying on the skies. Yet again, the tropical islands. Look at how beautiful it looks, right? From up top, peaceful, no warfares altogether. But having a look at the flight path, I think this time we are being offered something slightly different. It's still twisted towards the southern side. I think it is still tilted on towards the right-hand side of the map. If teams want to go towards somewhere like a Georgopol shooting range, Severny, it's going to be a very long task. But apart from that, I think majority of the teams, they should be sorted. Now, this time I still want to find out if are there going to be those vehicle collisions just like we saw Insane and Likitha go after, because that is something which I love to witness.
They might happen as well, but I want to bring in a little bit of like a zodiac astrology kind of concept as well, because if you base on last year's trend, there has been high frequency in certain maps in particular, especially for BGIS. It was Yasnaya and Georgopol, Everest for last year's BGIS, and then for BMBS it was a little bit more Gatka and I think it was Rozok in particular. And then this map now, it feels like the flight path, especially for just 2 games, is just on the southern approach as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the circle fit head up north again. If that actually happens, well, we're done. You know, next Erangel is going to be a northern circle again.
Imagine this. Had Destro
okay, it's not happening.
Imagine this. Destro in these first 2 games of Erangel, his drop location of military base, I think he would have actually loved these flight paths. I'm not really sure about the circle, to
Well,
be
we're going to
honest.
see him in like Group C, B, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's going to be a long time here. But we do have a clash right here, Rivalry. Going to be going head-to-head against Gravity here. So it's going to be an all-out brawl right from the get-go. Not really a lot of loots here. There is going to be Lipovka. They don't really have a lot of strategic spots to work with here. So individual skills is going to be a crucial factor here as Cyrus gets a couple of suppressed fires in, but doesn't want to risk it. He's a little bit far off from his teammates as well. Draxi does have a flank, and they've got Rivalry boxed in as well. So Artifacts and Ayush is pretty much caught in the crosshairs, and even Mike as well. So don't get knocked is the way to go. Find an opener.
Absolutely. And I think the man who actually will be the main centrifugal point has to be one-shot OP, because from the backlines, I think he can kind of clean out Gravity Esports, give them a little bit of tension to work with, and with the Draxi in the close lines, I guess this fight is about to break open. Now, Ayush OG is going to be in red-hot form. Last match, 5 finishes, all by himself, 100% finish contribution. He should be feeling extremely confident, but he still needs to find the opening. And look at where exactly he's sitting. He's kind of predicting the movement of Draxi to enter in from the door. And as soon as he does that, I guess, he's going to open fire.
Yeah,
is it going to happen? That is not going to happen. Yes, it does. Well, there you go, Aishoji. That is brilliant predicament, but now he needs to move on. The next player almost about to chime in, but this is where Rivalry can actually play the numbers game, I see.
This is such a punishing moment here as well. The buffs onto his AR is just spectacular. And Shroop finds an off angle here through the windows. Gets another second knock here. And that's going to be a little bit of resets here. They don't really want to overcommit to this, but you can see Shroop is keeping tabs on one player flanking from the sides here, especially coming in from them.
No way, that's a pistol.
Okay.
No way Mikey George just gotten himself the first finish with a pistol.
Oh, Shub with the jump shots here, dropping down, finds another player from Rivalry here. And this might be it for Rivalry. iShot pretty much the last player left. And it's going to get completely surrounded here as Gravity had the initial jump. Now with the UMPs, he's going wrapping around here. He doesn't have a helmet here. A couple hit shots in, he's going to go down. Suppressed Fires comes in, gets the first knock. He needs a second one though. Goes for the drop shot, misses the connection, but gets flanked from the back. And Gravity Esports, they take everything and they get 4 points in the bag.
You know, whoever was doubting Shub OG as an IGL, I think that man is terribly wrong, because in spite of being one of the youngest players inside of the lobby, I think this man has an immense IQ to actually find that off angle to completely shift the weight, the balance of this fight towards Gravity Esports. That takes a lot of talent, that takes a lot of skill and understanding of the game. And Shuboji did that perfectly. Not just that, I think even the intermediate shot calling was brilliant to actually not go in one after the other, but to flank in from the backside. Beautiful stuff from Gravity Esports, still retaining all their 4 players inside of this fight. Unfortunate for the other team, Rivalry, but then this is the first game where they could not really keep up that momentum.
Yeah, the circle is going to be shifting on the east side as well, so nothing super crazy for them. You know, they are in Lipovka, they've got the whole city for themselves. Loots are okay, it's not the greatest, but at the same time, I feel like right now, they've got all the time in the world. Like, they don't really need to rush things here. Do they want to get a couple of solid spots? But when it comes to this circle in particular, I think Insane's already got map control. Evo is also going to be having a little bit of map control here. Metan is going to be coming from the north side. It's too shabby. But first phase circle, you don't expect too much collisions or clashes unless they do see early pit stops.
Yeah.
But for Likitha, this is my biggest concern right now. Like, they've had 2. Well, first game is not great. Second was just a complete flop for them. I want to see how they recover over this, because eventually, you want to be in the top 8.
Yeah.
One massive game will propel you into the top 8, but they need to somewhat be consistent.
You know, if we actually focus on Ranveer OG on an individual level, I think it's not just the first 2 games. He wants to redeem himself. This is his redemption arc with Likitha Esports. We saw what happened in BMSD inside of the showdown, but look at this now. Goku from the distance, finding that connection on that spray. Beautiful stuff. And once again, Evolution MIZORAM, a little bit of a scrappy rotation over there, and one of the reasons why they've kind of gotten a man down. Oxygen 23 on the flank. I don't think he's going to get any visibility on Goku. Player's going to be picked up. I guess he's going to be recovered as well, but that certainly was a very scrappy rotation.
Yeah, seems like he's going to lose a vehicle off that as well here, but the reset comes in. Well, I'm really surprised here. Mysterious4 not going for this push, but it makes a lot of sense now because Goku is all by himself. So the question here is that does Evolution MIZORAM realize there was only one player? Obviously, not enough, lack of information, lack of position. It's going to be very, very difficult. But it seems like they are going to reposition away, not risking for the push. But as soon as I say this here, Mysterious4, Calvary's calling in. They are going to give them a little bit more pressure. And while this skedaddle, Mysterious4, well, they got the information, so nothing crazy, I'd say.
I mean, they're getting information. They're also trying to line their shots up, but unless and until they get the opening, it does not make any sense to actually push past their defenses. But coming back to the conversation of Likitha Esports, I think this is an extremely long rotation to actually come in from Primorsk, take the extreme western highway, go up north towards Georgiopol, and then make that injection inside the circle. Likitha Esports, do they seem a little underconfident? Because I don't see that confidence in taking fights. It seems like they're kind of trying to run away from every single fight, and that is costing them lives.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're not exactly inside zone yet. So I would say getting in zone first and then trying to get a position is going to be great here. They did scout out Eve 2OP and the sides here, so I would say they are in a similar rotation. But the question here is, how do they push it, right? Like, do you want to cross the bridge onto Yasnaya, or do you want to push it towards Yasnaya City and just hope to hunker down there? Is going to be the question. But let's take a look at the replay here between Rivalry as well as Gravity right from the get-go as well. Yeah, this off angle from Shub kind of equalized the fight here for Rivalry and immediately gave them a little bit of upper hand here. Mikey with the pistol, so this was an insane clutch for him. And you talked about it as well. Headshots across the board, just completely denying them.
And look at this as well, right? Look at the micro shot calling. One shot OP, he kind of predicted that the second player is almost going to peek out, but then to have that presence of mind to not just go in for that finish, instead letting the other player come in from the back lines, that just makes the difference. But another team we have to talk about has to be White Walkers. They've been reckless so far, I see. If I had to put it very simply, they're just going in and trying to dive into fights one after the other. It's kind of working in for them, getting those finish elimination points, but when you look at the overarching picture, it seems like the results, it's certainly not going in their favor, but right now, situation is not in the favor of Mikey as well. The nade comes through, just barely evades the explosion, but White Walkers, they are on his toes right now, chasing him. They want to get his finish, and he's just trying to hold on to his dear life as long as he possibly can. Will support come through? Not in time. Mikey gets knocked out. White Walkers, they get first blood.
Nicely done there. Coming from White Walkers, they need to take another one as well. Murnox again with the second nade comes through. Shub instantly gets shut down. Gravity, they're too far apart to commit to this fight, and just like that, they will secure themselves 2 points in the bag. Mikey Jot, well, it's still not exactly secured yet. Insane may be able to try and third party this, or maybe even try and steal that point away, but, well, looks like the confirmation finally comes through. That's 2 points in the bag. Meanwhile, we do see Team Alpha having a little bit of run in here with Shadow Blitz, and Shadow Blitz is going to be hunkering down inside the shelters here. The exit has been completely blocked off by Team Alpha now.
It has been blocked off, but it seems like Shadow Blitz, they will find a safe haven inside of these tunnels. As of yet, not really a lot of threat. Team Alpha still marking the exit, so anytime Shadow Blitz wants to actually come out of this tunnel, I guess Team Alpha will be waiting for them with open arms. As of yet, Shelter being the center of the circle, we are moving on to the eastern part of the map, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not really sure how this is going to be panning out because we still have 56 players, 15 teams, but the eastern part of the circle, it does not have a lot of compounds, so we are looking at open fights. Yet another one, this time Fierce on the prowl. A lot of shots being fired, but not a single point of damage.
Yeah, nothing much you can do. But information gathered though. Yasnaya, obviously, it's not exactly in zone, but for Meta NINZA to try and keep tabs here is just so good, right? Like, you get those information, you can count your frequencies, expecting where teams may or may not be. Are they going to be east side or maybe on the west side? It's going to be extremely crucial if you want to plan your march accordingly. And based on the minimap as well, Meta NINZA, they're pretty much split off 1-1-1-1, but they are in potential spots where they can realign in one straight line. So is a straight line push rotation coming from them? it is going to be a hit or miss, right? So if somebody crashes onto you, they are going to get taken out. If you pay attention to maps, so it's getting Fierce all the way in Northwest, Yasnaya, Apollos, and then Tiger, and then Shadow down in the middle. So it's one straight entry. It's a very simple rotation, but it's pretty much safe. But if one of these spots get hit, it's impossible to back them up in time.
It is impossible to recover. I think I completely agree with you there. Apollo and White Tiger, they might actually face a scuffle against Insane Esports at the borderlines of the circle, but with Shadow holding the central parts, I guess NINZA, they are going to be safe at least for now. But on towards the other places, look at this. Shadow Blitz, Team Alpha, they're still in close proximity. You've also got Esport Social in the mix of things as well. But GENxFM, I think this is going to be one outfit I'm going to be looking out for, because not really a lot of damage, not really a lot of flashy plays in the first two games. They can certainly make their mark. It's just about that confidence. It's just about the aggression that GENxFM has always historically shown us inside of BGIS, the grind.
Yep. But at the same time here, Likitha Esports, they are in a very troublesome spot as well. Because if you pay attention to minimap as well, Meta NINZA is one of the reasons why every single team is kind of stuck in this northeast corner, right? Like, they put one person in every single small little dots here across one dead straight line. And whenever they take shots, it was the intention to give the illusion that there is a full team there. And because of that, every single team strayed away from them, resulting in now this huge cluster of teams trying to make their way from the northeast side. You've got Mysterious4, you've got EVEX, you've got Likitha Esports now. It's going to be a free-for-all right now.
This is almost like a circumference coming in from Likitha Esports as well.
Yep.
They went in from Primos towards Georgiopol, now they're towards Lipovka. This has been an enormous rotation, but none of this is actually working out because a lone boy, yet again, will get picked off in the middle of nowhere, completely stranded by these players of Mysterious4. Fragger getting the frag, of course, a Ray in the distance, but I guess no shots will be taken against him. Osiris is on his knees already. Draxi needs to pull off this 1v2. The nade kind of being misplaced over there, and Coffin wants to go in for the shotgun, and he connects yet again. Brilliant push coming in from Team Alpha as they clean out Shadow Blitz, and this is a brilliantly done. I guess it was not Shadow Blitz, it was some other team. Pardon me for that, but Team Alpha, that was a brilliant execution coming in from them.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward as well, but at the same time, Shadow Blitz, they're pretty much still stuck inside as well. Gravity was the one that actually got eliminated from this fight. So I would say Team Alpha, they know for a fact that there's a team down below. They've got the entire hovercraft just blocking the entire entry point as well. So I would say Shadow Blitz, they're stuck underneath. They have to take a different entry point. Fortunately for them, they're still inside the zone. But if the zone favors them, great. But if it's not, they're pretty much done for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one team I'm also very concerned about is how is Shadow Blitz going to find their way out of those tunnels? How are they going to find their way towards the exit points? Because that is being completely marked in every single front. You've got GENxFM in the north, you've got Team Alpha waiting for them in those lines as well. But on towards the eastern part of the circle, you've got Team EVEX2OP, who themselves also have had a very long rotation. Now they're on the eastern part of the map, but no injection points been given up. Look at this. White Walkers just on the north side. You've got LHS on the south side as well. It's almost like a sandwich situation. Just in case if they do find a collision, I guess, they will have to go in for the push.
Yeah, but based on this zone as well, it's going to be a little bit tricky for Meta NINZA. They've got an initial setup to get themselves into this spot. But the problem is, this circle does not favor them in terms of compound. They have a couple here on towards Apollos. But if they can fend everybody off, they don't really have the right angles to challenge the teams that is coming in from prison itself. So it's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to work with. But Likitha, they do find themselves a couple of trench to work with on the highways there, which is great. But it's a momentary cover only. So hopefully they will be able to find a couple of openings to work with here. EVEX also forced to take a little bit pit stop here. They're pinned between Insane and also Likitha. So we're not going to be seeing any kind of aggressions anytime soon, just because of the fact that prison may look at them. Or the people from on top of the mountains here may look at them. So it's going to be a very, very tough call. And as you can see, Ninja OP as well, he's so a little bit hesitant to push towards that direction as well.
You don't do that.
Yeah.
As soon as you do that, I guess Likitha Esports, they're going to have their opportunity to pounce and potentially get themselves back in form. Clutcher has the information of the players. He knows where exactly they're lying down, but he does not have a line to engage on. He can potentially throw a couple of nades, but he knows as soon as he exits out of his vehicle, he exposes himself to White Walkers, he exposes himself to Likitha Esports, and he's willing to take that risk. And this is what I love, Clutcher. Almost about to take that first shot, but EVEX2OP were like, nah, This is our territory and we are here to rule. On towards the other side, Evolution MIZORAM this time around, they find themselves in the clutches of Phoenix Esports. And this team, I see, has been lying low for a while now.
Exactly. Now Phoenix has no choice but to push through for the south side as well. Sim, they found an opener. That's going to be Diamond actually gets taken out. They get one confirmation. They do have those high grounds coming from south side, but they're not exactly in zone yet. Smart call here is going to be cleaning out everybody from that advantage position and then force a one-man push in. And considering they took one out, Mysterious4 is kind of hurting as well. Phoenix Esports, they've only got two options. Clean up or push away. And that's going to be a tricky spot here because if you're talking about teams that pushed away, Likitha Esports did do that. And White Walkers is going to be one of the first casualties here, knowing that there is a four-way showdown in this vicinity. And Likitha Esports, they found a couple shots in, and this is what I'm talking about here. Los Hermanos from the prison vicinity. They have angles, and they get the knock through as well. Have to be very, very careful there.
It's a very reckless move from either side, to be honest. White Walkers, they had no business coming inside of this tunnel because they knew Likitha Esports were controlling it. Now this fight that has broken open has actually gotten attention, grabbed attention from all the other teams. And now they are under fire as well. Talking about being under fire, look at this. The nade comes sailing through. Shady escapes it for sure, but Botfire is actually on the run. Neo will actually go in for the defense, and it is beautiful. He gets two of his own, and now Team Insane Esports, they are having an upper hand inside this fight. 3 eliminations being secured, but they have danger not escaped as of yet, as Met and NINZA are still following suit, I see.
Yep, great defense coming from Insane Esports here, but again, nothing they could have done here from Evo just now. They had no choice but to actually going for the push. It was a hit or miss, 50-50, they were boxed in. Nothing much to get done. But I like this aggression from Meta NINZA. They've sent Shadow to actually keep tabs on them. But unfortunately to say, Circle is not going to favor them as well here. But on screen now, Los Hermanos getting pushed in from BotArmyEsports. Yash pretty much caught out in the open. Altu sprays him down. And even then, they even found Harry as well. And just like that, Los Hermanos, they clean out BotArmyEsports. What a hold coming from Los Hermanos once more.
I love this. They know the timings of their fight so well. They know the timings of their rotation so well. Los Hermanos, once again, they find themselves with the high ground advantage. But the problem is, they're slightly outside the circle. Likitha Esports wants to capitalize on it, but they themselves do not have a lot of space to work with as well. And them being on the lower ground means they do not have the option of open fire. While the player will definitely get revived, it seems like GENxFM, they've actually gone after Team Alpha, and they are actually being successful. One player knocked down, but Team Alpha, I guess it's just one player who is surviving, and he's actually at a distance as well. So there's no chance this team will come back.
Now Phoenix, they are going to split for the 2-2 here to try and box them in. They're looking for off angles to work with. GENxFM, they're losing members, but Viper themselves also getting traded off here. Great nade coming from Ghost to stop the aggression. When now Smoker is going to be caught out in open. Phoenix, oh, this 2-2 greed finally getting punished here from afar. Because Shadow Blitz also chimes in, and that is going to be Viper and also Smoker getting taken out here. No cover fire from Somraj and Sim. And just like that, they lose 2 players. But Team Alpha also going to be the ones that gets eliminated from this engagement. And Shadow Blitz, however, from under the shelter, came out from the different direction. And now they are out in the open with no vehicles.
It does not work out at all, right? Out in the open, just getting themselves spotted. Couple of shots being fired by Zeref as well, but it seems like the connection will not be there. Now, Zeref is under fire personally, and I think this is not the place you want to get caught up. Phoenix Esports from the distance, of course, with the high ground will take a peppering shots, and there is absolutely nothing that Zeref can do in his defense. 5 eliminations for Phoenix Esports. They've lost 2 players already, but it seems like they're still at a very comfortable situation. Look at this. GENxFM just pushing into Evolution MIZORAM. Once again finding themselves positioned, but could not contain the fight. As GENxFM, they take the victors in. 6 eliminations on board.
Very, very tough spot to be in here, especially for Ghost. They were clumped in, they were boxed in. Shadow Blitz made things so hard as well. And of course, they could not even reset in time because when Phoenix hit them, yes, they were able to fend them off, but both teams definitely suffered the blow here, at least for this phase zone.
I think Zeref is actually going to blame his luck because this man had such a brilliant opportunity to clean up a Team Shadow Blitz. But now, since he was taking those shots, he himself got spotted and get taken out. But SB, they actually survive and now move inside the circle. What a comedy of errors. Esport Social on the other side. Have a look at this. They've spotted the likes of Phoenix Esports. Shots being taken by Fragger. And I love the positioning that they hold currently. Yes, they do not have a compound. Yes, they do not have a lot of covers to work with. But at the central position, it's going to aid them a lot. Especially with the amount of information that they have. And majority of the teams I see, they are in their line of sight. And that is golden information.
Agreed. But at the same time as well, Esport Social, they were center control right from the get-go. They do have a very decent commander to work with. But for Los Hermanos, they picked from the east side of the mountain terrain. They dropped a lot of people onto his north side, pressured them so much. And now they've realized that they just can't really push through. And they had to go in for the southern approach rotation here. So they are swinging out a little bit wide out. They might collide in towards Phoenix here. But the problem here is there's still potential reds lying around. And I'm talking about Ernie right now. He is being very, very sneaky here from BotArmyEsports. And he was one of the initial ones that actually lost their fight against Los Hermanos. So Ernie, last player left alive, no choice but to just hide.
You know, if I was Los Hermanos, I would have loved the strategy. I would have loved their splits. But it has one big red flag. And these outliers like Ernie, they can actually come out of nowhere and you will get bombarded. You will be left in the middle of nowhere. No players to actually support in those situations. And Ernie will be looking to make his chance shine.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Does have the DBS. He knows exactly the two players are right on top. Potentially knows the footsteps of Zyrax as well. But the timing of the push really is going to make it so much better with Phoenix coming in from the back lines. I guess LHS will be drawn into that fight, and that is exactly where Ernie can break open. LHS, they are being distracted, I see, and this is a lovely Phoenix Esports from the back line, simple with those shots. And this is where I guess LHS might actually breathe their final few breaths.
Yeah, but at the same time, Phoenix Esports, they know there's a lot of teams in as well. They need to push down. They have the high ground, but they just don't have the numbers to actually take people off. That's going to be a tricky spot to work with. Likitha Esports, they push through from the northern side of prison here. Insane. The initial fights has been dragging out for the longest time. And now with the Molotovs coming in, Ranveer, he's pretty much surrounded here. Actually clips onto him, and that is going to be a knock there. Yep, that is going to be confirmation coming in from Team Insane there to wipe off BotArmyEsports. 6 teams remaining. Los Hermanos having the high grounds on towards the prison mountains itself. And I believe they actually found the players from BotArmyEsports.
Yeah, they actually took him out as well. I wasn't really sure if it was LHS who actually gotten that finish, but it does not really matter. Now LHS, they're left with no threats remaining and with 4-man standing. I guess this is the perfect setup before the end game. 6 teams, 15 players, you've got control of the circle, you've got the high ground as well. Just try and get the better of Somraj right now. You potentially know his position as well, just hiding behind that rock. I guess their main focus will, of course, be on Esport Social, but their peripheral vision has to be on Somraj because this man can make or break their game.
It's going to be a tough one here. Esport Social, they had one of the best circle starts right from the get-go. But now it's all about the finishing mark. And Los Hermanos, they are going to push in. Nades being stacked up as well. Insane finds a jab onto his Zyrax. And NINZA finally pushes in through as well. And they themselves don't have the numbers to work with. But the slam comes in for Phoenix. They know they have the upper hand. But Sim, he gets the clutch this. He's got the DPS. He's chipping away. But he's dropping down so low. And eventually gets taken out here. What a slam. The confirmation is there. But Somraj, last man standing for Phoenix. But NINZA, they get the reset once more.
Always so technical, isn't it, Fierce? Just knows exactly how to counter those flicks, just knows exactly how to find the timing in between Simp and his shotgun flickers over there. And brilliantly countered, brilliantly knocked down. Once again, NINZA come back to being a 2-man outfit. Will revive his fallen comrade as well. But will they pose a threat to the rest of the outliers? Will certainly be a question. Somraj still alive from the side of Phoenix Esports, just holding on to his ground, trying to play in for those placement points, but with LHS just looking to hunt on his life, I don't think it's going to be an easy mission. Chris OP as well inside of the sniper tower. Now this is where Esport Social, pardon me for that. They know that this is supposed to be their game. They can see every single player. They have gotten themselves a compound as well. It's just how you end things up. Do you get those eliminations? Do you get those points on board? Do you get up on the overall standings?
Well, Los Hermanos seems like they found their mojo. They're looking for double back-to-backs right from the get-go. And they're one step closer. They've got the high grounds. They've got perfect angles to work with. Shogun now scouts out the members coming from Insane. Max is going to be rotating through the buggy there. Getting openly sprayed, and now the knock goes towards Wanted, but who's gonna grab those finish points? As Shogun continues to pummel their way through, but it is gonna be Esport Socials that gets the points instead.
Stolen away from Los Hermanos, is it? Now that is a cause of anger, that is a cause of frustration. It must annoy Los Hermanos, but will they make a move on it? Fraganoop trying to actually go in for a flank, and now that is a beautiful play, to be honest, because majority of their players are actually hunkered down into their sniper tower, and Los Hermanos, they're outside the circle. As soon as they try and make that entry, they're going to be exposed, just like Fierce found that player out in the open. Shogun has been knocked out, Mera NINZA all of a sudden being a threat, and Los Hermanos, they're in shambles already.
Yep, Esports Social finally pushing out there to clean out the stragglers. And we're down towards a three-way showdown. Los Hermanos versus Esports Social and Meta NINZA. And we know for a fact that Esports Social, they do have the upper hand here unless they give it to them. Because right now, Fraganoop getting knocked in means that Los Hermanos stands a chance. However, the pincer attack from Meta NINZA as well to chime in. Los Hermanos, they can't take two fronts right now. White Tiger, last player left for Meta NINZA. And Los Hermanos, they are getting completely focused in right now. And it gives Esports Social the time to reset this. As Wanta now down towards his last 5 bullets on this M4. He needs to either pick him up, needs to make every single shot count, but he misses it. And Dope is going to go in for the suppressed fire. But decides, you know what, let's pick up Fragger first.
I love Dope and his stubbornness. In spite of being so low on HP, I think this man still holds his ground, throws in a Molotov, and it is perfectly on the money, does get the knock, but he himself will get reverted back as well. Esports Social, all of a sudden, look at them. 2 players on their knees, 2 players trying to make amends for it, but with LHS and Meta NINZA right behind their backs, it is not going to be easy, I see.
Yep, desperations on Esports Social as well, but White Tiger, the last player from Meta NINZA, Mysterious4xNaqsh here for Los Hermanos. As you can see, he is going to roll in for the push out here. Gets scouted out by Chris LP. Needs to get confirmation. White Tiger still surviving there. As Chris LP looks for a different angle to try and punish him. As the circle closes in as well. Who's going to grab all those points? Fragger now goes in for the push. Los Hermanos holds on. They get the reset. And Autu clips him off with only 1 HP left. And now Esports Social, they just don't find him. Oh, yeah, eventually they spray him down through the smoke though. Dope, last man standing as well. Esports Social, they're running out of ammunition, but they still have the manpower.
It does not matter. It is a 1v3 right now, and Dope is in the position of his life. Does have the high ground, knows the information of every single player, connects that headshot, but does not really work with it. Kalyug on the reversal, and he gets the chicken dinner as well. Esports Social, they were struggling in the first 2 matches, but now they made amends, and what a comeback in the scene.
What a match coming from Esports Social. They held the circle, they played center for the longest of the time, but ammunition was running down so low. I think it was 3 of their players just ran out until it was like this last 0 ammunition. Eventually picked up off the bodies from Los Hermanos, but even then, that was too scary for them.
We saw the man from LHS, Dope, being lying inside of the grasses, right? The other man had just 5 bullets inside of his M4. How do you manage to find that knock over there? But ladies and gentlemen, a look at the final blow once again. Have a look at this. Meta NINZA did try their best, to be honest, but didn't really trouble the scorers that much, I guess. They could have doubled down on their finish points considering the amount of firepower that they have. But it was more of a positional play, I guess, inside of this entire map of Erangel.
I think considering how Los Hermanos was teamed up by both Meta NINZA and Esports Social for the longest of time here, I think this is the best result you could ask for as well. Autu clutching with just 1 HP was just insane as well. That was an insane push. Yes, he was caught up through the smoke, but he did what he can. He still secured some points. Esports Social, great hole, not enough points, I feel like. But props towards Los Hermanos. What a bounce back from Rondo. 2 back-to-back. Top 2 finishes. They got a chicken dinner before, and now even a very consistent performance coming from them.
It actually could have been a chicken dinner for them as well in this one out, but the 1v3 again just not going in their favor. But that just makes it so much more interesting because now we've got Esports Social coming into the mix of things. I guess if they get around 15 to 17 points from this match, they will be somewhere around the top 5, top 6. Competition is rising up, ladies and gentlemen, and I love competition, to be honest. One team, of course, still waiting to actually make a comeback is going to be Evolution MIZORAM, but we'll talk a lot about that when we come back from the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 here. You guys are currently watching the grind phase and of course the English broadcast here. We've had 3 games thus far. We are officially reached the halfway mark for today itself. And things has gotten spicier here. Teams are racking up some serious points here in Group D. And I'm looking forward to see for more chicken dinners. But my name is ICBaby12 at your service. Joining me is going to be iSuper Johnny as we take you through the journeys of this next upcoming match. And my oh my, Los Hermanos, we had predictions so far and they did really, really well. Still very, very consistent gameplay coming from them. Phoenix had a little bit tumble, but a small little bounce back for Esport Social with that chicken dinner.
Hey man, I mean, it feels like Phoenix and Los Hermanos, since Los Hermanos is playing with kind of the old core of Phoenix Esports. Both the names are doing quite well for themselves, and it has been an incredible journey. But of course, we are bringing incredible things for you guys inside of BGMI itself. The Peaky Blinders set is going to be available for you soon. Icy is looking for his
do you think
overcoat and his
this
jacket.
would pull it off if I had...
Salty gave us a nice idea. For this LAN finals, we're going to do that outfit.
Oh, right. So we've got to spend more money, huh?
I mean, I already have it.
Oh, mine is at home.
Oh yeah, and your home is quite far away. It's okay, we're gonna get you the outfit inside of the game and outside of the game as well, hopefully. But anyways, coming back to the conversation, Los Hermanos doing well. I'm actually happy, along with Los Hermanos doing well, that Esport Social bounced back, because the first 2 games did not go their way. It was very important for them to secure a decent chunk of points in this game number 3, and well, the chicken dinner does help with that.
Now, speaking of which as well here, let's talk a little bit more on the MVP of match here. It comes down from Maxus coming from Team Insane. He did really well in this game here as well. I think out of all the games they played so far, Team Insane, this was one of their nicest recovery, considering that they were boxed in out in the northern side as well. They had to fight through at least 3 teams as well. One of them was Likitha Esports and as well as White Walkers, while being pressured from Meta NINZA to be engaging out in the open here. So small little victories here coming from Team Insane. GENxFM did really well as well. Close here, they held down the fort on the south side, but of course Los Hermanos, very consistent stuff, 3 and 4. But let's talk about the point standings here. Esport Social, they got the chicken dinner and 8 finish points, gets themselves 18 points.
Yeah, look at that, Los Hermanos. I mean, even though Dope was stuck in a very awkward position towards the end, they still walk away with 17 points, all thanks to those 11 eliminations that they have. Meta NINZA is also kind of being consistent today, at least in terms of aggression. They have 9 points from this game. Then we have Team Insane with 9, Phoenix with 9, GENxFM with 6, White Walkers with 5, and Likitha Esports with 4 points.
Now, let's take a look at the overall standings here. Phoenix still retaining the number 1 spot, and that's only because they have 1 position point over Los Hermanos. They're currently tied here with 48 points, which is great. Team Insane here with 30 points here. A small little recovery for them. Very, very consistent. 2 OP official takes a little bit tumble in the previous game. Gets himself 25 points. GENxFM still maintaining 22 points here, but Esport Social with that chicken dinner pushes themselves into his top 6 with 18, Rivalry with 18, Meta NINZA with 17 points. So again, what is the goal for this entire group stages, especially for this grind here?
I mean, stay in the top 8.
Exactly. So number 1 and number 2, I would say now Phoenix and also Los Hermanos, they're okay for the next 4 matches at least.
Yeah. They're okay for the rest of the day, but let's not forget, this is just day 1. They will have 3 more play days remaining after today is done and dusted. And today is also not over in its entirety.
Okay.
We have 3 more matches left. 4 more matches left. So it is going to be interesting to see. 3 more matches left. My apologies.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting to see what the rest of the day brings to the table. But yeah, ideally, we would say in a position like this where you're supposed to be inside of the top 8, you would want to have somewhere close to 10 points per match average. And Los Hermanos and Phoenix are both the teams doing beyond that average. They're doing quite well for themselves. Team Insane maintaining that 10 points per match. Everyone behind them kind of needs to buckle up a little bit and start catching up. And one of the big names that I had expectations from, but they haven't been able to perform, is going to be Likitha Esports.
I'm going to put you on the spot right now here. Yeah. What's 48 divided by 3?
What's
48 divided by 3?
Oh, I have no idea.
I have no idea too. As long as it's more than 10 points, right?
Yeah, it's as long as it's more than 10 points, we are okay.
Well, that's pretty much their average points here coming from both Los Hermanos as well as Phoenix here, just because of 3 matches. Yeah. I just want to test your math.
I mean, it used to be good up until last year, but this year, not so much.
Yeah, me too. Like, Anyways, going towards the game here, like I agree with you, right? Like, arguably, the safer bet here, the expected prediction is like about 7 to 8 points per match every single game. You should be fine to qualify the top 8.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, 7 to 8 points it should get you through, but I always say like it's okay. It's good to have a safety cushion, right? That safety net, it's gonna make sure that you are not panic at even in the clutchest of moments. And well, it's always nice to know that you are safe with a guarantee of moving directly to round 2, which is gonna be the case for Group D.
Well, leave it down and answer. What's 48 divided by 3? I don't know.
Yeah, it's quite awkward. 2 Asians bad at maths.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyways,
this is going to be the first in history.
on broadcast as well.
Yeah. Anyways, we might not be bad at maths, but we are good at video games.
Okay, fair enough. But all things considered here, now one final game in the map of Erangel here, especially that they are going to be playing back-to-back here, which is very, very different from the usual ecosystem from last year as well, where we kind of alternate between Erangel and Miramar, right? So
pretty much, yeah.
We have Erangel, Miramar, and then Sandhawk, and then Miramar, and then Erangel. That was last year's business. So people kind of lose track on how to play on towards Erangel because they were so busy focusing on other maps as well. So now it comes to the stage where it's just been 2 games. You can see a big contrast of play styles from the first Erangel, which is game 2 just now, and then game 3 itself. You can see a lot of tactical maneuvers and rotations has begun in this map itself.
100% agree. That pace drop that happened after game 2 going into game 3 was, well, it was awkward to be honest up until the mid-game stages, and I think it made sure that a lot of those big names were caught off guard during the extreme late stages, especially considering it was a shelter endgame out into the open. You're expecting like 15, 16 players to be alive, and all of a sudden that number has gone up to like 25 plus. So yeah, I think a lot of on-the-fly decisions being made by a lot of these IGLs, and things not really going to how they planned once they saw where the circle was going and once they knew where the end game was going to go, because the positioning was kind of all right, but then again, once the zone starts to move, even in the late stages, you're going to have to adapt. And if your calculation is going to be off in terms of, all right, this position should be clear by this point, we should be able to either contest it or charge forward, but you did not expect someone to be on the flank with the line of fire available, you are going to lose a few bodies at least.
Exactly. But at the same time, so I also want to talk about the start of the day where us casters has made a couple of predictions here. Both of us, we've made Phoenix. We're good. You know, they're pretty much good, doing okay right now. But the Hindi side, they actually went for Meta NINZA, and I feel like in this game 3 itself, Meta NINZA did really, really well. Just because of the fact they pull in macro pocket strategies with 1-1-1-1 rotations, which resulted on a huge cluster of teams kind of gathered on the northeast side. And I know it's a shadow thing. It didn't really work out last year, but it feels like this map in particular gave them the upper hand to make themselves in the top 3. Yes, they didn't really get a lot of finish points as well, but it still got them placement points.
I mean, and they'll be consistent if you think about it. Even in Rondo, they got a decent number of points. In the Erangel, after that Rondo that happened, I mean, I don't know how, but still Meta NINZA walked away with a decent point average because they were stuck on that military island in game number 2. Fierce was the last man alive, made it to the shoreline, kept his head down to the last moment, and just made sure that somehow the team got a certain amount of points. They're doing about, I think, 5 to 6 points as of now. They need an extra bit of boost, and I think maybe by the end of the day, because we know these veteran IGLs, they really love their Miramars, don't they?
Well,
so
true.
Maybe once that map shows up, we are going to see Meta NINZA break inside of the top 4, top 3.
I think one of the biggest changes when it comes to the gun gameplay itself as well is going to affect Miramar in particular, just because of the fact that you are going to be expecting more long ranges than mid range, and multiple instances in Miramar, especially from last year, right? It's like, oh no, he's 1 HP away. Oh no, he's 1 HP away. Oh no, he's 1 HP away. I think the likelihood of that happening is going to be very minimized here the moment we set into his Miramar. DMRs, yeah, a couple players, mini 14s here and there, but I don't think people will go for mini, what's it called? For mini 14 anymore. They will still stick with the M4.
Yeah, I mean, still sticking to the M4.
It's just 2 damage increase as well for M4.
But I think the SKS might actually become a viable option right now with the damage amp. So but options are going to be available. You have alternatives now, and especially considering Miramar is going to be about those long-range battles, as you mentioned. It is going to be exciting to see. But before we head over towards Miramar, we still have one more Erangel left, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be the last Erangel of the day for Group D. So I hope all these teams are prepared, and I hope you guys are prepared, because here we go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Here, one final Erangel for today itself here for Group D in Day 1 for the Grind Series of BGIS 2026. It's happening right here, right now, and the flight path seems to be beginning from the western side, so no more southern flight path for all these teams here. So I was expecting a little bit of trend coming in, but we had one game near Shelter, and we had one game near all the way of Timbuktu of Severity.
I mean, there is a trend. It's all about those awkward circles, man. I mean, Severny, Shelter. Maybe we're going to see a school end game this time because, I mean, Severny and Shelter start for S.
We've seen a lot of Shelter last year, at least for BMSD, right? So teams, they do have a little bit of experience going.
Yeah, last year was all about the main island, either towards Shelter or towards Gatka. That is what the trend was in terms of the circles. But it's a new year, it's a new start, it's a new meta-defining moment for the game. So let's see how this one turns out, especially for a few key names. I think Rivalry, after the first two matches, kind of dropped the ball in the last one. So this has to be a recovery for them. And Mysterious4 as well, that one angle kind of worked out. Next one, not so much. Maybe in this one, they turn things around.
You know, for all things considered, you missed out on a new day. It's a new life, and it's for you.
Oh yeah, I haven't. Yeah, I miss Bond.
I know, right?
Yeah,
Michael Bublé, the best.
Oh, but by the way, did you just turn into a Matthew McConaughey fan for this year?
Well, for all things considered, I'm excited for this right now because this is going to be an all-out brawl right from the get-go here. BotArmyEsports getting dropped here by Insane, and what is going on? Surprise, surprise. And one fell swoop. Insane, they just got completely denied here. Viper Bote still somewhat knocked here. They can't go in for the reset, but the sprays are coming in. Clutcher is done, and just like that, BotArmyEsports cleans them all out.
Yeah, and this is not the first time Team Insane have gone for an early fight. Even in the Wrangle earlier, match number 2 of the day, they took that early fight against, I believe it was Likitha Esports that they took out extremely early with those pistols. So I guess Team Insane, name of the game for them is going to be down to that early aggression. Talking about Likitha Esports, they are on that flank, eyeing the compounds that the players of BotArmyEsports are in, who have been left bleeding, by the way. So there is an opportunity for Likitha to go for a third party, but Sakuna just backs off, going for a safer play. Likitha Esports also in recovery mode right now. Do not want to over-aggress or overextend over here. And BotArmyEsports, they managed to escape in a safe manner.
Yep. But the BotArmyEsports, they've been caught in awkward scuffles right from the get-go.
Yeah, pretty much.
A little bit too frequent now, at least for today itself here. But Phoenix Esports, they have been under the radar. They are going to be in Pochinki. Seems like Somrush has pretty much marked their territory and claimed their rights into his Pochinki here.
That's always been his territory. I mean, all the teams he has played for, they always like to go for Pochinki. I think the only time Somraj actually gave up Pochinki was when his former teammate in the form of Pukar actually started to challenge him. When you remember the, if you remember the original edition of Vasista Esports, that came from Carpe Diem, a team called Carpe Diem. There was Pukar, Fierce.
Sure, that was a long time ago.
That was 2 years ago.
That is a
year
really
and a half
long time.
ago.
Like, when we talk about Carpe Diem, I was like, oh, okay, that's before Team X Spark. Well, it's actually after the...
It's like the first half of 2025, I guess. The first few months.
Well, for those of you guys watching, if you've still been following here, thank you guys for being a very, very loyal fan of BGMI. For those who do not know what it is, well, you're not old enough.
Maybe, I think, and I guess that was all the relevant information about Somraj and his relationship with Pochinki. But Los Hermanos, their relationship with White Walkers is getting a little bit salty right now. Vegito and Murnox looking to scout a few compounds inside the city of Milta. They get shot at, they fall back, looking for a safer position to work with, but they have nowhere left to go, to be honest.
Well, I don't know. I think when it comes to circles, well, I think right now Libovka is going to be a potential hot spot, at least for Gravity. But for them, this time they actually shifted away. That's going to be a little bit of a weird spot here. But yeah, this one, Insane dropping a little bit late and then getting completely punished from BotArmyEsports is just such an awkward spot to be in as well. Neo, they were just lacking in terms of weapons, they were lacking of ammunition. I'm surprised they did not make a detour, considering that BotArmyEsports already landed first.
Yeah, true. I agreed. I think they might have just overcommitted over their team Insane, but I think that is what they were trying to do as well, just hoping that maybe just like the last time, their opponents would get unlucky, they would not get those weapons, and Insane would be the lucky ones finding those weapons in their hands. This time, though, the opponents had those buffed weapons with the 7.62 ammunition, and, well, the players from Team Insane, I think the one gun we saw was the Bison, which in that case was not enough. But Mysterious4xNaqsh Esports on our screen, starting all the way from Severny, moving towards the circle from the northwestern edge right now. Can have a little bit of an awkward run-in with Likitha Esports, NINZA, Evolution, MIZORAM, because those are the teams traversing those southern fields of Yasna Poliana. On our screens right now, though, Rivalry Esports, a team that ICU were talking about. Yep. You expected them to move towards Lipovka early. Well, they are kind of close to ruins as of now.
Yeah, they're so far away. Like, both Rivalry and Gravity just conceded Lipovka right from the get-go because they had the drop collision early on. Gravity came up on top, and now both teams say, you know what, I'm not going Lipovka. But, of course, the flight path is a little bit too far off as well, and based on the trajectory of the circle here, we might see another shelter circle.
Oh,
I hope not, though.
I think it's going to be shelter or prison, man. I think that's where the end game is going to happen. This zone has a tendency of, I think, a little bit more towards prison than shelter. But Rivalry Esports, talking about them, their early conflict against Rivalry, well, they do manage to survive from that. Almost having a run-in against the players of 2OP. But both the teams deciding not to take that fight immediately. They want to find a safer position. And in fact, 2OP official find a safe spot at the edge of the circle. Well, the players on our screens right now are outside the play zone, only 200 meters away. But one of their teammates has found a safe cover to work with. And now they have the option of trying to gatekeep the players of Rivalry Esports once they eventually show up to try and reach the play zone.
I don't know what's happening here, but it really feels like this lobby, especially for Group D, the adaptations, especially for drop spots, adapted so quickly. I was expecting maybe on day 2 or day 3. Well, the second day for this respective Group D is going to be like 2 days later. So day 3 itself, that is where we're like, oh, okay, adaptations will be made. But right now, game by game, they were adapting so quickly, which was something I did not expect as well. Game 1 extreme, game 1 of Erangel, which is game 2 today. It's oh my god, it's a little bit confusing. I mean, the first Erangel, you can see all out brawls all the way through.
True.
Second one, a little bit slower pace, but now game 3, like 3 games in a row, a huge difference in the approach of how they take the game.
Hey man, when we kicked off the show, we did mention that this edition of BGIS is going to be bigger, better than ever before. Well, we failed to mention, or we forgot to mention, that it's also going to be more brutal than ever before because of how the rosters have got to come together over the last few weeks. And of course, there were a few skirmishes also happening between teams, which kind of helped them figure out what needs to be done in order to polish their gameplay. Because officials, there is nothing more bigger than this inside of the circuit of BGMI. And talking about bigger things, I think NINZA, they need a big performance to their name. Their position is going to be kind of awkward because you see that cluster forming towards the center with 2OP, Mysterious4, Likitha Esports, Evolution, MIZORAM already being there. Lipovka going towards Esport Social makes sense. They started from the eastern edge already, so they were the first team to take control of that city. But look at Phoenix Esports from the southern side. I think this is going to get tricky for Phoenix this time.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tough spot here. Circle seems to be, well, again, Shelter, Prison in play. Yasnaya also in play as well. Very similar circle from just now. Meta NINZA also going to be a team to watch out for as well. And considering how we've seen the roster here, having Apollo and also Shadow OG kind of in the same roster again. And they were the only 2 players who had well, not only... Actually, they are the only team that played all the officials last year.
Last year, yeah.
Yeah, including BMIC. So they're straight up the only all-timers. And for them coming in Meta NINZA, I'm like, oh, okay, makes a lot of sense.
I think it was just Apollo, though, not Shadow.
So Apollo and Shadow was the same team together.
Oh, that was
Genesis and then into Mad Kings and then also here.
It was a different Shadow.
Oh, it's a different Shadow?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That was a different Shadow. This one is from the former Revenant X-Pac.
Okay. It gets confusing, but...
I know, the same name.
Well, I thought Apollo and Shadow were inseparable.
Oh.
They were together all year.
Well, see... physics has taught me this. All you need is
like
just enough
we
energy
actually having this conversation right now because I'm pretty sure the viewers will have think, oh, that's a different Shadow.
Yeah, I mean, but it happens, man. I mean, that used to happen at least last year a lot with the amount of roster shuffles that used to happen after every single tournament. But at least we get a little bit time to breathe. The next transfer window, I believe, happens after the IS is over.
Yeah.
And then we wait all the way towards the end of the year for the next one.
I thought, oh yeah, BGMS is not part of it, huh?
No.
Oh, did I actually leak something? No, nothing happened. I
I mean,
don't know.
you still aren't allowed to change your rosters when you're not
Okay,
playing the
fair enough.
officials, to be
Fair,
honest.
fair enough. Yeah. Correct. Yeah, until you finish
Until you finish the entire
BGIS,
competitive
yeah.
circuit of 2026, basically.
Well, speaking of which here, BotArmyEsports now going to be having a little bit of a run in here to actually go and scout things out, but Los Hermanos, again, they are sticking to the textbook plays. They are going to be hunkering down in center control and then hope to hold the terrains themselves, which is good enough for them. But speaking of mansion plays here, what is going on?
I have no idea either. I mean, they're late to the play, so they should be aware that there is not going to be any cover available for them. They're going to have to settle for these off positions like the watchtower they were running towards, or maybe just the hill slopes, use those vehicles for cover and scouting information. If they try to run towards any of those buildings, BotArmyEsports are just going to get hammered in. But the same thing is happening to another team, GENxFM. We saw a player knocked out, and Team Alpha are looking to rack up those finishes. But look at the shift of the circle, I see. All of a sudden, Rivalry Esports find themselves in a very safe position away from all of the conflicts that are about to build up in this game.
Yeah, everyone is kind of expected like us as well. Prison or
Yeah.
shelter, considering how yesterday, just now, has actually happened as well. But if they do have center control, Meta NINZA, they still have Yasnaya apartments to work with here. So that's going to be a little bit of a good spot for them. But Evo, however, they found one of the death ditches to work with. It's not exactly great, especially when you want to play on towards those intersections out in the open as well. As you can see, there is a lot of line of sight coming from the east side there. And if Likitha Esports decides to take a couple jabs in, that's going to be heavy damage on towards their vehicles, at least here. And now, from what I'm seeing here, Phoenix again going for the 2-2 splits all day so long.
I mean, Phoenix Esports, I mean, they are making sure that the firepower they have in these individuals is being put to use. Samraj, of course,
I'm not a big fan of what they're doing. And I can't believe they're getting away with it the whole day so far.
This is the man that won BGIS 2025. Let's not forget that.
True.
I think he's just upset he's been put in Group D right now and is just taking it out on the entire lobby.
Actually, I'm on the same page with you as well. Like, I'm surprised they're in Group D. Because, first of all, you have Sim.
Yeah.
Sim, during his run, has pretty much made it towards all LAN finals. Except for that one time for BMPS. And that also, he only played like 2 games.
Yeah.
And when he played with Godlike, they qualified to the grand finals. So that's 1 point.
I mean, it's just the fact that it's a massive roster change and they're playing for Phoenix Esports right now, because of which they are here in Group D.
No, I wasn't done as well.
Oh,
like, you have Somraj, who won, qualified for everything except for BMPS. We've got SOA, Smoker, who played almost every single one. And you've also got Viper, who's individually skilled all the way through, but arguably he had a terrible run after BGIS.
Yeah, last year wasn't that great for Reckoning Esports, to be honest. I believe, is it the same Viper or a different one? I think
it's a different Viper?
It's a different one.
It's a different Viper from Reckoning, okay. See, again, we're having this discussion. It's so confusing, huh?
Yeah.
Anyways.
It's the names. But anyways, as you said, Team Alpha, it seems like after picking off the first man from the side of GENxFM, they want to make sure that they get the entire team out of the way. They picked off 3 players. Last man left alive is pinned on the first floor of that house. And, well, he is being hunted. Punisher, he almost got naded by his own teammate. Luckily, he's still alive and standing.
Now, with the nades coming in, Punisher.
Oh, perfect.
Looks good. Chips him a bit, but does not get the knock in. So it's a little bit of a tricky spot to work with. GENxFM goes now. Has going for a little bit of resets here. Doesn't have a first aid kit here, but he does have 24 bandages to work with. And while these skirmishes are happening, White Walkers is looking to try and drive by them, hoping the third party in, but it seems like the slam is coming true, so Team Alpha, they have to hold on against GENxFM as well. As White Walkers now goes in for the flush. Aditya with the nades takes out Punisher. That's a confirmation coming in, but no, did not get the knock. The retrace comes in. Adonis going for a little bit of cover fire. And Vegito goes in for a couple nades as well. It seems like they are going to take their own sweet time to go in for the reset. Murnox goes in for the flush to clean out everybody else. Adonis.
Oh!
And he gets the nade here on Vegito. Massive nade coming in, but here comes the fourth party. Where did Shadow Blitz come from? They go in for the Grand Slam. White Walkers scrambling for pieces. Mortis is down. Guru eventually goes down. But Team Alpha, they still hold on to this fight. But it's only Adonis still.
Yeah, the last man left alive for Team Alpha. And well, he's still picking off these bodies. One more man from the side of Shadow Blitz drop. Adonis still alive, runs around the corner looking for another pick. From the indoors, he has made sure that last man, he has no HP to work with. There's one more man around the corner, and with the DPS, Adonis finally falls to Catalyst. Shadow Blitz somehow managing to stay alive, and well, due to all of those third parties, due to White Walkers coming in, due to Shadow Blitz coming in, GENxFM, they managed to survive this conflict. Ghost, he's going to be so grateful to Shadow Blitz, but does not really want to repay the favor with the point for his own team.
We're rich, boys. We're rich.
Yeah,
Shiver me timbers.
so
We
much
found
loot.
gold. So much loot.
So much loot, man. I think they just get everything that they need for the entirety of the game and then something left for later on.
Well, at the same time as well, unfortunately for Ghost, could not stock up on anything as well. Still
Yeah.
stuck with those bandages. But yeah, for Shadow Blitz, a big win for them. But Esport Socials, they are going to be running into his Gravity, and it's going to be Mikey Jot scouted out. Last player from inside Gravity gets taken out as well. And it's going to be 4 points in total here for Esport Social, while Meta NINZA has made their way into the next phase of the zone. Evo, they're pretty much still stuck in that small little ditch here. Unfortunately, well, fortunately for them, they still haven't been scouted out yet, so they're going to be A-okay.
I have a question. Wasn't Esport Social all the way in Napovka the last time we saw them? What are they doing in Yasna? They just went up north, rotating around the circle, moving in Yasna. I guess, well, it works out. They managed to catch the side of Gravity off guard. But hey, talk about getting caught off guard. Lost Hermanos. They are the ones getting a beating over here at the hands of Evolution MIZORAM. That hovercraft, it does keep Dope protected for a little while, but I think this is going to be a tough fight for him. And in fact, he does not even survive. Los Hermanos getting eliminated super early in this game. Esport Social as well getting taken out at the hands of Meta NINZA and, well, a few third parties here and there to help out. But Evolution MIZORAM now, my eyes were on them. Do they actually get a reset? They were also present towards the southern edge of the circle. It's going to be difficult to get away from there.
Yeah, but beautiful defense though. Like,
yeah,
Los Hermanos,
lovely.
they almost had the Grand Slam, but the moment they got a couple knocks in, it was just huge. Like, that was what they exactly needed here, at least to get a little bit more cover with those vehicles. I would say a graveyard of vehicles now, especially for those ditch. But now from Likitha Esports here, they're still pushing inside the zone. If X2 OP official is going to be gatekeeping them as well. They do have one player still suppressing fire from afar, but if Ray decides to actually challenge this, it's going to be huge. But Iron of God finds a knock from across the other side of the map. Gets a knock on this Mysterious4. Very far away. Weird. Couple taps in, but Likitha doesn't want to challenge this though.
Let's see. It's an awkward fight for Likitha Esports, to be honest, because they're trying to pressure the players of BotArmyEsports, but let's not forget they have also drawn the attention, and we see the line of fire on the map as well, coming in from Evolution MIZORAM. So Likitha Esports, there's a possibility they might just get sandwiched over there. On the other side of things, by the way, 2 OP official, they find themselves in the center of the circle, and Phoenix Esports in a wonderful isolated position towards the northwestern edge. So these two teams I'm expecting are going to be able to make it at least to the top 3 or the top 4 of this match quite easily without breaking a sweat. But towards the northern edge, we have Meta NINZA, Rivalry colliding towards the eastern and the southeastern edge. BotArmyEsports are losing players to Likitha Esports, with Mysterious4 not too far away to actually go for a third party. There they are. Oh, they just get chased away, huh? Likitha Esports, they don't care who shows up. They're just going after everyone.
Well, the slam comes in though. A couple of knocks in. Mysterious4 to get scouted out. Like the Esports looking for this redemption arc coming in play. Lone Boy is knocked off. They can be able to get the reset here, but they have to be quick. Stage 5, the circle is a little bit slow, so they have all the time in the world to actually push through. But the next point is, where do they push to is going to be the question here. Mysterious4 going to be gaking from east side. And compound here, we do see Evex, 2 OP officials still having center control. And they're still sticking towards the compound-to-compound fights here. And it's actually working out for 2 OP official. but it does force every single team kind of out in the open though.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, Evolution MIZORAM, they held their ground for a while, but Shadow Blitz right next to them, and the long-range sprays coming from 2OP Official, who are now finally waking up and are hungry for those frags. INF God, he's moved out into the open. Evolution MIZORAM down 2 players. 2OP, they finally make the move. The nades go out. Shadow Blitz, they find a little bit of breathing room to go for a reset. The revive coming through. Catalyst trying to bring Explosive back into play. And I think they might just succeed. 2OP aren't really aware there's one more team down the dip. Now they see them. Now they see the smokes being lobbed out.
Uh-oh. 2OP Official still deciding if they want to go for a slam here. They are unsure if there's going to be third-party shooting from 4. Seems like doesn't want to take the risk. Smart play there. Why give away space when they've got safety net? Seems like shots are being fired from the other side of the map as well. Meta NINZA finds a pick onto his Phoenix there as they try to push out towards Yasnaya. But 2OP Official still scouting around here. Doesn't want to take those necessary risks. Ammunition is slowly depleting for them at least here. You can see Utkarsh also hesitating to take shots in, knowing that they are preparing for the end game. 21 players left remaining, only 7 teams left. And Evolution MIZORAM here looks for a one-way on top of the hut. Not exactly sure you can see anything there. Hoping to get lucky. But return frags are coming in from EVX to OP. And it seems like the smoke on top of the roof may have backfired because he did not see where that shot came from.
Yeah, I don't think there's any escape for Evolution MIZORAM or Shadow Blitz, to be honest. The moment they show their heads to 2OP, they are going to pick them off. And 2OP have, well, the entirety of the game in their control right now. The only team inside of the zone with any solid cover to work with. And unless they get distracted and someone slams in at the right time, picks off a few individuals to kick off the fight, this is going to be their chicken dinner. Meta NINZA on the other side of things take on Likitha Esports. The first 2 players instantly wiped out. Nate from Ranveer looks good, but not good enough. No knock secured. This one is going to drop White Tiger for sure. Or maybe not. Alright, they commit a little too much utility over there. All for 1 knock. 3 players from Meta NINZA do manage to escape. It's a 2-for-1 trade. I would say worth it. A decent one for Meta NINZA.
Very, very good ones. A couple of knocks coming in from them. Likitha Esports, they are hurting. But this is going to be a very important one here for Ranveer and Sukunan. They're looking for redemption arc. 7 points in the bag. That's huge. But on the finish feed, we do see a couple of skirmishes, even more as well. But 2OP Official Shady going for a drive-by there. May have got a knock. Tried to save INF God, but instead cost his own life here.
Yeah.
Exploser now has to go in for a little bit of reset in, but 2OP Official finally sends in the 3rd guy, and they lose the 3rd guy as well. The tandem push did not work out. Or in this case, they did not even go for the tandem push. And that's the reason why they got completely shut out.
Hey man, they went 1 by 1 and they were taken out 1 by 1 as well. Exploser with an explosive play. 7 eliminations for this man alone, while his team has 9 in total. And out of nowhere, 2OP, they are out of contention for the chicken dinner of this match. I thought they were going to get this win, but overconfidence, overcommitment has completely ruined their shot at a chicken dinner yet again. Phoenix Esports on the other side, I think they're going to be grateful for what Shadow Blitz has done, but right now, the man they hate is going to be Ayush from the side of Rivalry, because he was the one who picked off Somra just a few minutes ago. And Phoenix, one thing that I've noticed about them is they always forget to check their backlines. Even this time, not really aware about Ayush's position. They just got a little too overconfident that, yeah, our backlines are cleared. Moving out into the open, lost their IGL for no reason at all.
Moments away. Phoenix now looking to try and push up forward a little bit more. But again, biggest threat here is still EVX 2OP Officials still inside the compound. And they do not realize that it's only 1 player left. Utkarsh pretty much lost all control the moment his teammates actually pushed out and got completely taken out by surprise. What a blunder from 2OP Official. It looked good, but it seems like getting hungry for finishes may have just cost them the game itself here.
Pretty much, man. We're down to the top 6. 12 players still alive. Phoenix and Meta NINZA, 2 teams with the numbers in play. Surviving with 3 players each. Then you have Likitha Esports, Shadow Blitz with 2 each, and 2 OP, and Rivalry with 1 each. Utkarsh, he has the cover to work with, can still make a break for the top 3. All he has to do is just not move out into the open. Ayush on the other side from the Rivalry squad is about to get eliminated. Nade exchange against Exploser. And well, there you have it. Exploser gets himself his 8th finish of this match. This man is on fire, and there is definitely an explosion about to happen.
He has to be the MVP of this game because he's just explosive, exploding everything all the way through.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just took out everyone from TOP, you know, keep things alive. He just found another one as well. Now down towards the top 5 as well. Exploser, maybe the recovery that Shadow Blitz needs based on this game. But again, still too early here. Again, for those guys watching here, all 16 teams, they will be playing all the way through. After they finish this entire group stages, they will not be eliminated. So practice is very, very much needed here, at least for everyone. But Fierce now, he scouts out Phoenix, but misses the shot. Sim instantly takes him down, gets the confirmation. 1 point in the back for Phoenix once more.
But on what you were saying right now, I think for all the players that are watching that have played the in-game qualifiers and are waiting for the results to see if they make it to round 1, watch these matches carefully, watch these teams carefully, because these are the teams you will eventually be pitted up against. And if you know the mistakes they make, if you know what works for them, what doesn't work for them, you can apply it to your own game plans and be ready once you show up for the round 1 of the BGIS main event. In the meanwhile, though, we are down to the top 4 of this match. 8 players still alive. Likitha Esports down to 2. And Phoenix Esports, they are looking to challenge the players of Likitha Esports. There we have it. Ranveer knocked and finished off. Now it's just one more man left, but I think now Phoenix just assumed that Likitha is done for. Well, my apologies. I don't think they assume that. They know for a fact that Likitha still has one more player because Ranveer got knocked and not directly finished off. But they are choosing not to commit all 4 players. Well, now they show up. Smoker has Viper alongside with him. They're going for a hunt. Sakuna, I don't think he survives.
Yep, as of yet as well.
Quite
Phoenix
obvious
Esports
where he is.
Is prime position to get their 2nd chicken dinner for the day. Big need there coming from Smoker once more, but Sukuna still down pretty low. But here comes the flusher Sim. Do they want to go in for the push? No, they do not. They actually back off for zone control and instead get spot out by Exploser. Another point in the back. How does he find all this picks here? He's got to be the luckiest person in this entire lobby itself.
I wouldn't say it's just luck, man. I mean, because with how he dealt with the players of 2 OP, that was pure skill taking them down in those point-blank range duels. An Exploser. Now, the only thing that's left for him to accomplish in this match is get those double digits for himself. He has 9 eliminations right now. If he can hit 10, it's going to be a massive achievement, especially a momentum, a morale boost for the team as well, and for him, considering it's just day 1. But Utkarsh, he's getting pushed by the players of Phoenix. He has held his ground all this time, but finally he chooses to reveal his position to the players of Phoenix Esports. And now he's running for his life. It's a 1 versus 3. He's at a disadvantage, and there's the cleanup. Phoenix Esports, 6 eliminations to their name, looking strong and hopeful for their 2nd chicken dinner of the day. And all they have to do is take on the 2 individuals remaining from the side of Shadow Blitz.
Well, will Phoenix make the same mistake of TOP official is going to be the question here. But Exploser, he's out of mats as well. Only bandages remain. And they are pretty much stuck out inside the compound as well. Phoenix Esports, they've got him covered. And Exploser gets the knock on Smoker. Makes it a 2 versus 2 now. Nades comes in. The re-knock comes through from Viper as Catalyst gets taken out. And now Exploser, 1v2 situation here. What is he going to do? Seems like Sim is still debating whether or not he wants to pick up Smoker. As Sim and also Smoker going to be scouted out. Exploser gets the confirmation here. 10 finishes in the back. 12 for him. 1v2 now. And Sim and Viper has got him boxed in. Exploser going to be leaning on out and open as well. Viper might be able to scout him out and he might be just dead unless he hits the most insane shot ever. Viper, they see him. Sim going for the nades. He knows roughly where he is. Eventually goes down and Phoenix takes the chicken dinner. Their 2nd winner chicken dinner for today itself.
Yeah, but Exploser still managed to get the double-digit finishes in this game, and it was an incredible performance from that man as well. But Phoenix Esports, I think this pretty much does the job for the entire day. 2 chicken dinners, a lot of finishes racked up in the matches that they played, and overall, I think exactly what we expected from this team.
Yeah, I don't know why they're inside this group.
Because they chose to, their previous teams fell apart and all of them had to just basically form another team and now join Phoenix.
Yeah, they look really, really solid as well. Like, I'm hoping to see more coming from them as well. But props to his Exploser, because we saw him clutch out insane moments as well. We saw moments of brilliance coming from BMSD in particular. It wasn't enough, but now to kick things off, this is a great start for him.
It is an explosive start for Exploser. 10 finishes all alone. His team has 12 eliminations, and they get 18 points from this game. I think if there was a match that Shadow Blitz needed to recover the momentum that they weren't able to build up in the first 3 games, this was that game. And give him some sort of a bonus, because I don't know what the other 3 players were doing in this match.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward as well. Seems like Blitz is just solely depends on Exploser going for the play as well. Exploser, he had it lined up for the rooftop, but imagine if he gotten that knock, he might have gotten a little bit of chance against him, but it's still tough.
See, I mean, all of these are hypotheticals, but that was an impossible situation for him to come out from, especially when Simp moved out for the flank. Because you have a man covering the backlines. Viper was there on the rooftop, and that blue zone damage as well. He can't really do anything about it. So, unfortunate, but still very impressive being able to make it to the top 2, where I felt that Shadow Blitz could have been out in the top 6 or the top 7, actually.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. But for now, we've pretty much concluded all Erangel maps, and we are going to be taking a very, very short break, and we'll be back with Miramar action for you guys.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2026, the grind, day 1 underway. And of course, it's been filled with a lot of unexpected results, a lot of unexpected performances. In that last Erangel that we witnessed, Exploser with an explosive performance. I know I've used that wordplay a lot, but I think that is what that name is for. Apart from that, Phoenix Esports lighting up day number 1 on fire. Pretty much.
It seems like it is one of those Phoenixes who never really went down to the ashes.
Yeah.
At least today, right? They were rock solid in the first game, beautiful in the second one as well. And now in this matchup as well, I think they have solidified their position at the top. At least for the next 12 matches, I don't see them going anywhere.
I agree with you on that. I mean, they have a nice little safety cushion to work with. And of course, it looks quite sweet on the overall leaderboard. But one thing is that's going to look quite sweet on you inside of the game. That is going to be this Peaky Blinders set, ladies and gentlemen. So go ahead inside of BGMI, check it out, and get it for yourselves. If you do make sure to tag us in that story. We're going to share that celebration with you. But coming back to that conversation, Shadow Blitz showing up towards the end in the top 2 was quite a bit of surprise. Phoenix Esports, of course, that shift of the circle towards them made sure that they would be in a comfortable position. But, I mean, I want to know your thoughts on what 2OP did in that particular match. Absolutely no reason to run out into the open, end up overcommitting, and, well, lose 3 players for no reason at all.
I remember 2OP officials were at the center part of the circle for one moment, right? They had complete control. They were at the dot center, and from that point on, if you lose track of time, lose track of space, then you have to blame yourself for that. But we have to talk about this man, the MVP. Of course, we've been talking a lot about him. Everyone is talking about him. 10 finishes, exposure. Double-digit figures achieved. I think that is always a big achievement. It's almost like hitting a century in a game of cricket. Sukuna over there as well. 7 eliminations, 78% contribution. Viper with 4 and Chris OP with 3. Well, the rise of undergods is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. I mean, in fact, last year is when we saw all of these players come into limelight. Chris OP, I think, has been with a while, if I'm not wrong. We have seen him play with Blitz Reborn.
Yeah. Also Alibaba Raiders.
Also Alibaba Raiders, yes, in the past. And of course, now as well, it seems like the firepower never just slipped away from him. Viper, this is the Viper we saw with Carnival Gaming a few months ago, last year. That was the confusion we were in, like, all right, which Viper is this? Because both the Vipers apparently left their previous rosters and are playing for different teams now. We're going to wait for the other one as well, I think, in the later rounds. But anyways, we have the point standings for this game where Phoenix finishes with 18 points, and that brings their total tally on the overall leaderboard to 66 points. Wow, that's impressive.
When you get 2 dinners, 2 chicken dinners, and you actually get 39 finish points, you're always going to have that lead. But look at the teams other than that. LHS 2OP, TIE, as well as Meta NINZA. They're pretty close if you actually think about it. One good game for Meta NINZA, they can actually shift up to the top. But this is where things are really safe. You look at the bottom 8, and that is where concerns do lie, because not a lot of difference. Meta NINZA on 28. You've got teams like White Walkers on the 13th spot, 16 points, just 8-point difference.
Yeah, just an 8-point difference, but...
I screwed up the math over there, Johnny. Don't follow on my lines. That was a 12-point difference.
Me and IC have pretty much established that we are not good at maths.
I am good, but...
I was still calculating what is 48 divided by 3. Still doing it in my head. I think close to 16 or something.
I think it is 16.
Is it exactly 16?
It is exactly 16.
Alright, maybe I'm not... no, it took me 30 minutes to do that. What am I saying?
At least you got it right. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, you got it right, which is fair. You don't really want to talk about it, but why were you doing this calculation again?
Because IC asked me that when we had a look at the overall rankings before, because there was a tie in the points of Los Hermanos and Phoenix Esports. Both of them were at 48 points after 3 matches. Now, it's just Los Hermanos at 48 points after 4 matches.
But I'm so happy with SB, to be honest, because Shadow Blades, nobody actually expected them to make that bounce back, make that jump up. But this team, I feel like they've got the right amount of skill sets to actually move very deep inside of BGIS, potentially to round 3, round 4. I'm looking forward to it. I'm not really going to jinx it as well, because my words have always had that thing. I kind of predicted Meta NINZA. Things are not really going their way according to my expectations, but they're still holding their ground as well.
You're just hanging out with the people over on the Hindi desk a little too much.
I think so, man. I think so.
Sometimes the most obvious answer is also the correct answer. That's the takeaway from this.
Again, Meta NINZA was supposed to be an obvious answer, dude. Like, I feel like I wasn't really making a risk over there, taking any risks. I think the risk was taken by Anki, who actually predicted Evolution, MIZORAM, and we have to talk about them, because I was having this conversation with IC. This is a team that has mastered rotation. This is a team that has mastered how to actually position themselves inside the circle. But as soon as a threat comes into the picture, or maybe a chaotic situation with 2 teams, they get vanished.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons for that is there is absolutely no resistance made from their side when teams are pushing them.
Yeah.
Their decision is to just back off, get themselves in a priority position, and then just wait for the fight to approach. Whereas, contrary to this, if you notice something of Rivalry Esports or Meta NINZA, if someone tries to push them, or even BotArmyEsports in that previous game, if someone is trying to push them, they're going to try and resist for a little bit, get the other lads to regroup, and then fight holding on to their ground, because that was the original spot where they planned to stay.
Yeah.
But that was all from the wrangles that we witnessed. Miramar is going to be up next, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're ready. This is going to be the first Miramar of BGIS 2026, the grind. Here we go.
The desserts are back online, ladies and gentlemen. It is the map of Miramar, certainly hot in terms of climate, hot in terms of temperatures, and it seems like BGIS, the grind day number 1, has been hot in terms of competition as well. This time, of course, the gods of BGMI gives us a rather decent flight path to work with. Starts off from Torre Ahmada and moves on towards La Judera. Mostly covers majority of the map, unless and until you want to move somewhere towards like an Impala or like a Puerto Paraso. You should not really have a lot of difficult times. But We've seen those drop collisions happen. We've seen teams chase each other down with machetes and melees and whatnot. So one thing is for certain, I think this is one of the most aggressive starts to BGIS the grind that I've seen over the past couple of seasons.
True, again, but to be honest, this is what I was expecting even before the matches began, because as I mentioned earlier at the start of the day, this group, these 16 teams have the luxury of setting the pace for themselves. They don't have to follow anyone else. They get to do whatever they want, because no one right now understands what mistakes can be made unless you watch all the other players for an extended duration of time and you play for an extended duration of time. So at the start, they are making sure that they use the chaos to their advantage. And talking about chaos, well, the northeastern quadrant of this map is about to get very chaotic, because you have GENxFM, Evolution MIZORAM, and Rivalry Esports landing quite close to each other. Also, Shadow Blitz and 2OP, two teams heading towards La Cobriera. That's a drop clash I want to witness, along with what happens El Pozo. Somraj does not like to get drop clash. So Team Alpha, they better watch out. But hey, Team Alpha, they kick things off in a brilliant manner. Sim gets knocked and finished off instantly.
That is first blood drawn, and Team Alpha, they've got the upper hand in this fight. Like you said, Somraj never loves drop clashing, but he also mentions that he loves to give it back to the opposition as well.
Yeah.
So I want to see, will there be a little bit of a ricochet happening from Phoenix Esports? Somraj knows exactly where the players are positioned. And I guess if he can plan his players right, position his players right, he might capture a couple of those players in a 2v3 situation. He would love to isolate those fights and take them down instantly. Look at this, Viper, Smoker. They've been in red hot form, to be honest. I'm just waiting for Simp to actually show his true potential. I think Simp, he in the previous seasons has been that savior for Godlike, where he wasn't really getting enough chances, but every time he would step into the playing four, he would make an impact. I guess with Phoenix Esports, that impact is certainly missing, but I know it is loading somewhere and it will come eventually.
I mean, we did see it at the start of the day, to be honest. So it's okay, man. One bad performance
Absolutely
is justified. But Likitha Esports, they got to justify what's happening to them, because today it's kind of been a mediocre performance from Likitha Esports considering the roster they have. I expected big things. But even in this match, losing out a player very early to the hands of Los Hermanos, who just, I guess, showed up to get those vehicles, and now they're going to get out of there. Evolution MIZORAM, they get a few weapons and keep their heads down as the drop clash with the players of GENxFM continues.
And I guess it is going to stay for a while.
Yeah.
Evolution MIZORAM, they always love the fight to actually come to them, rather than being someone like a White Walkers who love to be chaotic, who love to push past the limits, push past the boundaries of how you want to be aggressive. Yes, of course, it is at some point reckless, but then if it actually works out, we are only going to be the ones to sing praise for that team. So let's find out if that does work out. But Phoenix Esports, now this is a deadlock which they need to break open. Unless and until they do that, they are stuck inside this compound forever.
Let's see, though. Phoenix Esports, as we mentioned, these lads, they did not like getting challenged like this early, but now they have at least some loot to work with. Well, at least the primary weapon, the M249 I liked, but that second weapon was a Winchester, so that's going to be an awkward clash. Somraj, this loadout actually works out for him, has the level 3 armor as well, so at least a little bit of damage tank for him. And at point blank range, the UMP can get the job done. The first clip whip, but Smoker from the backlines finds the knock. Somraj gets straightened out at the hands of Adonis. Does not really have the HP to push any further. And I think Phoenix Esports, they're getting wiped out in this game early. There it is. The last man also finished off, and a little bit of BM coming from the players of Team Alpha.
Now that is a challenge.
It is a challenge, but it's also a waste of ammunition.
I don't really care. I guess Miramars from this point on is going to get really exciting. I love what Somraj is going to do after this. I guess he's going to take on those drop fights and try and give it back to them. We'll find out, but kudos to Team Alpha because they cleaned up the fight without losing a single body, and that has to be commendable. GENxFM on the other side of things, it seems like they are now facing the wrath of Evolution MIZORAM, but one player falls. Ghost FM beautifully done.
Nice.
Gets the second one as well. The Vector just singing the songs of death, and one after the other, these bodies just do tend to fall, and Evolution MIZORAM once again just falling apart, Johnny.
Oh man, Ghost just with the play he made and the confidence this man has, because we've seen him in the past, definitely lives up to that iconic tag that I think majority of the people who are into video games know where it's from. Evolution MIZORAM on the other side, well, they're down to the last man, and they can't really do much. Has a DMR with a 3x scope. GENxFM, they're going for a full reset.
Yeah. But Johnny, did you notice something?
What?
It seems like on the map of Miramar, the use of DMRs is back.
Yeah.
Now, we didn't really see a lot of shotguns. Since the first map of the day, not a lot of pump shotguns has been used, which was a very regular thing. We used to see pump shotguns even until the final circles as well in the last season. This time, shotguns are kind of taking the backseat. You still get to see those S12Ks because that is just overpowered. You also get to see the DBSs, but it seems like the days of pump shotgun, it's kind of over now.
Yeah, kind of. The problem is that I am not good enough at the game to actually feel the impact of this stuff when I play my matches. But I guess the professionals, they definitely felt it because, as you mentioned, the variety that we have seen today itself has been a little bit more than what we saw in the entirety of 2025. Apart from the forced fight like this one, where players were just basically working with whatever they had in their hands,
I would love to see a sort of clutch, to be honest. It'd be extremely cool to watch.
Ooh, I don't think that's ever going to happen, though. I mean, it can happen.
We saw a clutch with a pistol today. What do you think is left to happen?
It wasn't a clutch, exactly. It was a multi-frag.
Yeah, but then still, man, it's a pistol.
Yeah, I mean, we can see players. We've seen players will shank each other to their demise. So it can happen, but shotgun is like, I don't think who likes sawed-off.
Nobody does.
The first chance you get, you pick up whatever pistol you find instead of the sawed-off. Everybody hates the sawed-off.
I mean, I thought that the most hated weapon inside of the game was the Winchester.
At least it has a scope.
True that. I mean, back in those days, I used to call it a binocular instead of a weapon.
Yeah.
You used to get information from it. At least you could get that long-distance vision. But, well, coming back to current situations, it seems like the last man from Evolution, MIZORAM, Ralakon, will have to run back. Now, this is an ambush and a half. GENxFM really wants to finish off this fight as quickly as they possibly can. But this man retaliates a little bit. But the backup arrives right in time. GENxFM 4 finishes right off the bat. 2 players knocked out, but that is completely fine.
Yeah, it was a 4 versus 1 situation, and GENxFM coming with a clinical execution of Evolution MIZORAM, not really letting a single one of those players escape. That's the second team of this game to be eliminated. But my concern for GENxFM now is look at the shift of the circle. It's too far away, and they might just end up running into a cluster or maybe just a team mid-rotation. So, and considering they are in the blue right now, they don't really have a lot of time to go for that initial loot anymore. They've got to be cautious, move out at least towards Hacienda del Patron or San Martin, and then maybe get some loot. Maybe towards El Azhar as well could be a good option.
Yeah.
Just to get that loot, just to get those replenishments, a little bit of utility, ammunition, scopes. But look at what is happening in Los Leones, Los Hermanos versus Esport Social.
Now, this is going to be really weird. We don't really get to see fights inside of Los Leones break out open so early on inside the game, especially when it is still inside of the circle. But
yeah.
LHS, they are in such good rhythm. They are finding themselves comfortable. They are feeling confident as well about these 4v4 clashes. And why not take them? Right up front, of course, Esport Social, they have had a great game for themselves as well. But it seems like LHS, the way they are moving, they are inching closer to yet another squad wipe. They've got one finish in the bag already. A couple of these players from Esport Social, they are low on HP, but they will replenish themselves. A little bit of high ground advantage for LHS, but it will get nullified because look at the way Esport Social position themselves. They are ready for the fight to come to them.
Oh yeah, they definitely are, and they've gotten that reset on Wanted as well. But Los Hermanos, that high ground can work out to their advantage, and they've sent Alto on the flank. Esport Social aren't really aware of this rotation. They can be in trouble. Dope almost getting taken out over there. Risky move. He gets punished. And as you mentioned, I mean, it's a rare sight, a fight early in Los Leones. But I think this is happening because both the teams are trying to exit that city early as well. But as we move towards the center of the map, it's Rivalry Esports taking on Mysterious4. And Mysterious4, they kick things off. 2 players from the side of Gravity hit the floor.
This is very surprising, to be honest. Gravity Esports, we have seen glimpses of brilliance. We've also seen beautiful shot calling from Shub, OG, the IGL. But it seems like the young maestro needs a little bit more grooming, because all of a sudden M4 just comes in the middle of nowhere, interrupts their rotation, intercepts it, and now they've actually broken their back as well. Goku with those 2 quick eliminations will find 2 finishes for his team, and now Gravity Esports, they will be left with 50% of their strength. I think they started off really well. The day kind of started off on a good note for Gravity. They were getting those 4v4s extremely clean, but all of a sudden, as soon as the maps kind of shift, they could not relay that performance and translate it on the map of Miramar. But look at this clutch.
It's again a multi-frag, Salty.
Cool as ice.
Yeah.
I think there was zero panic.
I mean,
No gyro movement as well. He knew the players are going to come in front of his crosshairs. He just has to wait for the timing, and he did it so perfectly.
it's Ghost, man. I mean, he's a war veteran.
You're a fan of Ghost.
Yeah, I am. That's my favorite character of all time.
Yeah. I mean, potentially if I was Ghost, you'd be Captain Price.
Does that mean I get to take you out eventually?
Maybe. We can actually have a boxing match someday.
Yeah, sure.
But, you know, that is going to be very surprising if we actually do, because, again, I consider you one of my dearest friends. But talk about surprising. We don't really get to see such hard shifts, especially in the second circle itself. After the second circle, we get to see yet another follow-up with yet another hard shift towards the lost laners now. And this is extremely confusing, because all the teams from the Northern Hemisphere, now they are huddled up just right outside the circle, the circumference, and they have no injection point to actually move inside.
I was just about to say that, by the way, that all of these edges are just kind of occupied, and right now there's just chaos in the middle of nowhere as White Walkers end up taking on 2OP. 2OP trying to redeem themselves for that last game. What was that? He still found that knock trade. Murnock's getting taken out. Botfire shows up at the last second for the rescue, and White Walkers, well, I think they're just about to be eliminated over here. That nade, oh, the door opens up. Stun goes out. He runs in. Gets flooded upstairs. They're split up from each other, and it was a bait and a switch coming from White Walkers. 2OP official almost falling in the trap. Botfire, last man left alive. A 1v1 for him to secure a victory for his team. And look at what is happening. He's Shady, just stay there, man. They're expecting a piece of util to be lobbed in their face, but I don't know if Guru has... he does have a nade.
Yeah. He's trying to use the pin of the nade to actually delay that revive. And I love the fact that the fallen comrade understands it. He does not want Botfire to fall into the trap. But is Botfire looking in the right direction? Where on earth were you looking? Crosshair placement not in the right position. And this time, White Walkers, they clean up EveX 2OP.
I think that's a sign of panic right there. That is what panic looks like, when you just look in the wrong direction. But, I mean... 2OP, they've done quite decent throughout the day, so I guess one off play, and even this game, there are 3 eliminations.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You know, but again, problems for White Walkers over there, because this reckless style of play just leads to just one man surviving till the rest of the match, and it's still the third circle only. But moving on, of course, we do have another fight, ladies and gentlemen. Meta NINZA, another team to watch out for. White Tiger in the front lines, of course, just falling down. Shadow 7 just get so much work done, but still from the back lines, it is Mysterious4 clean things up. And all of a sudden, all the hopes and dreams of mine and potentially thousands of fans who wanted to see Meta NINZA perform inside of Grind Day 1, it seems like all of those hopes have been banished.
Yeah, pretty much. After this, just one more Miramar remains, and it's going to be a tricky one. BotArmy, Ernie! What a play, man. Talk about a perfect opportunist. That is Ernie right here, right now, but as soon as the players of BotArmyEsports try to take on Fragger, well, he starts to drop them one by one. No HP, but still the shotgun can help him secure the knock. He's just juking those shots around the corner. Harry finally shows up. Mysterious4 down to the last man, and even he shows up looking to take this fight, continue it further. He tries to fall back. Harry still on the hunt. Mysterious4, I just want to see if they survive or not. Oh, they do. He gets himself to safety.
Brilliant piece of heavy driving over there, I guess.
Yeah.
A little bit of curve, a little bit of swivel. over there to just try and dodge those bullets coming in from Harry, but BotArmyEsports credits, and a lot of map awareness is needed to actually find situations like these where you know exactly when the fight is about to end, when is your chance to throw in that nade and get the maximum results out of it. BotArmyEsports doing it really well, but need to carry on this momentum. But coming back to Meta NINZA once again, it seems like a couple of those players certainly have underperformed in my eyes. I think I see Fierce as one of the top assaulters, but currently he just seems to be out of form.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, and the only thing we can say, it's only day one. So there is opportunity to recover in the later stages. I think going back after today, a lot of these teams are definitely going to do reviews of what went wrong for them, what were the decisions, or why the decisions made did not really work out in their favor. But for now, Goku, I think Mysterious4, they have 7 eliminations. So it's an okay-ish game, even if they get eliminated right now. But you would definitely want to hit double digits just to make sure that it's more than okay every single match that you play. The only problem for him is that he's outside the zone, and finding entry is going to be difficult. And talk about things being difficult, where Esport Social, they are having a very difficult day.
They absolutely are. I mean, just one game which kind of went in their favor, but apart from that, not really. But, you know, one thing which really works in the favor of all these teams out there, that Grind is an extended format. You get to play 4 match days with 6 games each, 24 games per team, which means if one of your days does not go in your favor, you still have the chance to kind of replenish and figure out what actually went wrong, like you mentioned, right? And this extended format gives you an opportunity to reach your peak at a later stage of the tournament. Understand, learn, adapt, and overcome.
Pretty much. Wasn't it improvise, adapt, overcome?
Yeah, but I kind of flipped it to fit my script, you know?
Oh.
That is the salty effect.
Well, let's see which one of these teams actually take on the salty effect right now and learn from the mistakes, adapt to the situation, and overcome the challenges that lie ahead. Because right now the circle is just pushing them in the middle of nowhere. Because look at this, even Los Hermanos are quite spread towards the western edge of Los Leones, and Rivalry just somehow has their exposed back visible in front of their faces. The shots from Shogun also give away his position. He's just randomly shooting in the direction of Team Insane. Well, in their general direction. Absolutely nowhere close to their bodies, though.
It's still fine, at least making their presence known, marking their territories. Whether or not you are interested, I'm going to show you that this is my region and you better not encroach upon it. Now, LHS is one of those teams who loves to play on splits. At least that is what we have seen in day number 1. This time again, they've got complete control over Lost in this, at least the part of the city that is inside of the circle. But White Walkers on the other side, they're still struggling, but Guru did find an outlier, a finish to actually add on to that tally, but he's way outside the circle and there is absolutely no cover to aid him and his entry inside. So I guess for White Walkers, the game should be done and dusted, but I'll still wait to see and find out what can Guru do actually.
I mean, look at the pace drop in the game right now because of the early aggression that we witnessed. Everything has slowed down. Stage 5, we're down to 10 teams, 31 players already. And Likitha Esports, another one of those names that's down to the last man. Ray is trying to be the ray of hope, but gets spotted out. Multiple teams shaking shot in his direction. Shadow Blitz. Oh, look at that sweet seat switch coming from Exploser. He's just trying to stay alive. Survives for a few extra seconds. His teammates have been taken out, and I think Exploser as well has fallen. Shadow Blitz in a world of pain. There we go. An early exit for the team. Catalyst, he's the last man left alive, but based on the performance so far throughout the day, I don't think he can do much.
You know, credit has to be given to Team Alpha. I guess they're actually playing like true alphas inside of the map of Miramar. Now, look at this. Phoenix Esports have had one of the hottest runs inside of day 1. You try and challenge them on their drop spot. You beat them, and now, out in the open, you spot someone. You know you are going to go for those finishes. You know you're going to go aggressive. You're not just making your presence felt. You're making your presence feared by your opposition as well. And that is a lovely Team Alphas. We'll have to find out if they can close this game out. But look at this Guru. That is an outrageous rotation. Finds himself leapfrogging multiple teams, but where does he land upon is going to be my question. He does make it inside the circle, right in the foothills of LHS and their greatness right now. Now, this is not the best of positions, but at least he can survive.
Yeah, he's going to use them for security, basically, at this point. Especially with Shogun being right on top of his head. No one will be able to close in on the compound where Guru is, but if he falls into the line of fire of the other teams, then it's a whole different story. And talk about the line of fire. Rivalry Esports find themselves in the line of fire of Shogun. He was using that Mini 14 to just tap away and just build up a little bit of pressure on the players of Rivalry. But that's not the only team trying to breach from that northeastern edge. Team Insane, they're still there. And considering Los Hermanos have stuck in the same buildings for the last 5 minutes, they need to be cautious. Plus, he's using both the weapons of the same ammunition type. So he's going to run out of ammunition at twice the rate.
That is very true, actually. And he does not have a lot of that as well. 41/108. That's roughly about 150 bullets. Certainly not enough. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out where does the circle take us. Does it take us to an urban finish? It seems like we're still having mixed opinions. Half of the circle is out in the open. Half of the circle is still in the city. LHS, they're going to be considering themselves to be a little lucky. But I'm not really sure what to think of Team Alpha, because all of a sudden they will be pushed out in the open. And I guess they are going to be received and welcomed by the other teams.
Yeah, but no incentive to exit as of now. And even if they want to exit, I think the option that needs to be taken is Shogun and Dope drop towards where Xerex is, because that's the safer compound. But Rivalry, they don't want safety, they want finishes, and they go after the players of Team Insane. Ninja, OP, knocked out, finished off. Insane, they're down to, well, the last 3 players, and Rivalry have actually moved out early, which is a brilliant decision, because now they are going to be the ones gatekeeping the players of Team Insane.
This is going to be a big opportunity for Rivalry, to be honest. I guess if they do manage to break through the defenses of Team Insane, they will have control over the northeastern quadrant. And now look at this, the jumper on comes in from Team Insane, but could not convert that. Rivalry, once again, calm as ice. And he knew exactly what his job was. Wait for the player to disembark and hit his shot right on the money.
And well, he does manage to cash out quite nicely. A little bit of a helping hand lent by Shogun from Los Hermanos, by the way. But Rivalry, they want to keep on going. They see the players of BotArmy down below. 5 nades as well. Just nade inside of the dip and finish them off. They make that bounce. The smoke lobbed out. Harry has an opportunity to just catch them off guard. He dishes out a little bit of damage, but before he goes for the frag, he gets shut down instantly. Artifacts there for the support of his IGL. But Rivalry Esports now have to be more cautious. Esport Social right next to them. They are their not so pleasant neighbors for the next few minutes.
The smokes aren't really going to protect them for a while now, but look at this scuffle happening. Shadow Blitz. They were one of the teams to watch out for in the last game, especially with Exploser just having a brilliant performance. But all of a sudden, that wreckage that happened with their vehicle, especially with Team Alpha shooting them down like a laser beam, I guess that is what completely changed the course of this game. Shadow Blitz Catalyst in a 1v2 situation, but he's also getting peppered from the backlines. It is Esport Social Fragger Noob. He's trying to get this finish all to himself. As soon as this player comes out, well, he will get confirmed. Esport Social, 2 finishes on the board. But yet to trouble the scorers a little bit. They have got their 4 players. They've got compounds for themselves as well. Johnny, do you think this can actually be a good game for them?
I definitely think it has to be the game that Esport Social somehow need to convert. Otherwise, it's going to be day 1 of this grind wasted for them.
True.
Pretty much, because today has not been kind towards Esport Social. The only problem is that the team waiting right next to them are a little bit better. I'm going to be honest about it. Los Hermanos. So, yeah, that's the only challenge for Esport Social. They managed to break inside of the top 5 right now. And it's them, White Walkers, Guru, Los Hermanos, Rivalry, and Team Alpha, who are extremely far away from all of this conflict, all the way towards the southwestern edge. And it's going to be a western shift of the circle. So, Esport Social now, this is where the game kind of swings completely in their favor, because Rivalry, Los Hermanos, they need to make that move in the open. And Esport Social, they can catch them off guard, but the spray gets whiffed. And, well, he connects the second one. Arklin gets knocked out. And Esport Social, they have an upper hand in this engagement against the players of Rivalry Esports now.
They certainly do. But I kind of fear for Rivalry. I guess they will try and take an exit from this fight, not really engage, give up on their fallen comrades, still try and survive with the 2 men. And I think that is the right approach. You will have to go around the circle, potentially find yourself another injection point so that you have a safety cushion Esport Social for now, I guess, they were completely blinded by Rivalry's presence, and LHS found that sweet time to make their way inside the circle. This is brilliant rotation from LHS. But once again, it seems like Rivalry, they're not taking the back foot. They're actually taking this fight. And as soon as they do so, Auckland falls down. Now, this is man advantage for Esport Social, and this is good news. Kalyug, once again on the spray, connects majority of the damage. One shot OP, just barely surviving by a sliver of HP, but their formation, it's brilliant.
I mean, it might be brilliant, but sometimes brilliance alone is not enough to secure what you want. And for Rivalry, I think it's going to be bad luck that ends up ruining their day, with one shot getting taken out, Artifacts having no movement space, Ayush as well stuck in that dip. They're going to have to settle for just a few meters inside of the play zone. Just buy themselves time enough for Los Hermanos, Team Alpha to fight amongst themselves, Esport Social to get third-partied, and maybe then Rivalry can break inside of the top 2 or top 3.
But look at this Team Alpha. 8 finishers on the board already, and this team is just playing it so beautifully, right? Another brilliant position. They know exactly that they have some pretty aggressive neighbors in the form of Team LHS, but they found this small little dip, which protects them not just from their eastern neighbors, but also gives them a little bit of cover from Rivalry, from Esport Social, basically pockets them a little bit of safe haven. But with 5 teams and 16 players left, I guess it's time where Team Alpha wants to scramble up on those numbers. All 4 players alive, a little bit of Rivalry in their line of sight as well. And in the middle of nowhere, look at this man, Guru. Just lying down, having a chill pill, trying to smoke it off as well so that he can survive, potentially playing in for those position points. The story still remains. It still revolves around Rivalry, Johnny.
Yeah. I mean, it's still around Rivalry. It's still around Esport Social, Los Hermanos, and, well, I would say everyone except Guru, because he has already done quite a brilliant job, by the way, surviving inside of the top 5, because if you remember there, the players from White Walkers were taken out a while ago inside of this game. But as you were talking about Rivalry, I think Esport Social finally decide they have had enough. They want to make this bounce. And same goes for Team Alpha. Ayush knocked out yet again. And this time, I don't think Team Alpha are letting that finish go.
Absolutely. You know what the X factor in this fight actually can be, Guru. Coming in from the backlines, he can spoil Esport Social and their game, but depends on what his goals and what his aim is. Rivalry Esports on the other side, just holding, looking to hold on to this small little piece of cover. They know from up top, Team Alpha will try and get the better of them. Esport Social needs to be diverted. Rivalry Esports needs to reposition, but will that happen? Or will that be allowed to happen? That is a big question, because look at Coffin, the way from the distance. He's not going to let Rivalry live.
Of course not. Coffin is doing brilliant in this game. 5 eliminations secured. That's going to be the 6th finish for him as Guru gets eliminated. Team Alpha break inside of the top 3 of this game with 12 players still alive. It is Team Alpha, Esport Social and Los Hermanos. And now finally, as Esport Social, they want to make that move, or wanted to make that move towards the play zone. They are going to lose bodies. Kalyug gets knocked out and finished off. We have 3 more players left in the back lines, but it's not going to be easy to fight for the chicken. And same goes for Los Hermanos, man. I mean, Team Alpha, they have too much map control to work with. Look at that, 13 eliminations on the board already.
Absolutely. This is going to be the last circle. This is going to be that last standoff. Mexican standoff in the middle of nowhere. Los Hermanos just trying to move forward and gain as much map control as they possibly can. Seems like slowly and steadily, Team Alpha, they are falling like domino.
Oh boy, that nade. I wanted to see where it exploded, but Team Alpha, as you mentioned, they were trying to control the game, but Los Hermanos, they're not going to take this beat down sitting down. Team Alpha, Coffin extremely low. The nade might just knock out Dope, but it's not going to be enough. The smokes worked out in the favor of Los Hermanos, and they wiped the floor with Team Alpha. And now it's just Esport Social out of nowhere. Los Hermanos, prime contender for the chicken dinner. Team Alpha, there was a lot of hope, but a throw is a throw, and it was caught with open arms by Los Hermanos. A nice little chicken dinner from the start of the game till the end, just maintaining composure.
A small little advantage. You give them an inch, they take a mile away from you. And that is exactly what LHS did over there. They held on to that Los Leones edge for I guess the entirety of the map, to be honest. They did not have to move an inch, but when they needed to move, when the circle forced him to move, I think it was brilliantly calculated.
You know why I called it a throw? Because just I think a minute ago, in fact, we saw Team Alpha moving towards Los Hermanos. They found the opening knock. It was a 3v4 situation. They just did not commit to the fight completely. They were hesitant, and Los Hermanos, I think they're going to be grateful right now for that.
I think they were spoiled for choice because Esport Social, they also had a visibility on Esport Social. They had a visibility on LHS as well.
Confused.
They got completely confused and bamboozled as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the final blow once again. And this is where things really got a little difficult, I would say, for all these outliers. For Rivalry, I think the clock was ticking for a very long time, especially since that fight against Esport Social breakthrough. But this fight, Coffin, through the smoke, it was brilliant. It was a brilliant opening, but as soon as these nades start flowing in and Dope came out of the smoke, I guess that is something Team Alpha did not expect at all.
By the time Dope came out, it was already over. It was just one man surviving, and it's a life lesson for all of us, not just Team Alpha. There's always going to be something better out there, but don't let a good thing that you already have slip away.
I also want to point out one thing. Was that the first instance of a smoke criminal being born inside of BGMI?
Because we've seen a lot of them, man.
Have we? I mean,
we saw Exploser in the angle before this.
Alright, I guess I'm going to take that as well. But the way Dope came out, I guess, without any information, knowing confidently that I've got a shotgun, I'm going to find those finishes, I'm going to get those heads, I think that is brilliant.
For sure, you could put some BGM on that, and that can be like a clip right there from his POV. I think we're going to see that on his social today. But we still have to see one last game today, ladies and gentlemen. One more Miramar remains. But before we move towards that match, we're going to take a very short break. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to BGIS, the Grind 2026, and of course, one last game of Miramar still remains. But of course, joining alongside me is going to be IC Baby back on the panel, and this time, I'm going to ask him questions about that map of Miramar because there were a lot of question marks on how teams were playing. LHS, of course, smooth as ever. But then Team Alpha, a surprise entry into the mix. What are your thoughts about that?
I think one of the biggest surprises was that people did not expect how the ARs has kind of affected the overall gameplay in Miramar in general here. Because people are getting picked off out of nowhere, the randomness here, which if you play based it off yesterday's last year's performance, multiple instances you could have got out like, oh, 1 HP, maybe I can survive this. But yeah, the damage, you can kind of feel it.
You know what? One interesting fact which I also noticed was that almost 60 to 70% of the loadouts had a DMR in it. Including, right? So, be it a 5.56 DMR or a 7.62 DMRs, I think in the map of Miramar, you need those long-distance engagements because assault rifles at a long range, it is not that effective anymore.
No, I actually kind of disagree. It's more like on the 7.62 DMRs are great. Mini 14s are still like kind of mare-ish. M4 a little bit above, but I feel like mostly it's on towards the 7.62 DMRs.
You know, a lot of top players in the world would actually disagree because the Mini 14 has a very less recoil as compared to the SKAs. But nonetheless, I think that is a conversation which the pros are going to have. But apart from that, a little bit of a hiccup coming in from Rivalry Esports as well. A little bit of an uplift from Social. But we'll talk about the MVP for now. Team Alpha's Coffin with 6 finishes and 1,000 points of damage. I think he was brilliant. Just barring that last fight against LHS. I think that is where this team entirely choked.
You know, it's interesting to see how Coffin is finally back in form here because I had this conversation with Spiro as well about Coffin. Wasn't this guy who had a clip in Miramar last year? And he was playing for Raka x SAS Esports. And he had a really, really nice clip, right? And throughout the entire day, I was like, oh, is this the same Coffin? Oh, yeah, it is the same Coffin. But we haven't seen moments of brilliance. Did he make a clip today? Not yet. But for him to see a MVP performance coming for him, I'm happy that he's starting to get towards that direction.
Not just the individual performance as well. He's got a lot of support from his comrade Adonis. 4 finishes on him as well. The rest of the players in that top 4 pretty brilliant. But we move on, ladies and gentlemen, to the point standings where you've got Team Alpha 18 points. LHS, of course, the chicken dinner and 17 points. A little display of composure, patience and a lot of game sense included in that little bit of performance. White Walkers and Rivalry, I think these are the two teams who've been rather consistent with their aggression. But they have also been consistent in failing to reach that top 3 every single time.
Yeah, I think right now they're just adapting and trying to understand how the playstyle works with as well here. Especially now, it is their first Miramar, right? So it's a little bit of a big question mark of what-if situations. Los Hermanos has proven themselves in 2 different maps. Not so much on Rondo. Phoenix has done it on Erangel. Phoenix has done it on Rondo. Unfortunately, this Furnace game in Miramar didn't look too well here for Phoenix here, so it's something that they definitely need to work on.
One point which I would love to add, especially since you brought up Phoenix and the conversation, I think now Group D, all Miramar matches are going to be super interesting because Team Alpha and Phoenix Esports, they're going to go head to head against each other, and Somraj swears on it that he wants to beat every single drop clash contenders. Moving on to the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, not a lot of difference. Phoenix and LHS still tied up almost. 66 for Phoenix, LHS hot on their tails with 65, but look at that massive difference. But also a jump from Team Alpha. 3rd position right now, 36, just miles behind. It does not really matter unless and until you're looking at the 2nd page. Gravity, Evolution, MIZORAM. Gravity had a good start to the day. They had a good start on the map of Rondo. They had a rather decent performance on the map of Erangel, but it seems like after that, their entire flow just absolutely broke out.
I think it came down to just momentum, right? Overall, in general, have they been able to play their gameplay on formation so far? And I think Meta NINZA has put out a couple of nice pocket strategies from Erangel, but so far, inconsistent is been an issue, right? Their strategies are such a high-risk, high-reward scenario. They want to get full control of scenarios. But again, if somebody decides to challenge them, which again does happen a lot in the grind stages, round stages, because you do not know how these teams think. Like, I think I'm going to quote Destro of this from God's Reign. He does mention this as well. They do really well against pro teams, but against teams that I have no clue here, it's just wildcards after wildcards. Like, teams shouldn't be pushing you. They do it here in this phase. And because of that, it kind of messes up with overall gameplay. So again, it comes down to just how good are you at reacting.
Exactly. I think adapting to a new environment is also a sign of being an esports player, because that is what you're supposed to be doing, right? Coming out of your national circuit, potentially going to the international circuits as well, or adapting to any circuit, any environment that you're supposed to play. The thing with tier 1 teams, especially in our country, is that they scrim a lot. They play against a set of teams every single day. So any minute movement of a player from the distance, they would instantly know that this player, this is from this particular team, and they would know every single detail about them, their next move, potentially how they fight and their weaknesses and everything. Now this is what I guess BGIS, the grind and BGIS entirety kind of completely flips, because this is where you get to see new teams and now you're forced to adapt. Will these teams adapt? I'm not really sure. Evolution, MIZORAM did not succeed in adapting. Gravity still did not succeed in adapting. Even White Walkers, as a matter of fact. You mentioned about high risk, high reward. I think White Walkers have been playing like a suicide bomber right now. Just going in, slamming in every opposition, just trying to get as many points as they can. but I don't think they're planning in for a chicken dinner.
Well, we shall see here, but only time and time adaptations needs to be made in this regards as well here. A lot of teams are still making adjustments here, but I think having Team Alpha having this bounce back, it just gives them a little bit of chance to actually fight through.
Absolutely, and I guess they might actually carry it on in the next map as well. The next map, of course, is going to be the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. The final map of day one coming around.
All right. One final game to decide how day one's trajectory is going to happen here in the group stages here for Group D itself. And it is going to be the map of Miramar once more. And it seems to be a very, very balanced flight path for all these teams in this top 16 here. They are going to be coming in from the east side, heading all the way towards the far west side. So a pretty straightforward trajectory, nothing super unorthodox yet for some of these teams. But again, when we talk about potential drop clashes here, I want to see how Phoenix comes up to this here. Because Phoenix, they did have a little bit of skirmish in the previous map as well. They were taken out rather early as well, considering that Phoenix is still currently in the top leaderboard. They're still doing good. Only one bad game, and it actually happens. No team has been able to win every single game ever in the history of BGMI. So that's going to be something that I'm looking forward to see if anybody's going to be able to break it yet. But nope, not happening anytime soon. Meanwhile, we do see a huge cluster heading towards the southeast corner near, I think, near the east side of Los Leones. We might see a couple skirmishes in, but right from the get-go here, look at this. Eva going to be 2 OP going up against Team Alpha right from the get-go. Team Alpha was the top leaderboard from the previous game, but Eve now, they do have S12Ks, but Ukersh getting chipped up pretty low there. Needs to be a little bit careful. Botfire doesn't have ammunition as well. Finds a couple of utilities, but needs some sort of weaponry. Punisher going for the flick there. That's going to be one shot, one down. And now the melees are coming in, but he needs to go in for the reload, but eventually gets picked off by Adonis as Team Alpha were able to get the first 2 knocks in. And just like that, 2 OP official pretty much not expecting this skirmish here. Shady saw the entire commotion, could not find a refrag at all, and just like that, they lose 2 players. And from afar, TOP official seems to have may have dropped the ball in this fight.
They absolutely have. I mean, the way they kind of started off today's day, it felt like Eve X2OP, they have found rhythm, they have found a way, they have found a system that will give them results on the long run. But it seems like the form has kind of dipped all of a sudden. Alpha over there, kind of choking and kind of whipping those shots a little bit. Could hear those footsteps, but still missed the opportunity. But I guess it's going to be completely fine, especially with the numbers advantage that Team Alpha have. They are moving up. What are these players doing? Where are they looking? What is happening, I see?
Okay, Shady, I do not know what's up, but seems like he was looking outside the window. And INF God was pretty much separated as well. TOP official did not expect this push coming in. Seems like comms are not looking good right now, despite a great start as the first 3 games. TOP official now in a lot of trouble.
They were completely scrambled, to be honest. INF God at this point on, I guess, the only thing that is left for him to do is to try and fall back, maybe try and play that patience game. But look at the circle once again. We are moving towards the eastern lands of Miramar. We saw that finish on towards Los Leones. We saw how LHS beautifully controlled that position. And once again, they start off from that same position. Interesting places include that western hemisphere of the circle where you've got Gravity and Shadow Blitz in similar territory. Maybe if Gravity does decide to converge upon Shadow Blitz, they will find them isolated because those players are quite separated. It's going to be a tough task to beat Shadow Blitz right now, especially with the kind of form that Exploser has shown us today. I think Gravity will have to punch above their weight a little bit, I see.
Yeah, they definitely do. Gravity, like obviously Shoop was one of the most hyped player when it comes to Reckoning Esports, especially from last year. But things hasn't been looking good here. And things have been a big question mark, at least for him. Like, I know you're a fan here, I'm sorry, man, but it's not just about firepower, man. Like, leadership is something else. Being calm and being able to respond to information quickly and making quick decisions, that's a rare trait. But speaking of which, Let's take a look at Meta NINZA here. Seems like they are going to be rotating in rather early, just barely 4 minutes of the game. But at the same time, they're under-looted as well. Apollos does not have first aid kits or enough utilities to work with. Yes, he's got an M4, but still, you do need those smokes. You do need those first aid kits to kind of settle through to the next phase of the fights. And it might be a premature play.
Yeah.
But knowing Meta NINZA, they do like center control, so they're hoping to kind of snag a couple on the way with a couple of shots in. But on the finish feed as well, we do see 2 OP official finding a Team Alpha, 1 player knock here, with Iron of God trying to solo his way through.
It's going to be a very tough job.
Yeah.
Nigh impossible, to be honest. Look at the rivalry. Arklin all by himself, the rest of the players nowhere near, but I guess they would like to challenge Evolution MIZORAM. They understand that this is the only injection point that they have inside of the circle. Arklin already has this position marked. It's just about finding the right time and the right call out to try and get that strike on Evo. As of yet, I guess the change of pace from that last Miramar will be extremely drastic because on that last map, I guess, there was a lot of initial collisions, but this time around you see these isolated battles happening. And have got once again being caught off guard. Team Alpha, it's Coffin actually from the distance. Couple of those shots connecting, but Iron of God still managing to survive, and it seems like he will escape from this fight.
Oh, they lost Alpha right from the get-go. They lost 1 player, and Iron of God, he may have gotten a little bit of small little revenge. But for all things considered, he's all out by himself. He's pretty much stranded here. Rivalry Esports now. Arklin pretty much stuck in a very, very tough spot here. M249 in the hands as well. You can hear the shots being fired as well. The suppressors fires are coming in. And Evo, they have to clean him up. Arklin going for the Molotovs, trying to zone him out, trying to re-rotate to a position where his teammates can provide cover. The suppress fires comes in. He finds the first knock, but he's so out in the open. He's dropping down pretty low as Evo continues on with the hunt. Can he bandage his way through is going to be the question here. Nades are being good. Pre-fires are being shot as well. But Arklin is running out of working play space to work with. He needs some sort of backup. He needs teammates. And he's going to get sprayed through the window. Oxygen gets the knock. But here comes the rest of the pack from Rivalry. He's bought enough time. But it's now on to his Evo to go in for the reset. But no, they lose another one from the sides again. Rivalry. Trades after trades. Artifact was able to get another knock in. But it's 3 versus 2 now. He needs to find more. iShot gets a very, very nice nade. But can he pick up his teammate is going to be the question here. We are seeing a flank here from Evo. 1 left, 1 right. It seems like Rivalry has no choice to push in instead to try and clean out. But it seems like they might be able to get the full reset here, Salty.
They will have to get the reset. Backup arrived quite late, and it seems like for a moment the players were extremely confused on what exactly will be their next course of action. And now look at this. 3 players stuck in 1 panic room, and there's absolutely nowhere to go. 1 nade inside, 1 Molotov, and that would be the go call. Another player goes down. Evolution MIZORAM, they're actually beating the hell out of Rivalry. And look at this. I guess the last man standing. They've been completely cleaned up. Rivalry Esports. Now that was a debacle and a half because it did not make sense. Arklin had so much time to call in for backup. He did try to actually get the first knock, and he actually did so as well. There was enough time for the rest of the players to come and join the party, but they were too late, I see.
Yeah, they only lost on one thing. And that's pretty much Rivalry not having enough first aid kits. That's the only reason why they couldn't reset in time, whereas there was just so much time given towards Evo to actually reset that fight through. And I was very surprised that Evo actually let them reset and then take them out as well. But again, because they were all boxed in, it made things easier. First aid kits were pretty much done and dusted. They got the only 2 entry point into was a small hole. A chokehold and just completely shredded way through. The M249 can be very, very suppressive in scenarios like that. So great stuff coming from Evo, but unfortunately for Rivalry, that's it for day 1 for them. Same can be said for 2 OP official as well.
Absolutely. They come back, of course, after a couple of days, ladies and gentlemen, but the journey will still continue, and I guess 2 OP officials, they will be rather happy with the performance that they pulled up today. A couple of decent performances on the maps of Rondo and Erangel. Miramar wasn't really their best, but it seems like they know exactly on what they have to work on when they come back for their next match day. But Rivalry, I'm not really sure what that fight was. It seems like there was tremendous miscommunication between the players, and I guess they have a lot more to fix as compared to 2OP. Focusing on the rest of the 14 teams who are still alive, it seems like majority of them are surviving with the 4 or 3 players of their own. And all of a sudden, once again, I see the pace of the game just drops.
Well, it is Miramar after all. GENxFM. It's got a couple shots in from Team Alpha. Team Alpha, they were on the chase just now. It seems like they are having a little bit of run in now with GENxFM as the shots continues on, but no connection so far. But their UAZ is pretty much done and dusted as well, at least for what they have, as they probably need to find a new vehicle or repair this. But again, this is Miramar. It is very lacking in terms of resources here if you do not find proper compounds to work with. It's either you loot up, completely decked out, and leave, or you leave early, find another spot, and then stock up.
I'm actually pretty surprised Team Alpha, they actually changed their drop location, did not go against that collision against Phoenix Esports this time around. Came up on top, 4 eliminations as well for them. Now on towards Impala. Now this is the right side of the circle you want to be in. There's something which I've noticed, I see, whenever the circle actually tends to move towards the eastern shore of the map of Miramar, teams love to play in from Impala. Teams love to play in from that eastern highway. Because, of course, the terrain provides you so much cover. You know the pattern of the circle coming closer to you as it gets older and older. So it just seems like the perfect start for Team Alpha. Yet again, there is absolutely nothing to complain about.
Yeah. But speaking of another team, as of yet, let's take a look at the replays on how that initial fight broke down as well. Arklin, he did a fantastic job of holding down the fort. Like Evolution, MIZORAM, they're doing their due diligence. They're trying to check potential flanks here. And ever since Rivalry came in, this was a very, very scuffed fight. Because the flank coming from Evolution, MIZORAM, especially from Diobot, forced them to actually get boxed in. And that, because of this initial flank, it allowed that opening for them to clean them all up. So I would say it was a little bit of a scuff fight.
I would just describe it in one word. I think that was panic set in. There was tremendous panic in the Rivalry camp, and they just could not process exactly what was happening. Look at this, Team Insane, once again, just in the middle of nowhere. Gravity Esports all of a sudden just challenging them onto this fight, but defending their compound really well as Draxi gets that first finish on the board. Gravity Esports do get off the mark, and Team Insane, it seems like they are falling back, want to keep their men alive for the later stages of the game. But ladies and gentlemen, as the circle does a shift, it seems like we are moving on to an urban warfare yet again. We're going back to Los Lunas.
Well, it is going to be a slow one indeed here when it comes to Los Leones. It's going to be urban warfare, lots of camping, lots of rats hiding every single corner. You have to check everything as well. Speaking of potential rats here, Shadow7 gets rammed in, held down the gun, held down the trigger, could not get the knock, and takes him out. Mistakes were made, and now Meta NINZA, they lose a player.
And that was brutal, to be honest, to actually pincer a player, pin him down against the box with a buggy. That is a tough way to die, to be honest.
That's a very gory image you just described, but not as gory as it seemed when you're watching BGMI, bro.
I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't want to be in position where Shadow was.
Yeah, fair enough.
I would not want to. I would not want a buggy to just come straight up and ram me against a box.
Okay.
He did try to actually retaliate over there. The shots, I think, did not connect. He did try to take the driver down, but there were just too many of them. But I wonder what is happening with Meta NINZA and why are they playing so separated from each other, because this is not usually Shadow's style. He loves to keep his players intact. Yes, he does love scouting. He loves to get those informations, but it seems like a new team with Fierce and Apollo, you know, still adjusting to their style.
I think I brought it up early on as well in Erangel, right? They're going for this 1-1-1-1 strategy. It's such a high risk, high reward thing. You get space, but if somebody decides to slam you, you're done for. There's no way you're going to be able to retake anything at all.
But again, it has its use cases, right? In an urban warfare, I don't really think you can actually go in with a 1-1-1-1 strategy. It just does not make sense, especially with so many nooks and crannies. Now, imagine 2 windows, 2 doors, and a player just coming in from every single corner. How would you defend as a solo player? It's almost impossible. Talking about impossible, Clutcher almost pulled it off. It was an impossible clutch, to be honest. A 1v2, especially with the shotgun. But Gravity Esports, it seems like finally they found a little bit of groove. But danger does not subside as Team Alphas They're here to punish, and Punisher, of course, is going to clean them up. Gravity, they are falling one by one, and there's absolutely nothing that you can do through the smokes. The connection comes through as well as Adonis gets retaliated. Team Alpha is still trying to hold on. Cover arrives, backup arrives right in time, and Gravity will have to bite the dust, but I almost thought that the clutch was there.
Well, speaking of clutches here as well, Team Alpha, they still hold on. They've got 7 finishes again. They're carrying the momentum from previous game here. Gravity getting eliminated. Now, Evo x MIZORAM, they may have won the fight against Rivalry, but Meta NINZA this time, they are grouped up and they are going to get sprayed down. Apollos finds the confirmation. Unfortunately, survives with 1 HP. Does have the first aid kits, needs to get the reset through. And Meta NINZA, they're hurting really bad. Fierce, he's got the lockdown from behind here. Evo X, they do need to play a little bit safer. They've lost 1 player as well. They've got Rala Con from the sides with an off angle, but Meta NINZA is just not giving it for them at all.
Talking about Meta NINZA, I guess they will need to reposition because I don't really think this is a good compound to hold. Look at that. From up top, you've got a little bit of a threat. Evolution MIZORAM, they've actually cornered them from 2 different angles. And up top, you've got Likitha Esports as well.
Yeah, they're pretty much stuck here. A very, very awkward situation to be with. But as of yet, from where I'm seeing from Esport Social, I do not like where they're at right now. That's a worst spot to be in a hut. And for Wanted to be able to reposition, get high ground, this is a better spot to be in.
I think Esport Social, with the way they are actually positioned inside of the map right now, it was a leapfrog situation where they just desperately tried to be at the center of the circle. They wanted to just brute force their way in, could not really find a safeguard, just settle down with the shack itself. But like we all know, shack is potentially the most dangerous place you want to be in, especially in a Mexican standoff. But talk about a fight this time around. Nade comes in from GENxFM. This is Mysterious4 taking on the charge, and just 1 player still remains alive, and that is going to be Zerif. Huge responsibility on this man's shoulders, but he fails to deliver. As Mysterious4, they clean things up. Just 1 plan in the backlines. It is going to be Ghost. We've seen moments of brilliances coming in from this lad. A 1v2 situation as the first nade connects. It is the S12K. Can he find the final player? And the shotgun strikes! Ghost gets a clutch as well. GENxFM, they live to fight another day, and 3 finishes in the name of Ghost. That was brilliant.
Beautiful stuff here from Ghost. He absolutely crushed it. But at what expense is going to be the question here. Mysterious4 eliminated. But GENxFM, now with only Ghost as the last man standing, how will he push through is going to be the question here. He's got a lot of loot to work with, but there's only so much he can do. But Meta NINZA, for some reason, Apollos is able to sneak out from behind. It seems like Evolution MIZORAM, they're stuck out in the open. They're looking for Raka Zone to actually look for some sort of play, but I don't see him on the other edge as well. I think he may have been picked off.
Well. Meta NINZA. Apollo always finds these small little nooks and crannies in the armors of the opposition, in the formations of the opposition, and finds a way to flank. At times it's Fierce as well who does all of these nasty things, but it seems like Apollo has found himself in a nasty position. He can try and hurt Evolution MIZORAM as much as he possibly can. And even Meta NINZA from their front lines as well, they're closing up. They know this is their go call. This is their chance to strike. And what was that offense?
Okay, that was a little bit of surprise here. Evolution MIZORAM getting picked up. That's going to be 1 down. Looking for the flash. They know they've only got 2 players. White Tiger looking to win his fight, and he takes him out. Ralako nowhere to be found at all. He does have a split from the off angles, but just could not find anything at all. And just like that, Evolution MIZORAM getting completely taken apart. And Ralakon, now he's going to be running for his dear lives with 1 HP. He's pretty much out in the open. He's got first aid kits, but he needs to make it in the zone.
You know, I think this is going to be almost a set tutorial for the teams who've just come in from potentially the in-game qualifiers, going to be playing their round 1s and round 2s and everything. When you've got the opportunity, you've got to go to strike. Because if you wait long enough, times will change, positioning will change, and you will lose your stronghold of a fight in an instant. And that is exactly what happened with Evolution MIZORAM. Unless and until Apollo had not given his position away, I think Evolution MIZORAM had a perfect positioning to win that fight. But the flank just spoiled everything.
Yeah, it's just very, very unfortunate as well. But great stuff coming from Meta NINZA. But BotArmyEsports, though, they are already set up deep into his Los Leonas to set up for this urban warfare. Same can be said for Phoenix. And this feels like an exact same scenario that I've seen, especially coming from Phoenix when 8-Bit was playing as well. They do like this kind of 2-2 splits. And if the circle shifts into this exact same spot where BotArmyEsports is, we are going to be seeing like people flying around.
If it does happen, I see
Yeah.
you're potentially calling in for a hard shift, and that would mean teams on the northern side of Los Lunas, they're going to be strangled.
Yeah, they have
Likitha
to push in.
Esports, you've got Shadow Blitz as well, you've got a couple of those outliers. Meta NINZA as well, trying to make their way from the northern frontiers of the circle. I guess all these teams will have to work extra hard to try and move towards the southern part of Los Lunas, but we'll still wait for the circle to shift. As of yet, Los Lunas just finding the best position inside of this city all the time. I guess they know all the nooks and crannies of Los Lunas so far by now.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the biggest gambles, straight up, right? Like, this next shift is going to decide the fates of every single team, right? If he pushes out, every single team from Los Angeles is going to get completely destroyed. If he pushes in, every single team from outside is going to get completely shut down. So, it's a 50-50 coin flip. And I would say God Save Us all scenario here for every single one. But Ralakon, he gets hunted down by Meta NINZA, gets completely cleaned out, they take him out, and we're down towards the final 10 team. And 20 seconds remaining, and this circle shift is going to decide here. Teams outside win, or teams inside the city win.
Yeah, this is purely upon fate, but also how you react to the situation. Again,
Yep.
Likitha Esports, they are kind of almost at the center part of the circle and potentially going to be hoping for the best as soon as the circle does shift. They do have Meta NINZA up top, and they are again in the center of the circle. Now, this is Ranveer's chance to shine. Yes, of course, he does not have the best of compounds to work with. This compound, not only does it put him in a lower ground, but also does not grant him any sort of visibility. So these nades, these utils that are going to come flying towards him, I guess he won't have enough time to react. And that is going to be problematic.
Yep. From Ghost here from GENxFM, his best case scenario is to make it to top 8, but he was spotted out by Los Hermanos, so they know there is a strangler laying around from the northeast corner. While Los Hermanos is going to try and itch into the next phase of zone. But again, this next circle is tricky as well. It's divided between the north and the south. Urban warfare in the south side here, Phoenix has got full control, but it's still divided by north and south.
No, I still love the fact that Los Lunas is not entirely in the picture. It's kind of outside of Los Lunas in those isolated hills where Likitha Esports do have a little bit of stronghold. But now look at this. Teams inside of these compounds will have to fight their way out. And our White Walkers potentially in a tough soup right now. You've got BotArmyEsports, you've got Los Hermanos as well, taking these shots from the distance. I don't really see any exit points as of yet.
Arguably, right now, Los Hermanos is one of the best spots possible to punish teams inside.
Yes.
But teams across, not so much, because Likitha has got the best spot possible to shut down every single direction. But that is only if they can hold in, because right now, Los Hermanos is going to force them out of comfort spot here from north side and maybe try and take that spot away from them. Meanwhile, inside Los Leonas, we do see BotArmyEsports having a skirmish from White Walkers, which again, they need to cross the road where Phoenix were. But the problem is, they did not realize that Phoenix has already left the building.
Yeah. I mean, I can actually see an exit point for White Walkers as well. If they do come in from the backside, go in from outside the circle, I guess they can dodge that fight away, try and live to fight another day. But on towards the other things, it seems like Esport Social, their nades are really on point this time. Chris OP, his aggression just paying off as Dope goes down on his knees. Esport Social, they've got the man advantage with Shogun from up top. This is a brilliant angle, and he delivers yet again. Brilliant stuff. Gets the finish, confirms it, and gets a point on board. But he should not stop. Information has been passed on that Shogun is on the upper lines. He also will have to be aware of teams in third-party positions, teams at the distance who can potentially take him out, as LHS all of a sudden seems like they are in trouble.
Seems like Los Hermanos, they are going to close in as well. They're looking for the massive nade. They get the connection. Esport Social, leaving only one player remaining. Altu now has to make the call. Rush in or push through. Dope is suppressing fire in. And it seems like the call is going to be to go in for the Grand Slam. They get the reset through. Seems like they may be able to box them in. But here comes the flank. Bait and switch coming through. They're still holding in. Out2 waiting for a mistake. Nades goes through, but no connection so far. But Los Hermanos, they're hurting a little bit. They need backup fires. Kaliuji getting knocked out pretty bad. And that's going to be the first knock in. And it's going to be a third party from afar. It was BotArmyEsports that gets the knock on Kaliuji. And just like that, they open the window and Los Hermanos cleans them up. They get themselves some juicy points. Thank you so much, BotArmyEsports, Los Hermanos says.
You know, just like I said in the last game of Miramar, you give Los Hermanos an inch, they will take a mile away from you. And I guess that is exactly what happened. Esport Social just got a little distracted with their positioning, and Los Hermanos found the right sweet spot to go in for that Grand Slam, and it was brilliant. Look at this, Shogun, of course, from up top, providing so much information. But will that information be of any use? Because they've got an enormous stretch of open land to traverse, and I'm not really sure if they do have the means, because a buggy is going to be a very risky option.
Yeah.
How do you move inside the circle, I see?
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one here. But back in towards the city action here. Phoenix, they're still outside the zone. They held down the fort for the longest time. They've lost Sim rather early towards the warehouses vicinity. But they still will be able to get the reset. But time is not of the essence here, as they have a long way to traverse. It seems like Stormrush providing some sort of cover fire. They're trying to cut their exit short in case White Walkers decide to give chase, as they try to inch away to the next phase of zone. And unfortunately for them, Team Alpha is already waiting for them as well. They found Viper, as Team Alpha was able to sneak past everybody from the city. And now they are the ones that is going to be gatekeeping everyone who's coming out from the city itself.
You know, this is going to be a revenge storyline. Team Alpha, last Miramar was kind of snatched away from them. Not snatched away, I would say they understand that they were the ones to actually blame for that debacle. But this time, I guess they want to make amends. Look at this, Phoenix. They just get absolutely bombarded. It was one man from Team Meta NINZA. I guess it was White Tiger who actually took the onus on his shoulders to finish off that slam coming in towards him. Team Alpha as well. I guess they chipped off one of those players. So 10 eliminations on board for Team Alpha. Double-digit points reached. This is their chance to shine, as they've got such an open space, such a beautiful map control. But of course, they've got big threats in the form of Shadow Blitz, who are right now at the high ground, can spot every single team from that god point that they have achieved.
If this is the Punisher, I remember him from last year. They are an experts when it comes to Miramar as well.
Yeah.
Team Alpha makes a lot of sense as well. 2 games back-to-back, high finish volumes. They've got 10 so far in this scenario. So I want to see how, if Team Alpha is going to be able to get the chicken in right now. But Shadow Blitz, they have been on top of the mountain for the longest time. And they are getting threatened in as well, as Los Hermanos comes in. Exploser may have made a little bit of mishap there. Gets chipped away. Goes for a little bit of reset here. And Shadow Blitz may have gotten one of the biggest games snatched away because of the pressure from Los Hermanos across the map.
True.
And because of that, every single finishes from the Los Hermanos, from Los Leones in particular, Shadow Blitz took no part in it at all.
I guess for Shadow Blitz, this is going to be a test of time, a test of patience. Can they hold on to that position without giving in to the temptation of just pushing past LHS, taking down the threat? Because if they do try and take that fight right now, they will open lines of sight from every single team who are in the vicinity. But now look at this, Punisher. We were talking about Team Alpha. You know, the surprising fact is they were nowhere up until the map of Erangel. Soon as the map of Miramar just came through, Team Alpha, they just have all the angles, they just have all the lines of sight, and their positioning is pristine. How can you counter that? There's almost nothing.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate as well, but finally, Shadow Blitz has a little bit of room to work with to play from the high ground. Gets the first knock in onto his Meta NINZA. White Tiger is done, but Fierce still falling back far behind here. And while this is happening, Likitha Esports is also in the vicinity. And the problem is, nobody's making a move because Shadow Blitz does have the high ground. They've got center control. Everybody has to run into him. Somebody's got to make a play. And just like that, Meta NINZA, they've lose all players here. Shadow Blitz finally gets their mark to prove themselves, but they are getting challenged. Team Alpha, while they were distracted, they came up, they took one out, and now they're going to take control of this fight. Nanu now, leaving himself as the last player here from Shadow Blitz, and this time Team Alpha They crept up. They are going to take the hill. They're going to take the high ground. And they're going to take everything away from Shadow Blitz. And while this is happening as well, Los Hermanos takes advantage of this as well. It's going to be a three-way showdown on top of this mountain. And Team Alpha, not exactly in the most ideal situation to work with.
Shadow Blitz, they're really going to be thanking their luck, their forefathers, to be honest, because this is an immense help from LHS. They were almost about to be banished from the map of Miramar, but just when the clock struck, it was LHS who decided that, wait a second, let us go in for a third party, and that just absolutely destroyed the hopes of Team Alpha going in for a clean sweep. Now, I guess the fight's been divided into two. Likitha Esports trying to make their way in. Shadow Blitz know that this is going to be their prior threat on the backlines again. Team Alpha and Team LHS will have to settle their differences. Now, this is the fight which they lost in the map of Miramar, the one that we played before this. So this is the revenge arc that we were talking about. Mort is up top, does have the shotguns to work with as well. Beautiful use of the M4 to finish off for one of those players, but from the backlines, it is Team Alpha. They always know how to capitalize. They always find the right timing, and this time, once again, look at those numbers. 11 finishes, and it seems like they're going for more, I see.
Oh my goodness, but Likitha Esports, they have to make a move. They have no way up as well. They try to go up from the sneaky approach, but they will shut down, as they need to go for the wraparound from the east side here. Los Hermanos has made their way to the top. They are making not only waves here, but Coffin with an insane nade connects onto his dope, stops the push from Los Hermanos as Team Alpha is looking to secure a chicken dinner themselves. Likitha, they get completely flushed off from the zone. And while this is happening, Nanu also bites back. And Los Hermanos now 3 versus 1 situation. But they're losing a little bit more. Nanu bleeds out of the zone, but it might be an opportunity for Punisher. He's all by himself. It's a 1 versus 1 now. Maybe even a 1v2 as Los Hermanos is going to be looking for the reset here. Dope going to be out and open. The sprays comes through, but he loses the gunfight. Dope will clutch it, and Los Hermanos gets their third winner chicken dinner of the day here.
Not again, I see. Not again. You would hate to be Team Alpha at this point, because 2 back-to-back matches, Los Hermanos just came in, snatched away the chicken dinner from their grasp, and just made it theirs. I would not want to be Team Alpha. They had such a beautiful positioning, but still, once again, I think in the ending stages, they just lose track of time. I don't know what just happens.
Yeah, it was a very, very unfortunate play here, but Los Hermanos played that perfectly as well. They knew they had the god spot, pressured them to a point that they made Shadow Blitz not able to capitalize on the position that they had. And while they were getting distracted as well, they crept up, cleaned out everybody else. And I would say Los Hermanos getting a chicken dinner is actually the best case scenario, but to be honest, should not have happened.
It should not have happened at all, to be honest. Team Alpha, they were getting these angles, they were getting these connections. Coffin was brilliant, but I think as soon as they shift focus from Team Shadow Blitz towards Team LHS, I think that is exactly where Nanu found the spot, took down Coffin, and that is exactly the fall of Team Alpha. Again, Punisher and Dope, the jiggle, the sprays, the shots from the shotgun were not enough. The range was way too much, but LHS, you've got to give it to these lads. They're good on Wrangle, they're good on Rondo, they're good on Miramar. What can they not play?
Exactly as well. Los Hermanos has proved themselves here, but at the same time, I think we have to give props a little bit of a nerdy moment here for you guys. The gun gameplay, we know the shotguns has been nerfed. What if this was last patch, he could have won that fight with SLK?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially.
Yes.
But sorry, that's old news. That's history now. Shotguns no longer have that effective range because of the damage nerfs.
Yeah, I guess so. If we actually go down to the details, every shot from the shotgun deals 9 less points of damage right now.
Overall,
Overall, right? So it's going to be a massive difference when you look at it, when you take in account how many spams that happen, multiply 9 by so many bullets. It does not really matter. What matters is, at the end of the day, you had to use an assault at that range, and he did not do that, and I think that is exactly where he fell.
Yeah, it's not exactly 9 damage here. It's minimum of 9, but it's like 1 damage per pellet for SLK. If you overall it, it's about like a 30 damage reduction overall if every single bullet is for SLK, but other guns is different. So it's a tough calculation here, especially when you hit torsos, you hit here, and obviously with shotguns you want to hit there. Yeah, the white spread is weird as well.
The spread is again massive, right? So you cannot really take into account. But the point is, like in situations like this, nowadays, it is very certain that assault rifles are going to be much more reliable option.
Correct. Like we saw that. Perfect example as well. M4 versus SWK, who won? 1 HP? Well, Los Hermanos won that. Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. And I like how Los Hermanos was able to split off their focuses and their attention on what needs to be done, leaving Shogun up on top while the other two guys were battling out against Esport Social was so clutch, because if Shogun wasn't up there suppressing onto a Shadow Blitz, Shadow Blitz would have looked down, take them all out. So
absolutely,
again, it was a game for Shadow Blitz to win, but Los Hermanos is the reason why they could not rack up some serious points, especially from every single team coming out from Los Leones.
You know, something which I've noticed from LHS is that their positioning and their splits have been spot on every single time, especially when it is inside of Los Leones. They know that place, it is their drop spot. They've been playing around that region for a while now, and they know every single nook and cranny. You look at the way they maneuver, you look at the way they find their timing. As soon as a team shifts focus from LHS to someone else, LHS will kind of creep up right next to them, and voila! It is a 1v1 fight, it's a 2v2 fight, and they have an upper hand. So I think this is the brilliance of LHS that they have achieved. Overall, fantastic day for this team, but you cannot actually take it away from Team Alpha as well. They had a brilliant game, barring that final fight. Punisher being the MVP, of course. 5 finishes, 42% finish contribution means Alpha also hit double digits, I see.
Yeah, and for Team Alpha to realize and staying alive for the longest of time here, allowing Punisher and Coffee to creep up on top of the mountain where Shadow Blitz is, was perfect timing, because one of the downsides was that Shadow Blitz did not thin the herd, and they were overrun from so many angles, which resulted in them getting completely shut off here. So well done to his Team Alpha for staying alive and then finding opportunities, because they were one of the biggest trendsetters in that game. Yes, Los Hermanos may have gotten the chicken dinner, but the ones with the most amount of finishes in this game was Team Alpha. They clean out the teams in the Los Hermanos, they clean out the teams on top on the mountains as well. Pushing blindly? No, it was pure skills. So well done to Coffin and Punisher.
The top two remain the same over the course of the two Miramars. It is Team Alpha, Team LHS holding the same angles, holding the same positions, almost having similar points as well. 16 for LHS, Alpha with 18. But you look at the other teams, right? Shadow Blitz, 11 points, a decent upgrade. Meta NINZA, 8 points. I believe this is going to be an upgrade. For Rivalry, for 2 OP, I guess, this was unexpected.
Yeah.
They rather had a decent outing, you would say a mediocre performance, but the last game definitely was out of character for them. Ladies and gentlemen, the overall standings tonight, LHS at the top, 81 points. They have overshadowed Phoenix Esports, who have had 2 chicken dinners. They were leading up until the last game, where they just absolutely bombed and got stopped at 71, but it's still completely fine. Teams who actually need to make a comeback, there will be Evolution, MIZORAM, Gravity, M4, BotArmyEsports. Such a big name, such a big banner, but not really the impact that we were expecting.
Exactly. Evolution, MIZORAM just did not have a great game at all at the start of the game. They had one good fight just now against Rivalry, but aside from that, nothing great has happened for them today here. A complete blunder, at least for them. But props to us, Team Alpha. In 2 games of Miramar, they made a little bit of comeback, a little bit of consistency.
Yeah.
And they are in the top 3, which is great. But still, there is a huge gap between them and Phoenix, which is a 20-point difference. Phoenix and Los Hermanos is a 10 points difference here. So it is very, very big. Arguably, if you base on last year's track record for top 8 here, you want to have at least 89 to 97 points to be safely across for top 8, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess that equation will again vary every single day, because like we know, each group has 4 match days, and this is just the end of the first match day. There will be a lot of shift. That is what I'm expecting. There are potentially a lot of teams who has the caliber to actually make a comeback in day number 2, day number 3. So I'm going to be watching out for those comeback stories. Maybe potentially like a White Walkers, coming back in a new form. Maybe, Rivalry, again, they've had brilliances here and there, but few moments they just look completely off. So these are things which they will have to work behind the scenes and come back. But I want to know your thoughts again. Which is the team that actually surprised you the most?
I think 2 Alpha definitely surprised me. Yeah, I kind of expected Phoenix and Los Hermanos to do well.
Yeah.
But Team Alpha definitely surprised me for me.
I think I was also very impressed with 2OP with the way they started their journey today. But again, I think consistency has always been their problem since last season, and they are carrying it forward right now. But I also want to wish Botfire a very happy birthday because I think that man has had his moments today. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the first day, the first official competitive day of BGIS, the Grind 2026, is done and dusted. We had a fantastic day, ladies and gentlemen. Rondo was brilliant, Erangel was brilliant, and Miramar, of course, had so much action. I can't wait to find out what is going to happen on day 2, day 3, day 4. Make sure you tune in on all those days, but we're going to be back at the same place, same time tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. Till then, Tata, take care. Goodbye.